in terms of like physically being there with the lady from Norway. But he did mess up because he knows he's with an insecure woman, and he took pictures, apparently at work too, not just at home, but at work. And he was trying to kick it to her, and he's upset about it, and he thinks it's no big deal. Anybody, like I said, anybody with a real relationship experience would know better. They know that they've been busted, and then they would try to get on that person's good graces, and then he would tell the other person, look, don't be sending me no pictures like that no more. But I don't think Red wants to be in this relationship no more anyway, and I'll show why when they start arguing.
I have God.
You self-describe. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have the truth at all.
Yeah, I do. I have God on my side.
You don't have any truth.
I have God on my side.
No, you don't.
I have.
Neither do you, Rev, but I'm gonna tell you something. I am proud of you that you are standing up for yourself. And Shanny, if God was on your side, you would not be on YouTube begging for food. Okay? You do not have God in this case. You are in a simple relationship. You refuse to acknowledge anything that you've done to anybody else. You refuse to get on here and fix any of it. And then you no, you don't have God on your side. Not even close. And Rev, I'm sorry, neither do you. Now, when you repent, that'd be something different.
God on my side.
You're a liar,
What's up,
Shannon.
Doug?
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're a liar.
How am I lying?
Yeah. It might be a long night. I don't know. I pretty much told that I was told I could, like maybe vacate the premises, but I don't think I'm going to do that. But there is a very real chance that this tree may fall up. One of a couple of these trees might fall on my shack here. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But other than that, no action. So I'll be here all night.
Am I lying that I'm saying?
And Rev, if you're watching this, before you think I'm on some high horse or whatever, when I'm in sin and I'm doing something wrong, I know full well that the Lord that the Lord will be against me if I'm in unrepentant sin. So this isn't like exclusively on you, Rev. You know what I mean? This is on anybody that's in unrepentant sin. The Lord isn't going to be with them. You understand? So I'm not trying to be judgmental or nothing like that, Rev, but I'm just saying you and Shanny are the last two people that should be coming in here talking about that you're on God's side. See, it's easy for Rev to hurl out these insults to Shanny and say, well, actually, I'm gonna let him do it first. Hold on.
I have God on my side.
You just don't.
Yeah, well,
because you believe the lies of trolls.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're pathetic. And
the reason why I think it's fake is they're smiling and they're arguing. This is a different kind of argument.
And this is over. Look,
and then you're the one who's saying I'm mentally abusing you when I'm just asking questions, and you're the one.
Yeah, I just came in. I'm told the last of the workers left like just before I got here. So, and I don't think they're coming back. Like it is storming out here. It's pretty good. So yeah, I don't know. I can pack up early, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think I'll just stay here.
You're the one who wrote insults.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And now I got to defend Rev a little bit, because when Rev started the stream, they had a plan. And Shandy, this is when I question your intelligence and I question how you go about doing things. Because you guys don't hear it. You've done this mess in front of me, but the point is that you will have an idea of what you want to do. You'll have a plan, and then you'll make a video. Okay, Rev's gonna get on here, and he's gonna defend the honor of his woman and everything and whatnot, right? He'll get on here and defend the honor of his woman, and then then she starts attacking you because she thinks she's gonna get brownie points from the audience, as if this is any of mine or anybody else's business. What's going on between the two of you? Then you get mad when people make videos about it.
Okay.
This is competition, right? It's a competition with her.
No, it's not a competition with me.
Yeah, it is.
You're
Everything.
Shit.
It's all
superficial.
superficial.
I'm asking questions.
I came on here supporting you. I came on here supporting you.
Yeah, and then you switch it to I'm a horrible person.
Because you came against me, and everybody will.
And that's true. When he was on here trying to defend her, she was in the background getting mad about what he was doing with the girl from Norway. But again, Rev, if you're going to be in a relationship with somebody like that, you should expect those kind of things to happen. Both of you are wrong.
See it.
I came against you by asking a question.
While on air, you came against me.
Oh, boo-hoo. I want to know the answer.
You should.
No, I was going
to. You should go talk to your friend Draven. That thinks you're just the most disgusting sack of shit.
I don't want to talk to him.
You played his stream. He's your friend.
Right? I wanted to know what Andrea had to say.
They don't watch Draven. He admits he's angry right now. Now he's going to start telling all their business. So now he's going to admit that they actually do watch Draven, that they do watch Carrie, that they do watch these other channels. stuff that people already
You should go talk to Andrea. You should talk to Draven too. You should.
Yeah.
He's your friend, calling you disgusting wart-faced pig. Like he's your friend. Go for it. You should talk to Draven. You're disgusting. And my uncle put so much money up for you.
I'm disgusting.
Yep, you're disgusting.
Good.
Pathetic.
I'm disgusting.
Well, like I said, I'm not Rev's uncle, but I was in a similar position as the uncle, and I got to agree with Rev. But now you're gonna make me starting to agree with Rev now, because that is the kind of person that Shani is. Shani will sit there and give you a bag of goods, text you over and over and over. You know, I need a sandwich, Delta 8. I need a soda, Delta 8. I need groceries, Delta 8. I need this, Delta 8. I need that, Delta 8. I need gas, Delta 8. I need this, Delta 8. You know what I mean? And Shani's really good for that.
She's got to be eating and drinking the soda. You know, she's keeping those. You know, I heard she lost some weight at some point, but she's still pretty big.
And Shani will give you a bag of goods about how she's going to go to the government and ask for this, that, and the other. But she needs $100 and something, and you give it to her, and then she doesn't see the recipe.
That's pathetic because I asked the question.
You're just disgusting. You use
Yeah.
my family and it's just...
I don't use your family.
Yes, you do.
You're using this family right now by being at that house and not trying to do anything to better your situation. All you're doing is laying in the couch all day, literally all day doing nothing, not taking advantage of the opportunity. Do you know how many people would kill to live for free so that any money that come in their hands, they can actually save it? Jenny, I don't think you understand. Since you've been in that house, have you ever taken the time out to think about all of the money that has been donated to you while you lived in my house for nothing, or you lived in the house with the uncle and you haven't saved a dime? I would call that using. And then lying about your health.
I don't know. Can you guys hear that in the background? I think it's coming from the bridge, I guess. The wind of the bridge. It's like Close Encounters of the Third Kind or something up there.
So that you can stay where you're at. Sorry, Shani, you're wrong about that. You're dead wrong
You can
about
hear
it.
the rain.
You are
Yeah.
using Rev, and you are using the uncle.
Pretty heavy too.
Sitting on this couch.
And it's a shame you're too stupid, Shani, to realize that you're on your way to living outside.
There's
The uncle
like
can walk.
this strange, like eerie noise coming, like maybe it's like the wind off of the bridge or something. Or maybe it's the rain off the bridge. Maybe the combination, but it's got like this like kind of shifting tone. It's like high pitch, but that's the best I could do. It's like a terrible impression of it. And it was really loud earlier.
You can walk in that house at any moment. It's like you didn't believe I was going to eventually throw you out. You didn't believe you was going to be throwing that the money was going to run out of Colorado. At some point, you got to understand that you got to start like thinking in the future. And if you stay with this cat, you're going to be sleeping outside, or at least in that Cadillac, which is not going to be able to keep you warm.
You have no place at night.
You're horrible.
So are you.
Hey.
Yes.
Shanny called him horrible, and then he says, "So are you." So Shanny calls him a name, and Rev accepts it. He knows he's horrible, and then says, "So are you." Shanny needs to own it because she's horrible too. Shanny's done a lot of things here on social media, and she needs to own it, and she refuses to do it. Of course, I don't expect her to ever do it, but she needs to. Get started.
I didn't gaslight you. I asked a
I love it when Rev
question.
gets mad, because when Rev gets mad, Rev tells the truth. All of that acting and pretending that they do in front of the camera, where they make believe that it's what is it that they called you? They call it performance art or whatever. You know what I mean? One of the first things I asked them when they came to PA, when I finally met these people in person, is I asked them about that fight that they had over there in Colorado. Rev said that junk was real. Performance art, my foot.
Why would you say that?
Performance art.
Yeah, well, I know the answer.
Now Rev's the one recording this, and this is one of the reasons why I thought this was fake. Because Rev's the one recording it, and he keeps the phone on so everybody can hear what's going on between the two of them. Normally, it's Rev saying that he doesn't want everybody up in this business. But this time, he's the one with the phone down here. He's the one who's making sure everybody can hear what's being said. You can't blame Shanny this time, Rev.
Why? And why you're
Just
so
like her, man.
defensive.
Yeah, I've heard this about a few streamers who are like, are they fucking serious? And then people say, oh, that's performance art. It's like, I don't know if that really answers the question, you know? maybe so. Alright, well, I'm not sure which is more enthralling, this one or the one I was just watching where Darth Dawkins was talking about radiometric dating. This debate with this guy. Let's see. Put this in here. Put this in here. Let's shift gears. Something a little more, a little different. Something different for you.
I'm a little closer. Mostly get in my face, right? Alright, so this is about guerrilla gardening. Let's call it guerrilla gardening. Guerrilla
Talking
gardening
about gorilla gardening. It caught my attention because there's a gorilla.
on property that you don't own. It's rather abandoned. Nobody's using it. So anyway, what I'm doing, I'm cutting all these thorns and thistles back. And I've already planted a bunch of wheat seeds in here. Planted them over a week ago. So the rainy season should show up right about now. This is almost February 1st, March 1st. So in 60 to 90 days, this whole field should be wheat. Unless the quail come along and eat all the wheat seeds. Guerrilla gardening, you can throw in flower seeds, vegetable seeds, whatever.
Yeah, taste the.
Do it in proper timing to time it
This is
with,
a little while ago.
with the rain, and you almost don't have to do anything else. But here in Utah, it's a little bit more difficult because you have to do it all when rain stops. You know, the summer heat gets here. That's the end of that. It's going to be more than guerrilla gardening. Guerrilla gardening is just making it so that the field gets used or the property gets used, gives you whatever you want. And in my case, I want a bunch of wheat, straw, and maybe we'd seeds for mulch purposes toward the hot summer. So I'll come over here with the side and harvest down the wheat. I love the mulch. But this field hasn't been worked in a long time. Look like nothing is really happening, but I want the mulch. I don't trust these days. I don't trust hay bales from or mulch from guys who raise horses and such, because a lot of that straw has a lot of nasty chemicals in it. Using glyphosate and other materials, herbicides and pesticides. So, from my own mulch, I'm going to put 20 gallons of wheat over this patch here. There we go. Anyway, so that's some gardening ideas for guerrilla gardening. Super secret guerrilla gardening.
And what's the bonus of the day?
The bonus of the day.
One last thought.
Okay. Well, the bonus of the day is always be planting.
Right.
Plant seeds. Alright, we got this sovereign citizen contempt hearing. Occupy us for a little while. If anybody wants to chat. Day 2 here. Day 2. Obviously, I've still got Wi-Fi for some reason, and I'm going to use it.
I'm a little closer. Mostly get in my face, right?
Especially while I'm out here in the
Alright, so
and the same video over again.
My phone, my wallet,
Especially if nothing's going to happen out here. I need to stay away.
passport, and tablet.
That's Jesus punishing you.
Hello. It's Tony Mike Gravelin, coming from Chicago as usual. We're waiting for our woman in common law who was held in contempt.
Good afternoon. We're in the 53rd Circuit Court for the County of Sheboygan. I'm sorry, we are actually in the 89th District Court. This case is an 89th District Court case. We're conducting a hearing in the Circuit Court room. It's being clerked from the 89th District Court room.
So this is Law Talk with Mike. I don't know how I get turned on to all these channels, man.
Into the hearing.
I do.
And I am providing public access both in the courtroom and also online. So for that reason, we request that nobody would try to record, photograph anything during the hearing, as that can be disruptive to the proceedings. So we'll call the matter of contempt of Beth Michelle Bridgman. It's filed under the case of People State of Michigan.
Yeah, Talk. I think actually, generally what they call guerrilla gardening, or like most people, what they're referring to is like in the inner cities and stuff like that, like where you have or in suburbs, if you have decorative trees and shrubs and things like that, in that space you would instead try to plant edible crops or whatever that would be kind of available in public spaces, so for people to just go, and so that basically there's food out in wherever there's especially if there's large impoverished populations or whatever. So I think that's what guerrilla gardening usually means, but I mean it can mean whatever you want it to mean, really.
Versus Flores, file 23-868SD. So Ms. Bridgman, if you want to come forward to the table.
I'm unable to do that. I don't have a license to practice law in the bar arena and in the water. I am a woman on the land, under the law of the land, and under the one true God. I'm a living soul. And you're offered a contract with Beth Michelle Bridgman in all caps. I'm not that person. Anybody else in this room that person?
Hey, hang on.
Okay.
So, Ms. Bridgman, you're correct that
That's awesome. But Tog, I mean, wouldn't animals just come along and piss on the plants in any other garden anyway? I mean, you'd think there's just there's all kinds of animals and bugs out there. Just you can't I mean, that's why you wash your organic whatever fruits and vegetables and stuff, right?
that the bar in the courtroom, people have to be licensed attorneys to cross the bar to represent other people. Of course, people can and do, as you have, represented yourself on this side of the bar. So you're welcome to sit at the table there, which would perhaps be more comfortable for you. If you would prefer to proceed from where you're standing or sitting, that's fine with me as well. Do you have a preference then?
I'd like to stay right here.
Okay, that's
My
great.
honor. I think the first matter I need to address is that I have a copy of your sworn oath here, and
That's not relevant for today. So Ms. Bridgman, you filed a motion for me to recuse myself. I'm going to deny that motion. It didn't present any basis for recusal, so that motion is denied. And we're here for a contempt hearing, which you've been arraigned on for your contempt for interfering in the court process.
My first custody hearing, I requested the judge recuse himself formally. They never did respond to that. I don't know whatever happened, but then the case got moved, so maybe that's why. I don't know. But yeah, I think it was on the grounds of being biased, but I didn't have any proof, So,
Process and the unauthorized practice of law, and then failing to attend.
this is
So
true.
Ms. Miller, are you opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor. I will share with you the evidence that Ms. Bridgman engaged in the unauthorized practice of law. That is contrary to MCL 600.916. She further prevented the defendant in the underlying case from meeting with his MIDC attorney prior to his arraignment on November 30th, 2023, and she also failed to appear for her show cause on December 20th, 2023, 11 a.m.
Or do you wish any witnesses to custody?
keep remembering somebody told me I could get ad blocker for free.
I don't think so.
I think that was in one of my.
Ms. Richmond, now's the time you can make your opening statement to me, but first, do you wish to have the witnesses to be presented sequestered, meaning that they have to leave the courtroom and be
I
instructed
am
in how
not
much
even
the
contracted with this hearing, this administrative hearing. I cannot be adulterous to my own oath of office.
I'm going to assume that
And
you're
put
rejecting
myself
my
under an
request for
authority.
sequestration orders and sequestration orders. So go ahead with your opening statement.
language. Say.
Law is must be a contract. In the absence of a valid contract, there is no law, period, which might be part of the problem that we have here. Now,
I don't mean to interrupt you, and I'm not going to interrupt you often during your opening statement. I do want you to know that because of the way the video feed works, from where you're standing, it's not picking you up, and I assume that the audio is going to work through for the district courtroom that's flipping it, but it's
I'm content with all the people
okay.
that are here
All right, I'm
that
seeing-
reside on the land that most of us call Michigan. If that's who is bringing charges against me and there is no person injured, and there's no property damage, there should be no case. So my statement is that how can I put myself in your jurisdiction, except that you could do it by force and arrest me with 4 deputies with no due process and violate my unalienable rights to try to force me into your jurisdiction. Because your oath of office is a violation of Section 5, United States Code 3001. You do not have an oath giver. You have yourself that signed it, and you have a notary. I just did an oath with the people here today, and they signed it, I signed it, and we got a couple of them notarized. That's how it should be. This is not a valid oath. I cannot stand in this court and be brought up because, in fact, you are operating or masquerading as a lawful court, but you're in fraud of the very oath that would give your court legitimacy. I have a remedy, Your Honor. I have an oath here, and if you would like to take it in the presence of the people and sign and notarized, we can move forward. Otherwise, I would be violating my very own oath of office and an oath I just took downstairs as well, to the United States of America's Constitution.
All right, does that conclude your opening remarks?
Well, it concludes the fact that I see that you're not interested or care what the people and the truth of the lawful process of the people.
So she wants him to go and take another oath before what the hell?
I don't know if anybody else cares to say that. There's no injury and there's no property damage. I do believe I withheld money he was probably banking on that day. And I believe the court operates in commerce and is here to make a profit on all of their activities. So that is my violation. The state of Michigan would hated that I blocked an attorney before Seth was arraigned. You cannot be bringing me in the hallway downstairs and charging me, and then tell me that you're the true judge of the 53rd Circuit Court when your oath is not properly even administered. I happen to know. Judge of the 53rd Circuit Court when your oath is not properly even administered. I happen to know.
What's wrong with his oath? Okay. What we got here? Magical Adventure uploaded a new video. Archbishop Richard Forskin. Continue with this a little bit longer.
I to know, I believe, did you take a bar association oath?
I'm going to answer your questions. Are you done with your opening statement?
I guess I don't really need to be here because this is not a legitimate court that I should be standing in. And I will not violate my own oath by submitting myself to an authority that has not done the proper oath himself.
All right, Ms. Miller, your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you would
Ms.
call.
Bridgman, you may not leave the courtroom.
I know you have people that need to know that they are violating people's unalienable rights by picking them up off the street without a single piece of paperwork.
Okay, Ms. Miller, who's your first witness?
If you would call
Does anybody else have a problem with this?
All right, hang on. There's going to be no outbursts in the courtroom, or you'll have to be removed. All right, Mr. Bird, please raise your hand. You may not leave the courtroom. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so. Yes.
I'd be happy to administer a
Ms.
legitimate oath.
Bridgman, hang on. So the court process works. I gave you both a chance for your opening statements.
This is not a
Hold on,
court
hold
I
on.
can submit to.
Hold on. The process is going to be,
I know you like to look really regal up there and
No.
maintain a degree of authority, and you
Ms.
have
Richmond.
guys carrying guns.
Ms. Bridgman,
I'm fully aware of that. Where are their
I
body
can-
cams and their vehicle
I
cams?
can put you in jail so you can watch it from there.
I know that's what you're hoping to do.
So Ms. Miller's going to be given an opportunity to question the witness, and then you'll be given an opportunity to question the witnesses. That's how court procedure operates. If you interfere with that procedure, you're going to be in direct contempt of court. Ms. Miller, proceed with your question.
I would have to be.
Please state your name for the record.
David Bird.
And can you spell your last name?
B-E-R-G.
And how are you employed?
I'm the IT director for Sheboygan County.
And in that capacity, are you able to see and access the surveillance footage in the building?
Yes, I am.
And are you able to pull portions of that video off the server?
I am.
And were you working that capacity on November 30th, 2023?
Yes.
And are you aware of security footage that was pulled from the system for that day?
Yes, I am.
Do you know what the time frame of that security footage that was pulled was?
8 to 10.
If you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead. That's what
And do you know what part of the building was pulled from the system for that time frame?
There were about 5 camera views, mainly downstairs in front of district court in the entryway.
And did you review this thumb drive prior to sitting here to testify today?
Yes, I did.
And does everything on this thumb drive, was that pulled from the system from November 30th?
Objection, this is all hearsay. Anything that is on that video is all hearsay.
It hasn't been offered into evidence yet, so hold on a second.
So you were able to view everything on the thumb drive?
Yes.
And was that all footage from those cameras from November 30th?
Hearsay.
Yes.
It hasn't been offered into evidence yet.
And
No, I know your presumptions are that if it's set in court and it's not objected, it becomes presumptive evidence.
All he said is that he reviewed it.
And did it appear to be
She's leading
edited
this.
in any way?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Did it appear to be edited in any way?
No, software that we have to allow us to edit.
So it's the full capture of that
Yes.
time frame?
Yes.
Okay, I move to admit People's Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1 has been offered for admission. Ms. Richmond, do you have an objection?
I have an objection that anything in the hallway is going to be considered contempt of court.
Okay, it is, I'm going to presume that that's an objection as to relevance. It is relevant. Objection over to the ones.
Thank you.
So,
helping her.
my honor,
He's helping her.
can we
That's
move
great.
to settle this? Because I know your
That's
main
great.
objective is to get me into jail unconstitutionally again.
Mr. Richmond, I assure you that is not my objective today. If it is your objective, there's easy ways that you can make that happen by continuing to behave as you are. But I assure you that is not my intention today. All right, so one's in.
Thank you, Your Honor. The time frame on the video is 2 hours. I don't think the court wants to, I want to show the full 2-hour video. If I would be allowed to present various snippets of relevant time from the video.
Okay, go ahead. All right, so Ms. Richmond, Ms. Miller's going to play portions of the security footage for the court. I'm not sure if you're able to see it from where you are standing. Again, I invite you, you're welcome to sit at the table where you can see it.
I was there, Your Honor, and before the living God, I know what's on that video, and I have not violated or broken any laws. I have stood in the way of your Commerce Court, so I understand that that's a contempt of court charge because you're a for-profit court.
For the living God. Oh boy. That's, go at me now. So, yeah, I was able to sleep pretty well this morning, or whenever that was. This morning, so weird. Went and got a nice, healthy American breakfast, and went to sleep. Made it through the day. All right. Didn't accomplish much, I got my laundry done. I accomplished not drinking, so that's an accomplishment. I had a song I wanted to hear. I forgot that. I guess it's gonna be storming all weekend, so I was hoping to get my stuff moved, but that may not be possible. But now I can focus on cleaning, which I probably should do before I get my stuff in there, right? So, stay task oriented. Task oriented. Eyes on the prize. Like this lady. She wants to get out of jail free.
And for the record, my office did contact Ms. Bridgman to offer to give her a copy of the flash drive or have put it on a flash drive for her, and she indicated that she did not want one.
Okay, go ahead. And about how long is this footage?
The various clips that I show will be approximately 5 minutes.
No, another one.
EVE Online is a vast.
I'm here. I'm just staying out of the way. Because it's so juicy, I don't want to step on any of it.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, this is right here.
I can't see it.
Okay, well, I can take closer to the bench. I can move to the next clip and see if it's
I mean, I see there's people down in the hall. Let's see how we run this.
Well, then I can just reserve to show the clips in case we need to later on. Then I have no further questions for Mr. Burke.
All right, Ms. Bridgman, do you have any questions for The witness, Steve Burke.
When's the last time you were at Salvation Army with your daughter? Sorry, I missed it. That's all.
Over. Thank you. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before call, Seth Flores.
Now, Your Honor, before you call the next witness, I would love to be in honor in your courtroom. And I would ask that we would settle to save this young man.
We're in the middle of it here. Mr. Flores, would you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Can you say your name for the record?
Seth Flores.
And can you spell your last name?
L-O-R-E-S.
Thank you. And were you present in this building on November 30th, 2023?
Yes,
Why did you come to the building on that day?
I had a court date for arraignment.
Okay, do you remember what time you showed up at the court?
I think around 10.
And when you came into the building, what happened?
Walked in, approached me. I think that she wanted to help me. She told me I didn't get away. And the judge suggested that I should talk to him.
Okay, can I stop you for a minute? You said Beth approached you. Did you see Beth in the courtroom today? How much wearing? I'd ask the court to, for the record to reflect that Mr. Flores identified as Bridgman.
And the district court is clicking it, they're telling me they're having a hard time hearing you. Mr. Flores, can you speak up and use your outside voice?
Yeah.
Should I repeat the question?
No, go ahead.
Okay. And so before you walked into the building on the 30th, did you know Beth?
No.
You just met her on that day?
Yeah.
And when you went into the courtroom, did anyone go with you?
No.
You don't remember anyone being in the courtroom with you?
They didn't walk in with me, or
I guess I can clarify. Once you were in the building and then you went into the room where the judge is. Did anyone go
Okay,
with you?
leaving the witness, come on.
That's just plain overruled.
yes, I walked in the courtroom.
I thought you would have prepped it better than this page.
Ms.
And-
Bridgman, that is not a proper objection. That's an interjection. That's disorderly. Don't do that. I know you're an adult human being, so you're capable of controlling yourself. So please do so. This is a format that has to be dignified and follow proper procedures and be orderly.
Okay, you just made my case, Judge, because your oath is not properly in order.
Mr. Flores, when you, so just to repeat, when you went into
Like a broken record.
the room with the judge, did anyone go with you?
Just that.
Okay. And at some point when you were in the room, do you remember if Beth said anything to the judge?
That I didn't need a lawyer.
Yeah, you can't. Miss
You're putting words in his mouth.
You'll have an opportunity to ask questions. You can't interject her.
Well, I have to object.
And then at some point, did the judge tell you to do anything?
Speak to a lawyer.
Okay. Did you ever speak to a lawyer on that day?
What's your objection?
She's just leading. She's taking him through every step, which I can refute. And she's telling him, you should have done this prior, Paige. You should have had him in here earlier and prepped him.
She asked him a question, did this happen? And he said, yes, that's perfectly
That's
proper.
leading.
That is
No,
not
she
leading.
should ask.
It's leading. She's. That is. Yeah. She's not a very good lawyer. Is she? Is she really a lawyer? I'm like.
You should ask him what
There's no
happened.
way she's a lawyer. She would not make that mistake.
Do you recall what happened when you tried to, or when an attorney approached you in the hallway?
Beth tried speaking to him and wouldn't let him speak to me.
Do you remember who that lawyer was?
Gilbert.
And were you ever able to talk to Gilbert about your arraignment?
Only after.
Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Oh yeah, I
Gotcha
turned
now.
up my gain. There we go. I turned it down. Am I coming in too loud or?
No, you're good.
All right, cool. How you been?
I'm doing all right. You know, a lot better than yesterday.
I guess I've been tired. So yesterday, like I can't remember what time you were on. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm driving or something. I can't even remember.
Yeah.
But I didn't get to bed till like whenever. I had to go back out today, and that sucked. I just got home again. So
Yeah, are you East Coast time? You're in the East Coast, right?
middle
middle?
Earth time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, got you.
Midwest.
You usually keep like
yeah.
pretty late hours.
Huh?
You usually keep like pretty late working hours.
Oh yeah, late and early. I'm 24/7.
Yeah.
I'm around the clock, like legit. Like Monday, I have to work for this part-time dude that I get like some side money from, because he like pays weekly, and I guess he really needs me, so I'm gonna go work with him for like a couple days in the morning. But most of my stuff's at night, and I do like windows in the morning. So when I'm not doing windows, I'm out cleaning by night. So I have like two businesses: I have my window cleaning business and then the cleaning business. And then a part-time job on top of all of that. It's insane.
That's rough.
It is rough, man. I'm all doing it just to get a bigger check to spite my brother.
Yeah.
Dude, he sent me this picture last year at December of like how much he earned. It was like 90 grand, right? 90 grand, I think, if I'm saying that right. He's like, this is what my job got me. I'm like, all right, you son of a bitch, challenge accepted. So now I'm like, I told myself I'm gonna try to make 100 grand. So or at least want 10 grand a month so I can make 100 grand a year. And I realized I actually did my math wrong. It's 120 grand, and I'm like, I'm either like $1,000 shy of that goal, because I literally just picked on some 2 new accounts. And I've been getting lucky. Like I like this last month, I've gotten like over $4,000 in new accounts, and I'm like, freak yes. So I'm like, haha, I'm on my way, and I'm gonna shove it in his face. Like, this is what you get for challenging me, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been stuck in that, like 30, 40K, I guess. And then it doesn't, it's like, you don't even see that really, like, until, it's like tax season. It's like, we really like, wow, did I really make that
Oh,
much?
dude, yeah.
A couple of years ago, though, I busted it, though, when I was doing pest control for a little bit. And I was, I had just worked a bunch that year anyway, but 2021. Yeah, I think I got like 50 that year, and I was like, when I saw it on paper, I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, dude, it gets crazy. Like, even last year, I think we did like 40 grand. Or not last year, the year before, 2022. Damn, I keep forgetting the time progression, man. It sucks. Yeah, 2022, we had like 40 grand, and I have to say, I'm like, it didn't feel like that. I felt like we got a lot more for what we did, and I'm like, really, we made that much? But what really sucks is inflation.
Yeah.
It really it kills you, like my bottom dollar. Like I'm thinking to myself, I could probably live comfortably for the rest of my life on this, and then I'm thinking, well, if I still live in an apartment, rent's probably going to go up in the next 5 years, which means I probably have to get another job or get the pay bumped in like 5 years. And if that doesn't happen, then I'm behind, right? And I'm like, that doesn't help me, man. Like, I don't think no matter what money you make, as long as there's inflation, you're probably never going to catch ahead, unless you like are just making like a clean mill or something like that, like 20 grand a month or something, like something heavy like that.
Right.
I just don't see, there ain't no way. Like, even for me, like, because I got employees now I got to start looking into. I already technically have one, but they're more like a partner. And I'm trying to see if they want to take on some extra work too. Because I'm trying to grow the business to have other people come in too. And I have like over 30 locations now, so it's insane. Not like my locations, but that I service.
Right. You're contracted.
Uh-huh. Ugh, it's insane. It's too hard. Sometimes I think about like, what the fuck am I doing? Should I just go get a desk job, something from 9 to 5? It's where I hear like
friend of
more
mine,
people.
he invested. He was he had been doing he was a licensed plumbing contractor. And he'd been doing it for years, and he invested in like this company. So now he manufactures baseball bats. But basically, what he does, all he does is the sales. Like he goes around and he shows these baseball bats he has manufactured off at games, and he sells them. And yeah, apparently he's like making a living that way. I was like, how the hell did you get into that? But you know, he's like he's an enthusiast. You know, he plays for fun and stuff like that. So he already has connections there. You know, which is cool. But yeah, I just thought that was a really interesting idea.
Yeah, man, people are doing all like baseball bats of all things, selling that. That's insane. See, I think about doing like other stuff like that. I know one thing I want to do is I want to do like I want to clean out like dead people's homes or something like that, and whatever like the property owner or the bank doesn't want, like you get to keep. And I've always wanted to do like a thrift store shopping type of deal with the merchandise that you get from like your cleaning, like when you do like evictions or some shit, and there's just leftover property. There's no one to claim it per se, so it's just garbage, right? It's like, well, yeah, you could just secondhand shop that shit, and that's something I've always like. I want to get on that professional level. I just haven't gone into it because you gotta like rent, you gotta buy like a truck, you know, just to get the junk out, or rent dumpsters and all that. And I'm like, that's a lot of dough that I'm not ready for. You could probably just buy a cheap old box truck and be like, all right, let's get it done.
Yeah,
if it dies, it dies.
You get your own truck, but then yeah, you still got to deal with the disposal issue and all of that. But I mean, yeah, no, I mean, you probably find some lucrative in there.
And then I've been thinking about like auto detailing too, because that's like a side step of cleaning as well, right? I'm like, also plumbing, ironically enough, because that's also a kind of cleaning. Power washing goes into plumbing because of the jetting.
Yeah, because a lot of those jobs are really simple. Switching out the, I remember all the names of all the fittings and stuff, like the P trap and all of that stuff.
Yeah,
it wasn't too bad. But we took on some crazy jobs when I was working for that guy. We were doing like full bathroom remodels and stuff like that. That was tough.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, so he's a pipe fitting in that sense, right? Not like the fishing out or.
Sorry, you cut out for a second. Pipe fitting and then what?
Yeah, it's like pipe fitting instead of the actual routing, like the pipe cleaning pipe.
Yeah,
like pipe laying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a friend whose dad used to do that. That type of plumbing, not the cleaning type out. He used to just do the construction, and he ended up losing his eye because of it. Because someone wasn't paying attention, and they shift the pipe over, and it cost him his eye.
Really? Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Took his eye out.
Yeah, they're like trying to shift, those long ass pipes or something like that, and like I think it was in a weird shape. He had to communicate over a walkie-talkie because it was a distance away, and like, I guess the dude didn't hear him say stop and caught him in the eye. I can't recall if this was like OSHA times or not, right? Because he's always had the missing eye since I've known him, but yeah, that's the story he relays. He's like, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, hopefully at least I got some money out of the deal, but that would suck to get a pipe in the eye, man.
You know what? That's weird. I don't know. And maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Like, because he lost his eye, do you think he automatically qualifies for like disability? And then he gets that for the rest of his life because he's been named? And then if that's the case, and then he can, because he still does plumbing, right? He just has depth perception issues. It's kind of you know, productive for what he's trying to do. That's a weird one.
I don't know how, you know, when it happened, you know, the law may have changed, but yeah, like you would have, because you still have some ability to work, so it'd be like, okay, but then you would, you know, presumably get like a you know, settlement of some kind. Well, you know, yeah, I guess the company should have like insurance for that type of thing, like it's like workman's comp or something, right? So that's been around for
Right,
a while.
yeah. So if he got a payout like that, then yeah.
But then it's not like a full disability because you can still kind of work with limited like abilities, right? So
yeah. We'll find a job for you. Like in this day and age, disability shouldn't exist because of sex work. Like, get out there. What are you doing? That should be the new law. You can't be on disability if you haven't tried sex work yet. Like, well, you gotta hit it. You know, if the applications aren't working, it's time to hit the sheets. So what's this sovereign citizenship?
Really inappropriate things that I'm not going to say.
That's probably.
I said I thought of two really inappropriate things. I'm not going to say either of them. So this lady is something else. We haven't even gotten really like any commentary from the guy who posted this yet. He's pretty funny. He is a lawyer, but so yeah, she's representing herself in this case. We kind of went over the charges, but she's like demanding the judge retake his oath of office or something like that. So that's like been her argument so far.
She's saying I got the kangaroo court. She mocked it, saying this isn't an official court of law. And so I wonder what her angle is. And then she said I agree to the Constitution, which nullifies and gives, like, it's weird because the moment you agree to that, you then agree to the court of law. So it gets really weird, and how she's gonna justify that. But yeah,
she said something like to testify or in the court would like adulterate her oath of office, that she has an oath or a constitutional oath to hold or something like that. I was like, what is she talking about? Like, what is? So I don't even. I'm not even sure who this lady is. He just like jumped right into it at the beginning. So I imagine he'll probably tell us more about what's going on here or something.
Maybe my only after.
Like, I don't think I did.
No
Got an ad, of course.
living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
Okay, that was dramatic.
yeah, right. You know, it's not like they're being forced to eat it. They kind of go to it and eat it.
Okay, but not
Just
on the
say
You
it.
already talked to Mr. Gilbert?
Yeah, the way that was going, I thought he was about to like, you know, beat the dog in the head with a bag of food and toss it in the pantry. I don't know, like.
They're gonna throw a live freaking kitten there so he can eat.
And
the
did
kitten.
Yeah.
Like, how fresh do you want his food to be, right?
You ever give any paperwork back to the court that morning?
Yes, I did.
Did you write anything on that paper?
Can we ask him what he did? Objection?
She is.
No, she's not.
Not really sure what it was. one ticket. Something about it's my personal vehicle, or it wasn't my personal vehicle when I wasn't driving.
Why did you write that on your ticket?
That's against the detail.
And does that mean anything to you, what you wrote on the paper?
Not necessarily.
So you said that suggested they write that on your ticket?
Yes.
And what did you do with the ticket after you wrote on it?
I think I turned it into the civil court desk.
But you don't have a transcriber, you have to keep all the notes yourself.
So
Ms.
after,
Bridgman, that's not proper objection. Stop misbehaving. You know how to behave. Behave.
I'm not sure. I'm the only one in bad behavior, Your Honor, according to Article 2, or Article 3, Section 2, Court.
Go ahead, Mr.
You might be in bad behavior.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Why don't you hand it to Bailey?
Is that
I like her snappiness to the judge, like holding him accountable, even if she's batshit crazy.
is that your handwriting on it?
It's funny, right? Like,
Right, like listen here, you piece of shit. I'm on to you. I know you're not what you seem. Oh, I'll be right back.
all right.
Is that what you turned into the court?
I believe so.
Your Honor, I guess I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the ticket. I believe it's in the court's file already on what Mr. Flores turned into the district window on November 30th.
Not. I'll still take judicial notice of the court's own records. Do you have it marked as an exhibit?
I do.
What's it, the number is?
I'm still trying to discern whether or not she is crazy. I mean, maybe she's, you know, she's still gonna have to obviously argue the case, but I'm interested to see what she says.
And then after you gave your ticket to the window, what did you do next?
I was advised to leave.
Who advised you to leave? So, at that point, did you leave?
Yeah.
At any point in that morning, did you,
All right, I'm back.
address the court on your ticket?
Welcome back.
And after you initially were told to meet with an attorney, did you ever go back into the courtroom?
I think about a week later.
Okay, but that day, did you ever go back?
No.
And following leaving the courtroom, what did you do after that?
Just went out and got some lunch.
Okay, who did you do that with? You remember where that was?
Not really sure. Libby. Maybe.
Okay, and then, did,
Sorry, Mr. Flores, you're really gonna have to use your outside voice.
and while you were at lunch, did,
Talks like
Ms.
a
Bridgman ever give you any money?
teacher.
No.
Yeah.
For my phone, gas.
So did she give you any money?
Yeah.
How much money did she give you?
$60.
And what, was that $60 in cash?
Yes.
And that occurred after the same day as the court, arraignment in the morning?
I believe so.
All right, Ms. Richmond, do you have any questions for Mr. Flores?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Good to see you, sir. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. The way I recall it, you were talking to some of my friends before we talked. Or we were talking and then we went over to the phone.
Brenner, I guess I'd object to that's my question.
Sure. You'll have a chance to offer testimony on the road if you want, but you just made a statement about your recollection.
Okay.
You can ask questions of this witness.
Okay, Seth.
Recordings
So yeah, not a lawyer.
just got better.
No
Hey.
knowledge of how this works.
It's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on StreamYard.
What does that mean, local? Oh, never mind. I'm dumb. What the ad person was saying about the local recordings, I figured out what they meant.
Oh yeah.
No.
Did I cause you to lose money in any way that day?
No.
Did you tell me about what Deputy Dukowski had been saying to you on two other MIPs?
Yeah. Yes.
Did I suggest or offer some information to you that you had willingly, as a passenger in a vehicle, surrendered all of your God-given rights, and you did not need to do that?
Yeah.
And that you have the right to stand up under common law and not be placed through tyrannical police measures.
Yes.
Did you tell me what Officer Dukowski said when he pulled you over? What was the reason he pulled you over that time?
He did not state a reason.
Was it something about a Butler Road in what I could recall?
I believe he told us, or the driver, my friend, that he crossed the center line.
I believe you had told me the white line.
Yeah.
A white line, which is not the center line. And there are no white lines out there on Butler when you turn off. How far did the Deputy Dukowski follow you that night?
Your Honor, I guess I'd object to the relevance of the question.
I'll overrule it. Go ahead and answer the question.
From Subway to Butler Road. They said that we crossed the line by Subway, but I don't recall.
Okay. I recall you, and listen, I know this was a high stress environment for you, okay? And I have many friends in town who have gone through this same thing.
I guess I'd object
And
again
so-
to the question.
Well, I think she's laying the groundwork for a question. Go ahead.
Because
You have to end up at a question.
That's funny.
if you've gone through 3 years of COVID in the schools and complied with everything, you're very compliant. He did comply with me. I offered him liberty. You offered him, maybe Dukowski talked about taking his vehicle. Is that right? Are those the terms you had told me?
Yes.
Yeah. As a passenger, did you really have to surrender to all of those things that you cooperated with them on?
No.
No. And And so was I offering, I know that this county doesn't like common law, but it's actually still on the books and it's a natural recourse. And there are plenty of laws that say if nobody's hurt and nobody was injured, there is no crime. So I was suggesting that you stand up for your rights for once, because I don't even know where you guys got the alcohol. Can you tell me where you got the
There
alcohol?
you go. Ask questions.
Can you tell me where you got the alcohol?
Well, hold on. I'm not gonna have you ask Mr. Flores any more about the underlying substance of his case, because he would have certain privilege rights against self-incrimination.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna do that.
You had just gotten off work, is that right?
No.
How long had you been?
So she proceeds to keep doing it.
Wait. So he's only saying that because he's a minor, right? About the self-incrimination? Because that doesn't make sense. I mean, he's there, he's on the stand. Let him incriminate himself all he wants. Isn't that your job, Judge? To get him to incriminate himself?
Yeah, because they're talking about an unrelated case. They're talking about his unrelated case. So this is like, I don't know whether I guess she's giving him
I'm
like
trying to
legal
follow.
advice or
Okay.
whatever, as sovereign citizen. Yeah, so and that's why I'm trying to figure out how they end up here.
I'm
Like,
so lost.
apparently.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah. So hopefully we'll get some clarification here.
Yeah, right.
Had you been off work?
Probably
She's different from the others. She's a witch.
a couple hours. I got off around 8.
And it was what time were you picked up?
But again, I guess, you know, I will go back and sustain the earlier objection. What happened during the traffic stop with Mr. Flores is not relevant to the question of whether you unlawfully gave him legal advice at the courthouse or interfered with his arraignments or failed to appear for the show cause.
So stay with me,
that's
Your
relevant.
Honor, because I believe there were some deals cut in order to target me.
Well, ask him that. Ask him if
Okay.
those have any deals.
Were there
cut
any
or
deals
whatever.
made to keep somebody that you love from harm if you testified against me?
No, we had the court date and the charges were dropped to two civil infractions. And then after the court case, I was sent a letter in the mail to be here today to testify.
So were you charged with anything after they sent you the letter? Because I remember you called me that night, or you messaged me that night and said they sent you a letter in the mail.
That was
Pull you back into their jurisdiction like they did me, only they arrested me, Seth, so. Yes.
that was previous letters from the court.
That has shown up. But it worried you. It
Yeah.
worried you. I know it worried you. What did I suggest that you do? Because I don't know how parents leave kids and the first thing kids should do is text their mom and dad, get over here, I got the cops pulling me over again in the middle of the night. Now, you had told me that you were pulled over at 3 a.m. Is that right?
I believe So yes.
Again, I would object about the underlying case.
Right, again, the facts and circumstances of his stop are not relevant. It's just-
I believe that we're protecting somebody here, Your Honor. I think it is pertinent. And I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to go down as the bad person, even though I didn't harm Seth and I didn't cause him any property damage. Is that right, Seth?
Yeah. Well, that, he did say that. I do want to ask you, Mr. Flores, you said that it was just dropped to 2 civil infractions. Was that conditioned in any way on your offering testimony in this matter?
Hey, Abe, I'm falling asleep. I'm gonna get going. I'll talk to you later. Have a good one.
All right.
I
Thanks
know
for
it
coming
can
by,
be
man.
subtle,
Good talking
right?
to you.
Seth?
Nice talking to you too. Bye bye.
See you later. I'll be here all night. Burning the midnight oil, watching Law Talk with Mike here, the sovereign citizen case. Still, so she's giving him legal advice. She is not an attorney. Apparently, his case does not go well. So I'm trying to put the pieces together here. It's like he's trying to get money out of her.
Right, Seth? Would you say that when you're in authority's presence, you are probably going through some form of high anxiety?
Yes. I'm nervous when I get pulled over.
And do you know that people can completely forget? I've worked with at-risk kids, taking tests and everything else, and they can completely forget what has occurred, and they're open to suggestions. And I know how to calm kids down, and was I not willing to stand with you if you were going to be pulled over? Did I not tell you if Dukowski came at you for the 4th time to get a hold of me?
Yeah, I felt more confident after that, but I'm still nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Still nervous when cops pull me over, even when I'm not in the wrong.
Is it possible?
Most people are.
Because of your high anxiety?
Pause for a moment. Listen to the weird noise. Sounds of our brains floating around inside of our skulls. I don't think there's anyone coming. See what we got going on over here. gift for book lovers and sweet. Bring together the joy of reading and the magic of music. Caffeine. Coffee comes from plants, so technically I've had 6 salads today. Yes. I follow NASA. President Donald J. Trump, the Son of Man, the Christ. Hilgard Mueller. Is this real? Apparently. Here's the thing about hell. What exactly does an eternal punishment solve? Does this fix what was broken? Nope. Does the sinner get the chance to correct his behavior in the future? Nope. The concept is useful for one thing and one thing only: receiving enjoyment of others' suffering forever. The concept of hell can only be created by an imperfect, sadistic, moronic, and evil being. It's not something you would expect from a loving, intelligent, good God. However, it is something you can't expect from humans, probably because we created the concept of hell and God. Good point. Oh. Uh-oh. It's doing the thing again. How did I end up back on that post? Oh no, now it's doing something really weird. Computer just went ghost on me, man. I have no idea what's going on here. Are you seeing this shit, man? Okay. Anyway, so there was cosplaying as Christian. Some notifications over here. What's up, the notifications? The notifications. Trump is not well. We knew that. Hilmar Ragnarsson followed us. Thank you. Ice Gorilla Production. I like it. Lucas Reyes. Thank you. Try to be logical somewhere. There we go. Secular oriented, very aware of mortality. Life is a sparkle of light in eternal darkness. Thank you. Ibrahim Hassan. Ooh, welcome. Robert C. Smith, MD. Alright. Physician, educator, and researcher. Author of texts on patient-centered interviewing, mental health care. Love it. Alright. Welcome. Thank you. Dr. Michael P. Masters. Morpho Time. Anthropology professor, author of Identified Flying Objects, the Extratempestrial Model and Revelation, musician, painter, skier, dad, progressive, pagan healer. Nice to meet you. There's more in there. How did I not follow back Captive Disc? That is a sin. I apologize. It's easy? I don't know if I should follow that account back. That looks sus, doesn't it? Pace easy? I accidentally put porn up on the stream. What the hell's going on around here? Oh, that was my fault. Okay. I pressed the wrong button. Dun, 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 dun. Scroll down. We gotta make sure we don't get any unfortunate content on here. Okay, TikTok, crypto, yeah, crypto. Okay. Pace easy. Thick nay. Yeah, the same stuff. We're learning. Cheryl, lover of milkshakes, always up for a good challenge. Drink every last drop. No milkshake left behind. Now that one, it's got the yeah. Is this a joke? Okay. Leave that alone. God, there it is. That was good and loud. You hear that? DI grape? Sure, why not? Vicky, blessed lips by the love goddess Aphrodite, spreading passion, romance, and positivity, one kiss at a time. Join me on this enchanting journey. Well, how could I resist? Emery Gilman. Christians must unite as Christians for Christ. We must be totally Christ-centered. The Jesus of the New Testament, the New Covenant, Jim. Okay, Jim. Sure, why not? Let's do that. Ray Carver, Southbound Beat. I shouldn't follow all these people back. It's going to end up being worse than Facebook. Nancy White. Usually engage in retreading tires, industry well known as MRF pre-TED franchisee. Use only Jogi retreaders. What is this, dude? Person follows me on Twitter, I guess. I don't know. X or whatever it's called. Oh, hello. Andrew Dell. Oop. That's not the one. I recognize that name. Okay, so we're getting sidetracked here. Just as I mentioned in here. Yep, bro, you can check out our pin. Ooh, lots of apes here. Cool. I like it. Thank you to Nolan Watts. No idea who you are, but now I'm following you too. Ape reunion. Ape School, huh? Educational Web3 project for businesses and individuals. You should recognize and use Web3 opportunities. Know what that is? Ape shit tables? Ape shit stables. Oh, that sounds fun. Following apes. Oops. Shit. I messed up. Ape stacking. Ape Star Line, LLC. Ape Store 24. Ape Strong, HOTL. Forced medicine is not love, it is medical rape. Get your hands off my body. I will not comply. Bodily autonomy, Lex Rex Ape family. Okay. Ape Tarkon. Ooh, 18 only. Dumping tasty artwork. I have to check that out off Ape the Star. No, it's like a that doesn't matter. Ape Time London. Time London. Ape Time is the perfect place to meet your old friends and find new ones. Oh, very nice. Well, I'm not in London, but Ape to the Future. Ape Toes FF. Ape Ultra. That's us, Ape Trustee. Ape U Time? Ape U Tune. Ape U Tune Ape? Promoter and reading habit researcher and it's fun. Ape versus plants? Ape plants versus ape zombies? What the fuck? Alright, let's take a look at that one. What is this? Nice. All right. Why not? Is that all that happens? Put their hands, I guess, development phase. Put their hands in their mouth, their head falls off. Okay, why not? What else we got? Ooh, this one's got a spear. And their head falls off at the end of every one. Huh. New posts. Strongest attack. Ethan is. Ethan who? There's a lot of Ethans out there. Now we're at the tavern and the bard lays down thy most favorite melodies. Corn dog isn't real, he can't hurt you. What? Freak on leashes. It's funny, my best friend, his dog was named Kurt the Corn Dog. Kurt the Corn Dog. I don't know what was his thing. Don't ask me. What we got going on over here? Spooky bed haircut to see you. The dog went to bed. Pretty beat. Was here for a while. We're watching Law Talk with Mike. I am out here in this. Well, the rain's not too bad now, but the wind is still just out there, and there's some crazy noises coming off the bay here. But yeah, it's like it's dead out here. There's no work going on, so there's no workers, so there's no work for me to do. So amazing. I just get to hang out here and be cold, so cold. So we're watching this sovereign citizen case here. Where this, it's kind of bewildering trying to figure out what's going on, but yeah. Just keep trying. That was just crazy loud. I don't know if you can hear that or not. Talk said he thought he might have heard it earlier. I'm gonna check the land on the stream too. I think the noise itself is overbearing, so I wouldn't even be able to tell if I could hear it like in the background. It's not, it's like very loud in the stream, I guess. So I'm just gonna go back to watching this video for a little bit here, and then I might switch it up again. Just try to occupy myself out here on this beautiful Friday night, turning into a Saturday morning, March 2nd. getting back on track. I didn't do I did have like some of the things I was supposed to do today. The main thing that I wasn't supposed to do today I didn't do, but I didn't like go to my meeting or anything like that. So yeah, I'll just have to work on that tomorrow or what have you. In the meantime,
anxiety around, and this, you're not alone in this, dude. I can show you a dozen people in this room at least who have high anxiety around this place and anything having to do with it. And these gentlemen, is it possible that some of your memory today is not exactly right?
Maybe not 100%.
Do you think I felt I needed to protect you and Gilbert? Because I knew what Gilbert was trying to do. He was trying to put you back in their jurisdiction. They were trying to make money off of you. And I was preventing that, right?
I felt guided almost.
You felt what?
I felt guided almost because nobody was really telling me what to do.
Yeah. So there were a few details that I would say I recollect differently, but I would no more put any of my friends in the jurisdiction of his authority and this court's authority and subpoenas and bonds and everything else to testify against you.
Okay, that's not a
Because
question.
I don't
Ask the
care, Your
question.
Honor. I'm here to protect Seth
All right.
and anybody else.
Can you redirect?
Yes. Mr. Flores, do you recall when you came back to the court after that arraignment day?
Maybe a week after.
Okay, and at that point, do you recall if you resolved your underlying case with civil infractions?
Yes, we did that day.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner, use of area, there's use of codes.
Hang on,
and statutes.
Mr. You'll have to leave the court.
I'm out of here, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nick.
Ridiculous.
So you resolved your case of civil infractions, you said a week after?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you come for did the court issue a show of cause against you?
I can't recall.
Okay, do you remember if there was another hearing that was held after you?
Are we not just leaving
entered
and
your
then I
show
just
cause?
substantiate that he
Hang on, the
by
question, the
threat
objection
environment,
was,
people forget?
hang on, the objection was leading, that is the leading question sustained.
I think after the
this is such a fucking circus. It's ridiculous. Let's see if I can do something with this. Move the box around. Shake it up.
Hang on, the question, there was an objection to the question, I sustained it, so we have to wait for another.
So did you provide testimony in your underlying case at some other time, other than today?
Do you know the U.S. Solar Company's nasty little secret? It turns out if you live in California, they have to give you solar panels for absolutely
the civil infractions, I got charged.
Okay, do you remember what the date was?
I do not. I do not know the date. I think it was December. Sometime in December.
But you don't remember why you were testifying?
For I don't recall.
And you said earlier that you felt guided while you were dealing with Miss Bridgman. Who did you feel was guiding you?
Miss Bridgman, because nobody really directed me where to go, and It was one of my first experiences here, so I didn't really know what was going on.
Do you remember if the judge ever told you where to go?
After we entered the courtroom, he advised that I should talk to a lawyer.
But at that point, did you already feel guided?
I kind of felt I didn't know who to trust.
I think this is kind of an asked and answered.
I don't have any more questions then.
Right, Mr. Flores, thank you for your testimony. Your second. Any additional witnesses, Ms. Thorne?
Yes, Your Honor, before we call Mr. Gilbert.
Yeah, that made the case right there.
No idea what's going on. You made the case.
Oh, this is part of the bar. Click. Let's do this, Jim.
Gilbert, raise your right hand for me. You sound swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Can you state your name for the record?
James Gilbert.
And how are you employed?
Primarily, I am a public defender for Sheboygan and Prescott County.
And were you working in that capacity on November 30th, 2023?
I was the MIDC arraignment attorney that day, plus I had my own caseload.
Are you familiar with Seth Flores?
Yes, I met him.
How are you familiar?
I knew him briefly that day because
Isn't this all hearsay?
his case got called
Your
up.
video? Oh, because he's a qualified bar association member?
No, he's testifying from his personal knowledge, so that
Okay.
objection is overruled. Go ahead.
So she just tried to get him to okay.
And then I later met him on a one-on-one level after his mother brought him back into the county building a few days or a week later.
Okay, so back on the 30th, did you ever meet with Mr. Flores?
Not one-on-one.
Did you ever attempt to meet with Mr. Flores?
I did.
Can you tell me about that attempt?
Oh, yes. I was in the courtroom and at some point in time, his case was called. And usually what happens is the people, as they come in, go up to our office on this floor, and we meet with them there before their arraignment time was going to happen. I had not met with Mr. Florence. He was in the courtroom. Judge Visnaw called his case and asked if he had met with the arraignment attorney. He said no, and Judge Visnaw told him that he should meet with me. And then what happened was there was another gentleman in the room that made some comment about I wasn't going to represent him, and just to tell the court that I wasn't going to meet with them. I said I can't do that. I need to finish up with a couple of cases, and I'd be out for hallway to meet with them. And a little bit later, I attempted to do that.
Wow. Can you tell me about the attempt in the hallway?
Yes, I walked out into the hallway, and Mr. Florence was there with the lady that's here in the courtroom, and
The woman, the living soul.
okay. But on 3 attempts, I tried to.
The woman, the living soul. Okay, so, and who's this other guy? You said there was another guy in the courtroom.
talk to Mr. Florence, and each time I was interrupted, wasn't allowed to talk to him.
And who interrupted you?
The woman in the courtroom in the green jacket, her coat.
Okay, isn't this some kind of bar association star chamber thing we got going on here? Wow.
Ms. Bridgman's testimony under oath, and you'll have a chance for cross.
Okay, I just
Stop interrupting.
invalidated your oath. What does testimony under oath mean in this county?
Ms. Bridgman, I mean, I've warned.
I mean, what is she even doing here, like in the courthouse at this point? Like, I can't. I'm so confused about like how this situation arises to where she's like getting in between this kid and his attorney, and they're like he had just met her right there. He's like, I was just confused. And then, so what's this? He's just like getting into his business. All right, you know, interesting. I've never had anything like that happen to me, but you know, it's a weird world.
I've warned you repeatedly. I don't know if you're having some enjoyment out of that, but I really want you to participate in the courtroom fully from this. If you continue to disrupt it, I'll have you watch it from a jail cell over video, and I'll mute you, and you can just listen. But I don't want to do.
Oh, now he's laying the gavel down. I mean, that's like, because he was acting all nice. He was acting like a schoolmaster. He's like, behave now. Please behave. You should behave. Use your outside voice and behave. Yeah, he's like, I will put you in a cell.
I want to do that. I mean, you please cooperate with me in that and let the process go forward. I mean, we got to have a hearing. So
I see what I
a
see
star
what you
chamber
did.
is something that determines guilt without a hearing. So
I'd like
we're
to
having a
see
hearing.
Gilbert's
Go ahead.
oath of
Next
office.
question.
And I got yours.
So you said you were interrupted 3 times. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
At some point, or what did you do after that?
After that, I just I went back up to our office, and at that time there was like the person that's in charge of was a gentleman, Mr. Keogh. Just reported what had happened, and pretty much that was it. I learned later that Mr. Florence had left the building.
Okay, and then did you so at any point did you assist Mr. Flores with an arraignment on that date?
I did not.
And at any point were you able to go over the facts of his case and advise him of his rights?
I was not. I touched on 3 times, and I don't remember the exact order. I at one point tried to explain in the hallway what my job was. The lady, Ms. Bridgman, interrupted me at one point in time and said, "No, his job is to scare the hell out of you." That was one time. She interrupted. I tried again. I was told that Mr. Florence was not going to contract with me, and I thought the 2 of them were together. And then there was a 3rd time I was interrupted, and I basically said, "Okay, I'm done."
And then at some point later you met with Mr. Flores?
That was a couple days later. A couple days or possibly a week.
And
I don't remember exactly.
do you recall if there was any any other hearings in his case?
I was subpoenaed, as I was today, for I believe, a show cause hearing for Mr. Florence that I had to testify at. And I believe that was in December,
Do you remember what the underlying show cause was?
for his failure to stay for the arraignment.
And that would have been the arraignment on the 30th.
Correct.
You could not hear me because I was muted. Shift gears for a little bit and come back. Might knock out both of these videos tonight. Or this morning, now that it is Saturday, March 2nd, 2024, 12:09 in the AM. Rain's been off and on. Wind's pretty consistent though. Steady winds out here. Lots of strange vibrations coming from the bay. Gods of the internet willing.
Why? And why you're
Just
so
like her, man.
defensive.
I just wish that Shanny and Rev would get a spine and start doing open shows where people can come into the room and actually dialogue with them and talk to them. But like I said, that's how you know that you're guilty for everything that you.
You know, that is actually that's a really good idea. I think that would be actually kind of interesting and maybe even productive. Maybe, I don't know.
Ever done on social media when you can't face your critics? Oh, not only do I face my critics, I'm not very nice when I do it, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. The only time I'm nice when I'm dealing with my critics is when my critics are being civil. Come on, Red, get your butt out here. Come on. Come on now. Fast forward this a little bit.
The start.
There we go.
You gassed them.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I
you did.
asked you a question.
And I told you the truth so that you wouldn't see her pictures in the IG anymore. Ever.
How about not getting the pictures at all, Rev? Shanny's right in this. How about not getting the pictures at all?
Yeah. Jason.
Yeah, I mean, if you get them the first time or whatever, yeah, I mean, it's like out of your control, right? Yeah, but we're just going in circles here. Like, okay, and he didn't tell the chick not to send him Nancy. It's like, send him over here. Deception. Okay, we're out. So it's like, what's the outcome of this? What's the outcome of this? Does he just want her to like not be mad? Is he just gonna? I don't know. I've been in these arguments. I've been in not the exact same, but a nearly identical argument in relationships in my past.
That's it.
That's not what was said, and that's not how it looked like.
I don't care how it looked like. I'm telling you, I had no intention sexually with this woman at all.
That's why you kept saying you want to move to Norway.
Yeah, I want to get out.
Only Germany says.
So now he's trying to prove that like he didn't even commit thought crime. Like I didn't even think about it. Right? Like,
says, oh my God, it happens in relationships. People say things they don't mean. Well, in Melly, I'm sorry to tell you this. I know these two very well, and there is hundreds of videos on here confirming what Rez ultimately
I
say
need
to
lust after her in my heart.
Shanny. And believe you me, he meant it.
This country.
Regardless of what
Let's move to Norway to someone we don't fucking know. That's
Yeah.
real smart.
And I'm gonna tell you something else too, about people who hold back their anger and don't say the things that they really want to say to people. I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of times when they do get to that place and they start talking and start running their mouth about how they really feel about somebody, you're getting the real thing. Kind of like when somebody's drinking and they get so much of that in their system, and you start asking them questions, and now they don't have that capacity no more to be critical no more and to be slick with their thinking. Now they're just gonna be brutally honest about everything, that's going on in their life or whatever situation that they're in. In this case, I believe Rev was spitting out what he really believes. The Bible says something really interesting. It says that from the abundance.
Lights just flickered in here. Don't have a power outage or something. That would suck. Luckily, the batteries are all full in here. Not bring an emergency flashlight. Not too smart. Too smart.
Abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. The Bible also talks about that the issues of a man is found in his heart, right? So if you get a person emotional enough and they start doing this, what's in here is eventually going to come out their mouth. And had I been thinking like that when I started being friends with these guys again, I would have saw past their baloney a whole lot faster. But hey, you live and learn.
Yeah.
Fucking indeed. We got a new video from Oil of Grey, 1 hour ago, Night People, 1954. Flavor, DJ Oz, Ozzy's probably spinning some records over there. Institute for Creation Research. Diluting the Word of God, 46 minutes ago. Time is 12:16 a.m. Presently have $554.35 in my bank account. Excuse me. And all right, so I'm trying to figure out if I can see. I'm working on here with all the noise. Remind me later. Do this. It's a new feature. Never used it before. Okay, what up? How do you loop it? Oh wow. That's really advanced. I didn't think it was going to be that advanced. Abort the mission. Just use this one. not too bad.
Yet you want to get to know her.
No, she was sent by Draven. It's all fake.
Yeah, you
But
still.
Shanny, even if, okay, let's say hypothetically speaking, he did want to get to know her. Let's say hypothetically speaking, he wanted to move to Norway. Let's say hypothetically speaking, he found her attractive and her tattoos and all those other stuff and whatnot. And now I don't believe that that's the case, but let's just say hypothetically speaking that was true, right? Because he has no money to go to. Hypothetically speaking, that's true, right? As a woman, what are you supposed to do? Begins with a D. You're supposed to dump him and show him from the word go. You're not putting up with that, but you can't because A, you're in a codependent relationship. B, you need him. Okay, you don't got a backup option, and if he throws you out the house, you're screwed. It's a cardboard box for you, or a homeless shelter for you, or whatever. And Shandy, sometimes I think you don't really see your situation for what it is. You are an argument away, saying the wrong thing away from saying the wrong thing to Rev away from being thrown out that house. You better watch yourself, Shanny. You better watch yourself because little by little, Rev's eyes are being opened about you. Little by little.
You were fantasizing about it.
No, I wasn't.
Going to Norway.
Yeah, going to see Norway, sure. Norway's fucking cool looking.
Yeah, but I highly doubt he wanted to go to Norway with you, Shanny. Like I said, Shanny, in my video about you being a low-value woman, you don't bring nothing to the table.
The way he says
You know, just to get off
man, of course I want to go to Norway. Norway's fucking cool looking, man.
These guys real quick. One of the most annoying things
go to
a woman says to a man when he's trying to kick it to her is that, well, what do you have to offer me? And then he goes through the whole laundry list of his job, what he makes, where he lives, yada, 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 yada. And then a lot of men forget to ask that same woman, what do you got to offer me? And if you don't mind me being blunt, a lot of women a lot of times, at least in my experience, in the experience of a lot of men, and you can look it up on YouTube, you'll see what I'm talking about. A lot of women just tell you that, well, I'll lay on my back, basically. I'll hit you with that loving. But they want you to have a car, a house, they want you to have a ton of money. Get the heck out of here. You must be crazy. But in this case, Shanny, you have absolutely nothing. I want you to think about this. When you present yourself on the internet, Shanny, let's just say we can find you a guy that likes women like yourself, right? You do understand there has to be something about you that another man is going to want, right? But if you're telling people you got fibromyalgia, you can't walk, you can't talk, you can't chew, you can't drink, your hair looks like, it hasn't been cleaned in 100 years or whatever. You wear the same shirt every single day. You're not doing anything to do about your hygiene or anything like that. You're not presenting yourself like a respectable lady on here or nothing like that. And you are showing that you ain't nothing but a liability. Ain't nobody in their right mind gonna want you. Even Rev is starting to slip out of your fingers because you ain't bringing nothing to the table. You want the man to work. You want the man to run errands. You want him to wipe your butt. You want him to do all of these things, and you are bringing nothing to the table. That's why I call Shanny a low-value woman, because she brings diddly squat to the relationship. So from Rev's perspective, I kind of understand how he feels.
The land of Vikings.
I have every right.
But at the same time, Shanny is 100% right. She has every right to be angry and then looking at news from another woman and then telling that same person to send them somewhere else and not to your Instagram or whatever.
Feel the way I feel and
Right.
be heard.
Feel that way. Be heard.
Again.
Yeah. Well, now we can be done with it, maybe, right? Because it's for where you want. If you want to be finished with this, I'm fine with it.
Rev's always the one that's initiating it, and that is literally the only trump card he has to put Shani in her place. If he wants the upper hand in a relationship, all he's got to do is say, "Look, I'll break up with you. If you don't want to be in a relationship, get to stepping." And he knows Shani ain't going nowhere.
I do that too. I do that. Yeah. Just saying.
She gonna go. I'm gonna talk about the ultimate trump card. That's what you get for being lazy, Shani. You put yourself in this situation.
Yeah, I know you are, because you want to finish. You're sick of doing. Oh.
Yeah, you're sick of helping me, and you put that on me too. You see that, folks?
I didn't put that on you. I know. I'm horrible.
Yeah.
I know I'm going through a lot, and I need help, but I need help.
Yep.
And I'm horrible for needing help.
No, you twisted it to your own. You are a total
How?
narcissist.
How?
You are a complete narcissist.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, because it's all about you. You don't care about Rev. You don't care about Rev's uncle. You don't care about your friends. You don't even care about your mom. You don't care about your, you don't care about your late mother. You don't care about your late father. You don't care about your sisters and your siblings. You don't care about your cousins. You don't care about the people who watch your YouTube channel. You don't care about the roaches. You don't care about the ants.
Oh, yeah,
you don't care about the dirt. You don't care about the clouds. You don't care about the sun. You don't care about Jesus. You don't care about God. You don't care about the Holy Spirit. You don't even care about the devil. The only person you care about, Shani, is Shani. Yes, you are a narcissist. The whole world revolves around nobody breaking your heart and you living the life that you want. Yes, you are a narcissist.
No, I'm not.
Very abusive, man.
How? Because I ask questions. Because I get upset because I see my man go to another woman.
Which never happened.
Well, that's how I see it.
Never happened.
Rev, she has a point in the sense that you should have told whoever this lady was not to send you nudes. Let's continue. And some people in my chat think they're slick. Hey man, what kind of relationship advice can you give? When was the last time you was with a woman? And
I mean, there's a point to be had there.
This is when I'm gonna go back to being G-Man of this is 2024, right?
What year is it now?
2023, 2020, 2020, and the old G-Man. This is when I go back to the old G-Man. That, quite frankly, ain't none of nobody's business on whether or not I'm in a relationship or not. But the point is, I do have enough experience.
You're not. Okay, see, that's a card you can play. You'd be like, oh, it's nobody's business here. I think you would probably be out here flaunting it, though. You don't seem like that type, really that personality type. I don't know about that.
Experience to
I don't
know,
think he'd be keeping it
just like I
secret
think
he would be on the down
somebody
low
who's
about it.
brain dead and has not marijuana, has crack for a brain, at least would know not to accept news from another woman if you are in a relationship with somebody. It's common sense.
Happened.
By the way, I got a PhD in common sense. Anyway, let's continue.
PhD in common sense.
It never
Jason,
happened.
you said you wanted to move to Norway. You saw her pics. You said send your pics here. I don't know what you said to her other than that. You could be erasing messages and stuff.
I don't care what.
Oh shit, sorry. I thought
I
I
didn't
muted.
erase any messages. You erased every message that was ever erased. You did. Because you're so insecure, you can't even see another woman's body.
But that's irrelevant to the point, though, Rev. If you know that she's insecure, you should not be accepting these nudes. And this is where you're wrong. Let me tell you something. I'm telling you this over the internet. I would tell you this to your face. I said, no. I don't like Shani. I don't like what Shani has done to you. I don't like what Shani attempted to do to me. I don't like what Shani has done to other people. But I'm gonna tell you this. In this case, Shani's right. She is 100% correct. You ain't got no business accepting no news from no stranger.
Why do you feel like you keep having to reinforce that point? Like it's like the only thing. It's like the one thing. It's like the one. Okay, but oh my god, it's so maddening.
You are so much in love with Shani.
That's how insecure you are. When I don't look at anybody but you.
If you're getting nude, you're looking at somebody else, you moron. And the girl at the convenient on in Scranton, there was several women. I would say in Walmart. There was some women at the gas station. You are so full of it, Rev. It's not even, no, actually, it's Dollar Tree. Actually, come to think about it, these giant charities. There's a bunch of different places, dude, where I caught you looking at the hotel, for crying out loud. Stop it, man, with the nonsense. Just stop it.
Yeah, go to hell, Shannon.
Yeah, I mean, man's got the wandering eye, so it's like either, you know, she comes to terms with it or they part ways, right? Like, you can't, you know, I mean, or he's got to, I don't know, see a hypnotist or a priest or something, try to reprogram his brain so that he doesn't, you know, look at other people anymore, right? Like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're already there.
But I do like the fact that he is defending himself. I absolutely love it. Whether he's right or wrong, it is about time, because you know Shanny would have made him shave his head again, and maybe not put an A on his head. Maybe she would have made him put 666 there. That's how deplorable Shanny is.
Hey, gaslight me to hell, fine.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm just saying what you're saying. I don't understand why.
By the way, if anybody out there before I started speaking out against Shanny thought for a second that I would have allowed this kind of verbal abuse to happen to me, you don't know me. Because I had to throw her out a long time ago. They would have never made it to Colorado. A long time ago.
You can't even answer me that question.
You want answers. You want me to talk forever. You hate my voice, too.
Let me tell you something about
You don't even like hearing my
voice. And a lot of women don't like it when I say this, but this is how I am as a person. All right. And a lot of women don't like this. I am not one of these men that if I get in a relationship with a woman and we start fighting, then I'm going to put my hands on you. That's not how I handle you. I tell any woman that I think about getting involved with or I've been involved with that I'm like, you know, I'm not going to put my hands on you.
Yeah, no, I don't see G-Man as a woman beater. I can't see that being like, you know, I mean, everybody has their limits, but I don't see that being like a staple for this. But you know, sometimes you don't know.
That's not who I am.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
I'll tell you what I am gonna do, in which you're gonna wish I put my hands on you. I will drop you like that. Then you're not in love. No. If it gets to the point that I'm so angry, that I'm so upset that I feel like I got to do something like that, that relationship is over.
Okay, I was like, hold on, did he just say like, okay, 'cause for a second I thought he meant like, oh, if you put your hands on me, I'm gonna knock you out. But he said like, oh, if you make me want to put hands on you, then okay, that's actually, you know, maybe a responsible move. I don't know, maybe check your anger. How often does that happen to you? You know what I mean? Like how often you get that angry that you want to hit somebody.
And I know that's the worst kind of pain to have to deal with. You want to put somebody in their place really fast? Have that attitude. Don't go around trying to smack them and try to make them be all little and try to control them. Drop them and find somebody else. Simple as that. If you feel like you got to get so angry that you got to hit them, that is the best way to deal with them. And with somebody like Shanny, Rev needs to throw her out one day and say, look, this is the way things are going to be. But again, in this particular case, I got to defend Shanny because she's right. That's why I said in my video, I don't agree with everything that making an excellent point. You're in a relationship with somebody, then you know, be faithful. Don't be accepting new pictures from other women and then getting on here talking about how much you love your girl, because when she finds those new pictures, she's gonna be upset. She's gonna be broken. She's gonna verbally thrash you. And in this case, they're doing it publicly instead of doing it privately.
Not to play devil's advocate,
they probably
but
did
like I was
do it.
saying earlier, like just say that, man, you know, if he is, you know, getting these pictures, even if he's enjoying it, doesn't mean he's not in love with Shanny, right? Like maybe he has a problem. maybe he has like some type of compulsive disorder, that makes him do these things. Doesn't mean he's not in love with her, but he is, they need to do something about it, right? So, yeah.
Got him to make the video to begin with, and then planned on getting him in public, thinking she was going to get brownie points. Shanny, as I said in my last video, your days of brownie points are over.
Over.
When you decided to let Rev into your life and have your kids taken away, that's when you lost it. Nobody trusts you no more.
Boys, I sit here all day next to you, and if I get a little too loud, shut up.
I don't do that.
Yes,
I
you
say
do.
quiet down, please.
Yeah,
You're hurting my
quiet,
ears.
Please. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Like, my life has been just fucking destroyed.
Why do you have to do this?
Well, no, he's got a point, Shanny. His life is destroyed, and Rev, part of the reasons, because I'm not going to make this all about Shanny. I'm one of the few people on here who will say this, but it ain't all about Shanny. Listen to me. She can't do nothing unless you allow it. That's why I got that little funny video on my community post with the guy, with the lady coming asking for money all the time. He just giving it to him. Eventually, you're gonna be broke if that keeps happening. You got to say no at some point. You got to put caps on it, and you didn't do that. And that's why you're in a situation that you're in. You can't blame her solely on that. Now, on the other hand, Shanny went into the relationship, but now we're going by what her mom said, what her dad said. We're going by what other people in the community has said. We're going by what even came out of her own mouth, that she got involved with you for the money. It's as simple as that. And Shanny's probably mad. Her head's blowing up. What's left of her hair is probably going in different directions. Her head's exploding. But you would just with him for the money, Shanny. And the only reason you're still with him is because he can provide a roof over your head. The second somebody with a minimum wage can offer you better, you're going.
To me.
You ripped my soul out, dude.
You're so mean to me.
You ripped my soul out.
You're so mean to me. I didn't do anything to you other than ask.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You spent the man broke. And some people might be watching this and be like, G-Man, technically. Let me tell you something about a good woman. If a good woman sees, and I'm not speaking for all men. Unfortunately, in this day and age that we're living in, there are some men out there that would agree with Shanny and what she did, unfortunately. But most of us men know that if you got a woman that sees you spending to the point that your money's almost gone, at some point she's going to stop you and tell you, look, you need to chill out with all this spending. You know what I mean? And try to invest and try to get more money. You know what I mean? But Shanny's not that kind of person. Shanny will spend you dry. She tried that garbage with me, but it didn't work.
Good question.
Right.
But again, Red, she has every right to be upset about this. But Shanny, if you're suggesting that he was gonna that she was in your house and Rev and her was doing the hanky panky and all of that, your house and whatnot, this is when I gotta say you're cuckoo, Shanny, because that never happened. Because most of the time you two are in the same room together, and you're paranoid about being in the bathroom too long because some woman might come in there and take your man away from you. That's why he can't go outside and play with his friends.
Do I have to be the bad guy because I didn't do anything? Yeah, Chris says I'm the bad guy and I didn't do anything.
Chris was on point when he started talking about all of this, and that's your ex-husband. I mean, your real ex-husband, not some boyfriend pretending to be your husband. I'm talking about somebody who either went to a courthouse and signed some papers, or you guys walked down that aisle and said, I do and I do. All right. But according to Chris, you wasn't faithful in that relationship. You was having phone sex with Brett. More than you was spending time with your own man. Talking about how you was working and all this other stuff. You're funny, Shanny. You're funny.
Working my ass off.
No. That works on Rev. That's gonna work on a guy like Rev because Rev doesn't know your work history. Shanny, you better hope to God he doesn't do no research on this internet. Come and think about it. Rev, why don't you do this, Rev? Ask her what she did for a living, and then ask her how many years she did it. then call those places of employment and go see how long she was there. You're not going to do that because you don't want to know the truth. But it doesn't make a difference. Everything that is done in the dark will eventually come to the light. And, you know, you're going to know the truth.
Maybe moving forward, that might be good advice in his next relationship if he ever has one, you know. But I think they're a little deep in this one for all that right now.
And hopefully it will set you free when you accept it.
And now I'm really sick and it doesn't matter, they'll still hurt me. Everyone will always hurt me. They don't care. They don't care how I'll take it.
Shane, do me a favor, because you go to Google and get everything else, right? I know you've been to Google and you found out what borderline personality disorder was from Google. You went on there and found out what fibromyalgia was from Google. Why don't you go look up crocodile tears for me? Real tears. Look up that too. She's like in the back of her mind, I hope some suckers watching this and can rescue me from this oppression of Rev. For the rest of your life, Rev. You see, Shanny sat there and made a video one time. I don't know if you guys saw it, but Shanny made a video one time talking about I could have been licking her every day and I could have been doing this, that, and the other. Let me tell you something, Rev. This is all you do for the rest of your life. Knock yourself out, bro. Knock yourself out.
Susanna's son. Crocodile tears.
Piece of work, man.
Is there more information? I guess there's more than one song by the title. There's also one by somebody called Bunt. I wonder which one it is. Garth Taylor. Dua Lipa has an unreleased song by that name, apparently. Well, it's released now, I guess. Okay, anyway, so we get sidetracked here. Crocodile tears. Figure that one out later.
Why don't you go get some Kleenex, Shanny? The invisible ones, because you ain't crying. Sounds like you're laughing and giggling a little bit. Women in there fake behind tears. That's how they control a lot of men. Let me fast forward this a little bit.
How did I that? You constantly putting intentions and words in my mouth and bullshit.
What other intention do you think
What
I'm
other
gonna think when
intention?
someone
No,
says
this
send
is
my
how
pics here?
narcissists
No,
try to
it's not.
silence somebody with constant.
See, you're upping your voice and you won't let me finish it so people
No,
hear.
I'm
Why don't you listen
it's
to the question?
bullshit.
Why would you say send my pics here?
Okay, so Shanny knows that the phone is still going. Okay.
If you didn't want to
Instead
see
of
them.
IG.
Yeah,
You must
yeah. Yeah,
impulsively
it's
say-
more like hiding shit from Shannon.
No,
Oh,
it's not.
oh, then what is it for?
I was right.
Shanny, let me ask you something, Shanny. Just out of curiosity, if Rev went to the store and came back with a lady and brought her in his Cadillac and had sex with her, what are you gonna do, Shanny? I'll do you one better. If Rev got two women and decided to have sex inside of his Cadillac with them, what are you gonna do about it, Shanny? I'll do you one better. What if Rev decided to go find the Godfather and go get a whole list of hoes and bring them into the house and decides that he wants to deal with every last one of them, Shanny, and have them strip in front of him, and then he has sex with them right in front of you? What are you gonna do about it, Shanny? Just curious. Because you know he's coming to the realization he can do that, and you ain't going nowhere. This is why you always got to put it in a person's heart that you will walk and that you will lead. But not in your case, because you need him. I mean, he needs you. Y'all some codependent people.
Right here when I type it,
Then what is it for?
so you never see anything.
And hiding shit from Shannon.
Oh, okay. You want to see her nudes?
If she's gonna send it to you, yeah, I
You
want
wanna
to see
see
what
them?
she sends you.
Then don't complain when she
By the way, if
sends.
there's any man watching this and you're interested in Shanny, hide stuff from her all the time. It is not her right to know every little tiny thing that's going through your head.
Nudes.
Yeah, you want to see
And the
them.
reason
That's
why
the
I'm
thing.
saying that, and the reason why I'm mean about it, and the reason why I'm cold-blooded about it, if you watch the Shanny files, or the Chronicles of Shanny, I think I called them, in that particular video, I showed everybody some audio where Shanny got mad at me because I made a deal with Rev in private without her knowing about it, and I was giving Rev advice. Okay, that I was giving Rev advice without her knowing about it. But this dummy has been so indoctrinated that he'll go to her and tell her everything like a dummy because he has no life experience.
Implying that, putting intention.
I
on
think
it.
you have feelings for the girl.
You gaslight me every time. I don't have feelings for her. I don't know her.
No. I gotta show people this. No. This is comedy gold. I gotta show people this one.
I mean, I think the
This is
most
how I know
important thing to remember here is a man, he doesn't need to have feelings for her to take her news, right? That's number one. Alright. Give us a few more minutes, then we'll go back to the sovereign citizen.
I know you're a troll now. Definitely. Let me stop screen sharing these here real quick. I gotta show people something here real quick. Hold on. This one's good. This is how I know Melody Germany is a YouTube troll now. I officially got proof. You clearly have never had a decent woman. Women don't cry to control men. What a cynical way of viewing it. I can literally spend the next 20 days on this topic alone. Women don't use crying to control men. Melanie, I officially am not listening to you no more. I believe your brain has went south for the winter. It's called manipulation. They do it all the time. As a matter of fact, what's that lady name? She has a YouTube channel where her whole channel is about it's nothing about. I'm sorry. It's nothing but on the topic of women manipulating men. Because I've been looking at this topic pretty hard since I got away from Shanny and Red. And women use crying a lot. That's one of their greatest weapons, especially to men that are simps or men that are overly nice and don't know how to put their foot down. Women don't use crying. Are you serious? Anyway, let me I'm never gonna take you seriously again, Melanie. You are officially a troll to me now. And you are gonna get trolled back from me from here on out. I'm not taking you seriously no more. So you think about what you say before you speak.
You don't love me. I don't know yet. I don't know her.
Wayne Keefe. Davis, readying for a court appearance where he's expected to enter a plea to the murder of Tupac Shakur. Davis's own words lead to him being charged with the murder 27 years later.
So Dre got cold feet. He didn't want to do it. He gave the gun to Orlando. Shot Tupac and shit.
Yeah, he did his thing, yeah.
I talked with two police officers who were there right after Tupac and Suge Knight were shot about one of Las Vegas's most infamous murder cases. Welcome to Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. I'm Anjanette Levy. The man accused of murdering rapper Tupac Shakur, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, is expected back in court this week. Davis faces a murder charge for the shooting death of Tupac Shakur in Las Vegas more than 27 years ago. This arrest has been a long time coming, of course. Keefe D isn't accused of shooting Tupac, but police believe he gave his nephew the gun to fire the shots that night after a confrontation between Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and Keefe D's nephew, Orlando Anderson, at the MGM Grand. I spoke with two retired Las Vegas Metro police officers about...
Wait, whoa. So they're saying that he got into this guy at the club, and the dude's dad... No, his uncle? He's a relative of his? Gave him the gun to...
About the night Tupac was shot and the years that passed since then.
That night was a Mike Tyson fight, so it's a very, very busy night on the Strip. And it always was if Mike Tyson had a fight.
Chris Carroll was a sergeant on bike patrol on September 7th, 1996, when he heard chatter on his police radio.
There were some officers that were in a parking structure over at Koval and Flamingo. They had heard a bunch of shots ring out, so they got out on the radio and said that that they'd got a bunch of gunfire. I could kind of hear in their voice that they were a little bit excited.
I met Chris Carroll at the intersection of Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard. It's where he found Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight shot.
Okay, so like I said, this layout has changed over the years, but it still has the same basic shape.
Harold described the chaotic scene as he approached the passenger side door of the BMW, where he found a man who he later learned was Tupac Shakur, wounded and bleeding.
As I open the door, he kind of slumps out with the door. He kind of slides out as I open the door. So I get, well, I still have a gun in my right hand. I'm still pointing at.
Let's circle again.
Suge, yelling at Suge to get away from me because Suge keeps running up my back, and this guy is huge.
Boop boop be doop. Boop boop. See if that fixed it.
Is huge, and I'm thinking if this guy jumps on my back, it's as going to be trouble for me.
Harrell said he tried to find out from Tupac who shot him when he got an unexpected response.
And I just come down to the pavement with him. So we're on the pavement, like I'm on a knee. He's laying on his, kind of on his butt and on his back, kind of. I'm sitting him up a little bit, trying to talk to him, and
That's terrible.
you know, meanwhile, some you know, the other.
Truck pulled up on the other side of the fence out there. I don't know what that means for me. It's not one of mine. I guess we will see. I don't know what the future holds. The night is young, or the morning is early. I mean, what? 12:54 a.m. And weather's holding. Not too bad right now. But it's supposed to be like this all weekend. All weekend long. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm loving it. And remember, according to our friend, McDonald's has 2% human DNA in the food. Child sacrifice is real. The owners of McDonald's admitted it. Stay away from things that are trying to poison you and satanically indoctrinate you. Satan. I don't want to do it at all.
The other officers were able to get Shug out of the way, and that's when I was trying to talk to him, trying to see what's going on. I was hoping to get a name, you know, anything that I could, or description. I mean, something. I was hoping for something. Well, he looked at me and he got his breath together and, you know, kind of got himself, and he went, "You," and he said it.
That's amazing. I have to hear that again.
And he said it like that, with anger, you know, kind of got himself, and he went, "You," and he said it like that, with anger in his voice, like he didn't want to deal with me, basically. You know, so that's what it is. I mean, it is what it is.
The work week can be really stressful, and deciding what to eat can just add to it. HelloFresh can take the stress out of planning and cooking meals for you. HelloFresh delivers meal kits straight to you.
I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, that truck was just pulled off on the side of the freeway, and then they took off, I think. So we're good. It's still in the clear. Still in the clear. still running. How long this paid promotion is. If you chapter it out or whatever. Family friendly, fit and wholesome. And rolling right on into the witching hour here.
The realization of who the victim was came to light, and then it became very dynamic.
Retired Las Vegas Metro Police Detective Phil Ramos was brought in to assist with what would quickly become one of Las Vegas's most high-profile homicide cases.
The staff was doing a miraculous job keeping him alive as long as they did. They just really went above and beyond to save his life. But it was very apparent that night that he wasn't going to survive those injuries.
Ramos helped with interviews, and even that was difficult.
So as it became more intense and more dynamic, the actual witnesses who saw what happened kind of fizzled out. Suge Knight was one of them. I mean, he was in the car, the bullets were going by him, he's seeing his friend get shot up, and he's telling the cops, I didn't see anything, which we knew was a bunch of crap, and we knew that that's what we were dealing with. It was a gang-related shooting, and those are
thug life, man. Come on.
Typically very, very difficult to get any cooperation from anyone about, and this was no different.
Tupac Shakur died 6 days after suffering several gunshot wounds.
His mom decided, I don't want him to suffer anymore. Let's just leave it in God's hands, and she made that decision to terminate life support.
Suge Knight may not have talked with police about who fired the shots that hit him and killed Tupac Shakur, but he spoke with MTV News.
Not MTV News.
Days after Tupac died.
He's why I say Pac saved my life. I got shot in the head, got grazed some other places, but I still got the bullet in my head. It's still there.
That begs the question, was Suge Knight the actual target of the gunfire and Tupac collateral damage? Suge Knight also talked about Tupac's reaction to being shot.
I'm driving, telling him I'm gonna get to the hospital, get back. Pac looked at me and said, you know what? You need the doctor more than me.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life. Good, real food is simple.
You the one shot in your head, and we laughed the whole time going to find out went to the hospital.
Even though Tupac Shakur's friends and family said he was dead, conspiracy theories ran wild that he was still alive.
When you started hearing that, what was your reaction?
I just shook my head, and I thought, I don't know why people do this. That happen. We see that happen very often on celebrity deaths.
Elvis.
And the people just don't want to accept the fact that someone that they admire so highly is actually dead. We've seen it on many other celebrity deaths. Jimi Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, John Lennon, that people just don't want to accept that. They come up with all these crazy ideas. But, and how they came up with this, I don't know, because even Tupac's mom said, my son is dead. This isn't some crazy conspiracy. He's not on some island in the Caribbean. My son is dead. Respect that. But and to this day, it still happens.
But you saw him on the autopsy table.
I saw his body. I can tell you he's dead. Yeah.
Detectives retraced Tupac Shakur's steps that night and found this surveillance video from the MGM Grand. It showed Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and others jumping a man named Orlando Anderson. That was Keefe D's nephew. You can see Anderson wearing a Dan Marino jersey. Witnesses who testified at the grand jury described Anderson as a higher up in the Southside Compton Crips out of Compton, California. His uncle, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, was in the highest echelons of the Crips in Compton. A police officer told the grand jury that Anderson didn't cooperate with giving police information about who attacked him and why. That surveillance video showed Tupac, Suge Knight, and their entourage leaving the MGM Grand that night. Witnesses would later tell police that Tupac and others jumped Anderson because of a fight that had occurred earlier that month, where a Death Row Records chain had been stolen from this man, Trayvon Lane, in California. The chain was stolen during a fight between the Crips and members of the Bloods. They were associates of Suge Knight. Knight gave those chains to people close to him. Days and months would pass without an arrest.
I wouldn't say the case was totally unsolved. I think the investigators and so forth, and most of us cops and everything were talking about it and everything. We pretty much all knew that Orlando Anderson was the shooter. As it turns out, he's murdered himself a year and a half or so later after the murder. So there's really nobody at the time.
Wait, did he say murdered himself, like suicide? The weather's improved, and yet the connection's just, I don't know, a little finicky right now. So. Sorry.
To arrest.
As a member of the LVMPD, how frustrating was it to try to work this case when you have people who clearly knew what happened, yet they wouldn't say?
Yeah, that's very frustrating for us because it's a case that you wouldn't expect people not to help because simply who the victim was, you know? I mean, this is Tupac Shakur.
Wow.
How do you keep losing weight? You had a burger for lunch and you stole most of my fries yesterday. I'm burning fat 24/7. How are you burning fat 24/7?
Shakur, he's loved by people all over the world. And if there was ever a case where, you know, the law of the streets should be forgotten. This was one of them. You know, you don't have to be labeled a snitch just because you help the cops with what you know and what you saw when someone of this stature is murdered. But they just wouldn't do it. They just wouldn't do it.
So many people seem to know that Orlando Anderson was the shooter, or at least that was the word on the street. And for years, police seemed to know exactly what happened that night, because Keefe D had told police in Los Angeles what happened in a proffer. That's a statement that cannot be used against a person in court. But then
something went horribly wrong.
Something happened around 2018. Keefe D started talking publicly about what happened that night.
So how did you know
Just hearing about this now. Not too hot on the uptake, huh? And this is from 4 months ago. Shit. That is slow on the uptake. Something like that. It's nice and not too quick on the uptake. Quick.
Tupac and Suge was in the black BMW?
He was hanging out the window.
Keefe D appeared on YouTube channels and in BET's Death Row Chronicles talking about the shooting.
Who shot Tupac?
To keep for the code. The streets. It just came with a backseat for him.
And stunningly, Keefe D actually wrote a book, Compton Street Legend, in which he wrote about that night. Police said Keefe D's words caused their cold case to heat up.
Our goal at LVMPD has always been to hold those accountable and responsible for Tupac's violent murder accountable. Just like we do for every homicide victim in our city.
Okay, so
important.
Yeah, this dude
remains a priority to this police department.
They were in the gang, you know, the Crips or whatever. It was like a gang dispute. Dude gave nephew the gun. Nephew shot the dude. So he's being tried for it now because he confessed later? Because even though they had the first statement, they couldn't use it, but now because he wrote a book and made these public confessions, are they able to actually try him? That's...
in custody.
There's only two people in the car. And Pac not gonna tell the story. I ain't gonna tell the story.
No, I don't believe in anything Suge says because he's got nothing to gain by lying, and he's got nothing to gain by telling us what happened. So, who knows what, if anything, will ever become of Suge's involvement or non-involvement in this case. I doubt that he'll ever say anything.
Keefe D is still working on finding a lawyer in Las Vegas, and he's expected back in court Thursday, where he will enter a plea to that murder charge, and I will be there. So stay with Law and Crime for the very latest on this case.
Okay.
And that's it for this edition of Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. You can listen to and download Sidebar on Apple, Spotify, Google, and wherever else you get your podcasts. And of course, you can
There's one. That'd be amazing. That is so crazy, son.
I was subpoenaed as I was.
Holy smokes. That is wild. Wow. Oh my goodness.
I believe that was in December.
Do you remember what the underlying show cause was?
For his failure to stay for the agreement.
And that would have been the agreement on the 30th.
Right.
こんにちは、司令官先輩。一人ぼっちで寂しいの？ならアニメファンや最強軍用機でのバトルを愛する全ての人に送る夢のゲーム、ウォーソー。
Storm just came back with a vengeance. Wow. Got blasted with wind and rain hard. It's a little scary, not gonna lie. Those redwoods hold up.
Richmond, any cross-exam questions for Mr. Gilbert?
Yes. So you take a kid who's anxious, gave away all of his inalienable rights when if he gave his driver's license to Kowski, just violated the law. He was a passenger in the vehicle. And he didn't give accurate testimony, but I'm not going to make him perjure himself. And everything you just said does not line up with people that I have here that were there. Do you want me to call witnesses, Your Honor?
You haven't asked the witness a question.
Okay.
So I'm going to assume you don't want to ask the witness question.
Was Seth really in the courtroom and arraigned and approached by you in the courtroom?
He was never arraigned. He was in the courtroom, and the judge advised that he needed to speak with him. And I said I had a few more matters. I'd be out in the hallway, and that's where you and him were waiting out in the hallway. That's when I tried to approach Mr. Flores.
Did Seth and I, were we aware that the judge, because was it perhaps that when Seth turned in the paperwork to the clerk of court, that she let the judge know and the judge let you know? Go out there and get him? And she's talking to him and you better go talk to him? Because I already had him out there and done before you were ever on the scene. You took all of his inalienable rights, violated due process for the kid, and then you're trying to make him put him in your jurisdiction, and I was saving him from that because...
Do you have a question for Mr. Gilbert?
Yes.
Ask.
Are you prepared to perjure yourself? Okay, it's nice that, I'm glad.
That's not a proper question. I'm going to determine that Ms. Bridgman is elected, that she doesn't want to ask.
Okay, let me ask him.
She just wants to rail against him, Mr. Gilbert.
Yeah, how do you ask questions of when you've all cooked this all up between yourselves?
Try and find out what the winds are at right now, and it's not, there's no wind. That is crazy. Like, the weather is wild out here right now. it feels like it's gonna like actually like start blowing stuff like in or out of the structure or like blow the structure over. Luckily the window's already like boarded up with plywood, but like I said, there's these trees overhanging. I don't know. It's pretty scary.
Ms. Miller, your next witness.
Your Honor, I don't have any further witnesses in this matter.
Okay. And the court will take judicial notice of its own files and the transcript of the arraignment on November 30th, the transcript of the order for show cause on December 21st, and the on the failure to appear. The court will take judicial notice of Ms. Bridgman's returning the order to show up, the order to appear, cut into strips with writing offer contract is not accepted, as well as the statements that she made at her arraignment on the bench here. All right. So, Ms. Bridgman,
So this is how you
do you have any witnesses that you wish to present?
I have to say that even being here today and putting myself and submitting myself to your authority that has not been substantiated goes against the one and living God that I respond to. You cannot ask
Okay,
me
so
to
I've
do
given
that.
given you
Does
an
anybody
opportunity.
want to go stand on what happened that day? But I don't want anybody to enter your jurisdiction, Your Honor.
Submitting myself to your authority.
So-
Because-
It's against my God, man. It's against my religion.
So you're not
Okay,
calling.
my honor. Let's do it this way.
Hang on. So so I've offered you an opportunity to call witnesses.
Figure
you'd
out,
like to
what is that a crime? Like she's so she obstructed the other case? They're saying is that basically what it was?
Closing arguments, Ms. Miller?
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court find Ms. Bridgman in contempt for the unauthorized, for interfering with Mr. Flores' arraignment from
Yeah.
the MIDC and engaging in unauthorized practice of law. There was testimony that Mr. Flores didn't know Ms. Bridgman before he entered the courtroom the courthouse on the 30th, that she approached him, that she was with him when she was with him in the courtroom. She told him that he didn't need a lawyer. She was providing legal advice to him and saying the need to, he was driving his personal vehicle. He didn't need to engage with the process. He testified that she told him what to write on the ticket to provide to the court. I asked the court to take judicial notice of the ticket with Mr. Flores' writing on it. He testified that once he turned it in, he was advised to leave the building by Ms. Bridgman before he had his arraignment.
Wow.
So I would, and then further the testimony of Mr. Gilbert that he was the arraignment attorney, that he was in the courtroom when the judge indicated that Mr. Flores should meet with him. He testified that Ms. Bridgman interrupted him 3 times from a meeting with Mr. Flores that he tried to but wasn't able to. He wasn't able to advise him of his rights or to go over the ticket with him, and further that Mr. Flores left without being arraigned on the matter.
Is it still possible to object to all these presumptive evidences? You brought your own people in who are on the county payroll.
It's closing argument. Go ahead. You
And I would
have your
ask-
chance.
And I would ask the court, I think it's clear that Ms. Bridgman was interfering with Mr. Flores' meeting with the arraignment attorney by physically preventing Mr. Gilbert from meeting with him, further telling him what to put on a piece of a document to submit to the court on his behalf. Would also that would also be engaging in giving him legal advice.
You know, I don't hear all that. Something just blew up against the side of the shack.
So I find the court, I'd ask the court to find her contempt on that, and I'd also ask the court to find her contempt for failing to appear on the show cause that was issued to her on the 20th of December. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Bridgman, now is your opportunity to make any closing argument that you wish. Go ahead.
I am not in this hearing situation. This has been conducted as what is called a star chamber. As all of our founding fathers left because the Bar Association members are arraigned against a witness and they have no due process. Has anybody here not witnessed a breach of public trust and due process?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, people could judge for themselves. We've conducted a hearing, people can testify.
It's not a hearing, it's a witch hunt.
Hang on.
There was no.
Conclude your closing argument. All right. Any further outbursts? You'll have to leave or you'll be taken into custody.
So,
in order.
practicing law, none of you have an actual license. Did you know that, right? A bar association membership is not a license. You're not registered on LARA, the state's licensing administration. You're not registered. Your primary oath is to the Bar Association. We know about your secret commitments to one another and not to follow the unalienable rights of the people and due process.
It's the people's court.
This is not, you have just set up a star chamber and you've got guys with guns ready to carry out whatever you want, and you have not even taken enough care about the people and your situation in the court to execute a proper oath. You should have had somebody swear that oath to you. You can't sign your own oath and have it notarized. You did that with the prosecutor. He swore you in signing it and then a notary. It takes 3 people. I should not be submitted. If somebody is practicing law without a license, it's all of you Bar Association members. Yep.
So you don't need a license to be in the bar, as you say, or what? I'm so.
No, there is no license. It's a private membership.
Oh, excuse me. Just trying to get to the mutant time.
And I cannot subject myself as a living soul to an authority that violates my God-given, unalienable rights. And if you gentlemen carry that out, have you any idea what you're doing? What you're being asked to do? You need to think about it, because I can tell you right now, our military is watching every move you make right now. This is your opportunity to stand for the people and not for the people that are trying to steal every one of our rights, as they did with Seth Flores. You should be ashamed of yourself, Deputy Dukowski. You told him on his second MIP you were going to take his vehicle and he was going to have to pay $12,000 to get it out of the impound. Do you know how many friends I have that can't drive a freaking car this county up until the age of 35? I don't practice law. I practice rights. I practice people living free and supporting one another. So if your court finds me guilty, your court is finding every God-given right the universe has ever known to be a fraud.
What? This is like over the top, right? This is, I don't know. It seems like, what is? I'm a little confused. She's pretty dramatic right now. She must have a fan club though. It's getting really fucking cold out here at this point. Pulled down a little bit, but jeez, man, that was some scary stuff. Stay posted on the weather.
We would be happy to administer the real oath for you today, Judge Gaffia. We have a body of people. We would be happy to do that. We need a district court judge for the people to reinstate common law. The Bar Association has bought out the entire state of Michigan. Or the CCP. I know what that means. I know what your role in that means, and I believe redemption for everyone. And I could be your best friend to make it. I believe you know God's truth. I believe you wanted God's truth, and I believe you could be the man that we need. But we have to leave this process of the Bar Association, and you have to take an accurate oath.
I'll witness it.
Oh, that's the truth.
All right, thank you, Mr. Surgeon. And now I'll make the ruling. Article 6 of Michigan's Constitution of 1963 vests judicial power of the state of Michigan in the Supreme Court and courts of record as established.
One vehicle for the night. Whew, take a little stretch. 1:32 a.m. Snacking on some blueberries.
As established by law. It also gives the Supreme Court superintendent control over all the lower courts. Michigan's Constitution also provides for the passage of public acts passed by the legislature and approved by the governor. These statutes, despite bad information that people get online, have the force of law. Michigan has a statutory system regulating the practice of law. Michigan Compiled Law 600.901 through 949. Section 904 vests the Supreme Court with the power over the state. Ms. Richmond, you may not leave the courtroom.
I'm going to talk to somebody. I'm not trying to get away, Dukowski. You won't see me at 3 a.m. on Butler Road.
I'm giving my ruling here.
Okay.
Section 904 vests the Supreme Court with power over the State Bar of Michigan, which under Section 901 is a public body corporate consisting of all persons licensed to practice law in Michigan. Section 916 makes it illegal for anyone to practice law unless they're licensed to do so.
You're not
The Michigan Supreme Court in State Bar v. Kramer, 399 Mich. 116 in 1976, noted that this statutory scheme merely recognizes the inherent authority of the courts at common law to control the practice of law, dating back to the common law of England. When so-called sovereign citizens complain about common law, they neglect to notice that the common law was what courts said.
Codes and
This
statutes
regulation is
are not
rooted in
law.
the importance of protecting the public from the danger of unskilled persons practicing law.
Oh my goodness.
What constitutes the practice of law?
Make the guy
Address
mad.
will be Ameribank. The Michigan Supreme Court in 2003 held that a person engages in the practice of law when he counsels or assists another in matters that require the use of legal discretion and profound legal knowledge.
So, Your Honor, where
Now,
was
basic
that
free
in my
speech
latest
protection
charges?
Protect the right of people to espouse beliefs and to tell other people about those beliefs.
Ryan,
So Ms. Bridgman has the free speech right to believe what she wants to about courts and government and to tell other people about that.
Yeah, he has to be like one of the calmest judges I've ever seen. Just like keeps on reading, like, and whatever, you know. Just keep like, I'm not even gonna like respond to her at this point. Like, she's in contempt of court, you know. But whatever, you know. Let's just get this shit out.
This includes, of course, criticism of government and of the courts. But to give advice, guidance, and assistance to another person in their own legal matter at the courthouse to be applied to their particular case at that time crosses the line into the practice of law. At its heart, the practice of law is applying legal knowledge to a particular issue or problem. This unauthorized practice of law is a contempt of court.
you had that written up earlier, didn't you?
Additionally, interfering with someone meeting with their attorney is a disruption of the court process and is therefore also a contempt of court.
He was not there
The
to
primary
meet with his
purpose of
attorney
the
yet.
contempt power is to preserve the effectiveness and sustain the power of the court. The power to hold a party in contempt is an important judiciary, yet still the legislature has recognized this and codified it. This is merely a recognition of the common law contempt power of courts. Among these statutes, Section 600, Section 1701H provides that any court of record may hold in contempt all persons for assuming to be and acting as officers, attorneys, or counselors of any court without authority, or for other unlawful interference with or resistance to the process of proceedings in any action. So interfering with a person's consultation with an appointed attorney is directed by the judge, interferes with that process in that court case, and is contempt of court.
Let's just pretend.
There are two forms of contempt, civil and criminal. Civil contempt applies when someone refuses to obey a court order and the court coerces their compliance. So in civil contempt, the person can contempt by obeying the order. Criminal contempt
You
applies
guys
to
put
past
hands
acts
on me today.
for failure to appear as a criminal contempt.
Be careful.
The court, Ms. Bridgman, you've had your, I've
Aaron,
every
you are
opportunity.
misbehaving. You had this prepared. You
I
looked it
am.
up with your witness.
Jesus.
This is, come on
The Court
now.
of Appeals has specifically.
I was not practicing
Yeah,
law.
there
I
she
was
goes. Who's gonna? Oh no. This is too much. Just too much. Oh my goodness, I should have got more caffeine or something, man. After this, I got water, I got snacks, but I got this one energy drink left. I had a Mountain Dew, I'm a rock star now. Oh man.
Serious.
Leave it
Anyway,
as
let
it
me
is.
I'm
There
never
you
gonna
go. There's the
take you
man.
seriously again, Melanie. You are officially a troll to me now. And you are gonna get trolled back from me from here on out. I'm not taking you serious no more. You think about what you say before you speak.
I don't love it. I don't know yet.
Getting trolled by G-Man.
I don't know her. But she's from
That doesn't mean that you accept news, Red.
News Crypt.
Yeah.
And Draven made it clear. Now I want you to make sure you know that I don't tell anybody to do anything. I believe it. I don't think he told her to do it. She did it.
I didn't see all of Draven's video regarding this, so I don't know what part Draven played in all of this. I know he played some role in it. I think. I probably should call him and talk to him about it, to be honest.
Her own volition and to give some whatever she can give.
Yeah, and then you say horrible things to me that aren't even fucking true.
Everything's perspective.
Yeah, well, apparently.
I got to disagree with that, Shani. See, I actually know you personally, and I know a lot of the things I read saying about you is true. This ain't me just viewing you on YouTube. I know what kind of a person you are.
Apparently, I have a low self-esteem, but yet a
You have
narcissist.
very low self-esteem. You have low self-esteem.
The two don't
You are a
match.
narcissist with low self-esteem. You get in the mirror and you lie to yourself about you being a diva, you being a queen, and all this other nonsense that you got on here. You get on here bragging about. Somebody told me that you said that you have the IQ of presidents. That you have the IQ of presidents.
Which one is it?
Oh man.
See.
Yeah, which one is it?
The frustrating things about Rev. Rev reminds me of Drag. One day Rev's going to be a good debater one day. Because Rev and Drag has this one thing in common. They both suck at arguing. Neither one of them know how to argue. One time I got mad at Drag, and I told Drag to Drag, if you want to learn how to debate, argue with your wife every day. You'll get good at it real fast if you do nothing but argue with her. You'll learn how to make point and counterpoint. But Rev just stinks at this. He doesn't know what to say to Shani. That's why she's constantly leaning back in, because he doesn't see what she's doing. But I see it.
Enigma, let's put it that way.
More, I'm a hurt woman because I saw my husband do something that I didn't think he promised me he would never do again.
But Shani, here's the thing, Shani, and this is another reason why I believe you're a narcissist. I've never understood, and Shani, one of these days you need to address this, and I know you're probably watching this right now, but one of these days you need to address this. Why is it wrong for Rev to look at news from another woman when you yourself are flirting with people on the internet on a regular basis? There is literally, if you go to Fat Courtney Love's channel alone, to get the rest of these other art, just go to Fat Courtney Love's YouTube channel. There's at least 15 videos with you on here, either flirting with no, and then there's Fundy Archive. Actually, come to think about it, you do got to use all of them. XS Archive, Fundy Archive, and Fat Courtney Love, where you're flirting with Drag's wife. You're flirting with me on Fundy Archive. You're flirting with several other YouTubers on here. As a matter of fact, on Fundy Archive, if I'm not mistaken, you're flirting. As a matter of fact, you're flirting with what was his name again? Fundamentally Flawed.
I had to do something.
I
was right here.
No, not Fundamentally Flawed. I got that one wrong. Positively Godless. My bad. It ain't Alex Biden. No. It's Scott from Positively Godless. You were flirting with him. You were flirting with a whole bunch of people in this community while you was with Rev. Men and women. And you expect him to sit there and be quiet. Meanwhile, you're getting upset with him because he's getting pictures from other people. So in that sense, I see it from Rev's perspective, but it doesn't change the fact that he's wrong in this situation. But Shani, you are very much a narcissist. Okay? And you seriously need to humble yourself because you shouldn't be a narcissist. You ain't got nothing to be narcissistic about, to be honest. Like I said, you bring nothing to the table. Absolutely nothing.
I was talking to this woman.
And you get mad at me for feeling bad about it.
I don't care.
And then you say I'm gaslighted.
It keeps screaming too. Go ahead.
I'm upset. How can I not be upset?
Nothing.
I'm upset that a troll sent Rev a new picture, and he's gonna leave me for a troll that doesn't even want him. Like I said, Shanny, you got the IQ of presidents. You definitely got the IQ of presidents because this is what it takes to keep a man in 2024. Yep. Sarcasm.
Upset about.
There's nothing to be. Oh, so it's okay for women to.
What I would do to get this woman in a room to talk about feminism right now is not even funny. The things I would be willing to do just to talk to her for 3 hours on feminism. First wave feminist, my foot. You ain't no feminist. You need a man, and if that man that believes you is boo. You ain't no first wave. Rev is no longer a capitalist, and you are no longer a feminist.
Send pics to you.
Is it okay for guys to send you dick pics?
No.
Yet on XX Archive, you know people will send you those things, Shanny. Cut the baloney.
I didn't ask her for one picture.
Except the ones that get sent to your
protect
email.
Your insecure ass. Yes.
Oh, because it makes me insecure.
You are.
Yeah, you want to see that stuff, though.
No, I don't use the email.
Yeah, I wonder why it's called Eager Beaver Pleaser.
Yeah, you ought to wonder. It's a stupid fucking profile name.
Yeah, it says something.
Oh, sure it does. Of course it does. The name of the YouTube channel is Reverend Shanny because I really like doing content with you, and you never even liked doing content with me.
Hello, Mr.
Hey,
Kevin.
Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing
see
wonderful, and I'm kind of wondering why you and I are both still awake. Holy shit!
Well, I know I have to be. I'm at work, but I don't know about you. It's been going.
Oh well, I'm actually, yeah, no, I know you have to work, and I totally get that. But I'm not. For me, I'm just like, okay, I'm still awake here. What the hell's going on? Well, without. Well, I'm glad to see you, first of all. My friend and brother, Kevin. I'm glad to see you. I've been through so much today, hanging out with my friends Sci-Fi Nation, and then of course Stark of Iron for a little bit. There's this person who shall remain unnamed who has conducted personal attacks against myself, my friends, and anybody else that I'm associated with on YouTube. I don't want it to affect you either, my friend and brother. But I am personally dedicated to destroying this man and making sure he never, ever gets on YouTube ever again. And I'm not going to say his name because the reports against him are ongoing. But suffice to say, I think you may know who I'm talking about, and there's lots of other people that do not like this person. So,
really,
down in New Zealand way, yeah. So.
What kind of personal attacks? What kind of attacks is he? What's the nature?
Well,
I'm not like really aware of it. So.
Well, it's like I say, without going too much into it, the attacks are definitely personal. They're definitely harassment, and it's just, a lot of it is verbal abuse, behind the scenes, when people aren't aware of what he's saying until they go later and I went to go take a look just to see what's going on. And, well, I'm not happy right now. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a human being. A human being, let alone. Oh, so, yeah. Sorry, Kevin.
I mean, I think I caught most
like,
of what you said, though. Yeah, it sounds like you're just being nasty with you guys, like backstage and stuff, though. Like, not usually on the stream.
Yeah, completely. Now, this guy is demented. I basically called him out and said he was a narcissistic jerk, which he is. I can't believe that human beings like him actually are allowed to live on this planet without going into too much there. I don't know. You know, I'm at a loss, but I've done my duty. I've done what I could. I reported him to YouTube, and that's it. So, you know, I'm trying just to recover. Thank God I have a wonderful, you know, wife like my beautiful Suze who loves me. So, you know, I'm thankful for many things, and of course my cats, and of course the fact that you're a great friend, and to you, brother, and yeah, I wanted to come on, and I thank you so much for bringing me on here, even if I do fall out, like my bad connection normally does, you know, or makes me sound robotic, and just wanted to come on and say, and I love you, and brother, and I hope and pray that, you know, your future turns out a lot better and continues to be better, and that you have nothing but good fortune come your way, man, all the time.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling a lot better today. You know, just gotta kind of keep the momentum and stuff. So I'm trying to just figure out how I can keep moving in the right direction, you know, today. It's like, but yeah, as far as like trolls, I know there's like a number of ways that you know, YouTube trolls like get away with it, cut corners, you know, like because there's certain things, you know, they can't say on stage, so they'll either say it backstage, put it in private chat or what have you, trolling that way. It's interesting because I don't know if I told you, but I had another channel a couple of years ago, and I still haven't found out like who was actually behind it, but somebody made an account. Oop, there Mikey goes. Well, you can come back if you like, man. Thanks for coming by. But yeah, somebody had so I let somebody into one of these open rooms. I didn't know the user, and I didn't really vet them at all, and so they ended up putting you know, porn bombing my channel. They put porn up on screen while I was streaming, and they ended up taking my whole channel down. It was not fun. Not fun. But of course, we already had this project going and just kind of picked up where we left off, you know?
Yeah. I hope someday. I don't. You know, this sounds. And thank you for bringing me back, by the way, Kevin. I appreciate it. As always, as I always do. I saw this thing in a fortune cookie the other day, and it said that that someday, on the fortune cookie, it said someday I'll be rewarded, happily rewarded, and I felt, well, as long as I continue to be who I am, not try to change myself in any way, just be who I am as a person and as a husband to my beautiful wife and owner of my beautiful cats, and how I am as being the oldest son to my parents, and friends to friends that I know, including yourself and brothers and sisters I know. As long as I continue to be just myself and not have to change, not have to put up a facade like this jerk that I just told you about, I'll be a better person. I know I will be. And it's people like yourself, sir, that help me get there, and you will help me get there. Uh, I'm sorry. I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm just happy. You know, I'm just blessed. Every day I feel like it's important to thank God for the little things. Uh, that you're alive, that you're breathing, that you have a wonderful partner in your life. Even if you don't have a partner in your life, you have your parents, you have your family if they're still around. You just have to feel blessed. Don't take things for granted because you never know. Time is so short. The very next day, somebody could drop off from your life that you knew and gone. And if you didn't get a chance to say anything to them, or that person, he or she, or even your favorite pet, then what do you do? I don't know.
Yeah, I had that happen to me this week. Actually, I had a friend I was
It's
supposed
hard.
to go and see.
As
I mean,
I
I really
said, I
think
know.
the reason that I didn't get to go on that trip was because I did acknowledge that I had been drinking the night before. So I think that's why he decided it was better for me not to go. But that would have been my last opportunity to see our friend before he passed away. So that kind of sucked. But I also, in a sense, maybe did it to myself. Because I had been drinking.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Don't feel badly of how your reaction might have been at the time. Because we don't know. Hey, rebuke and reprove. Hey, there he is. Jill.
Jill.
Sorry, short for Jill. Yeah, Ape Man. Yeah, we're still alive, Jill. My brother's been on here for almost 4 hours. Yeah, but he's doing his duty. He's a good security guard. Does what he needs to do to protect the.
Yeah, there's no trucks out here tonight because of the weather. So the last truck, basically, I was kind of. It was suggested to me that I could just, close up shop after a couple hours or whatever, and have them raise the gate. Because if there's nobody here, then usually they would all be leaving anyway. In a few hours. But they're already gone. But our company didn't call us off, so I mean, technically, I'm still on payroll. So, yeah, I figured I'd just stay out here. It's safer that way, No.
Oh, of course. No. We're always.
Gone
Great.
robot. That time he went full robot. And he's out. Probably be back. Let me get this little plastic thing out of here. Come on. There he is. Welcome back again.
Yeah. Take 3,000.
Third time's a charm, right?
Yeah, third time's a charm. Yes.
I need a knife or something.
Yeah, exactly. I guess in a way I'm used to being a night owl. It does partially stem from when I used to work a lot of long nights like you do. I sometimes I would start at 10:30 at night, work till 7 o'clock in the morning. Other times at 11 p.m. to 7. I used to work behind the desk, either of a hotel or a motel. Long nights like that overnight. and I did that for for a grocery store later on in my life, and it's in your, when you're up for that many times, it's inherent in your genes. You feel it. You go, well, I know I should be able to go to sleep, but you're so wired, and from your job, and then when you get off, after that 7 o'clock in the morning or whatever time it is that I get got off my work job, I'd be like, oh my God, I'm so exhausted, and I don't know, should I go to sleep now or should I eat something? It's tough. But my wife loves me for it, and that's the important thing. She does the best she can, and she's understand. That's my problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get into that rhythm, and then to just,
always
I don't know, still try to, function, appropriately.
But I wanted to come on and make sure you're doing okay, and I hope I'm not interfering with your job or anything. It's always my worst fear. I don't want to take away from what you do, and
Oh no, I mean, this is that's why I do this. I could just kind of walk away if I have to, but like I said, tonight there's absolutely nothing going on because of the weather. Everybody's gone. I'm just kind of a warm body. So
has it been raining?
It's actually the perfect
like
night
lots. Yeah, has it been raining a lot?
Yeah, it's storming really hard out here. Kind of getting a break right now, but I was getting pummeled pretty hard a few minutes ago. Yeah, the wind
somebody was
out
asking.
here is really high, and the just torrents of rain off on.
Somebody was asking about the background sound that's going on. I know I think I know what that is. I think that is the rain, which is hitting the electrical power lines, things that you're around there. And, well, that might be one thing, but I know that it affects not only the kind of lines that are up there, but it can also affect anything in the ground because it goes into the soil. And you've got fiber optic down there, which is running. And when there's a lot of water interference like that, it does screw with your internet. It really does. I don't think a lot of people catch on to that. It's not a good thing with my satellite, that's for sure. Yeah.
No, the sound that I was describing earlier.
Yeah.
I believe it was actually coming from the bridge itself. I don't know, the wind coming off it somehow, or I'm not really sure what it was. It's going on for a while. I don't hear it right now. It might still be kind of faint, but it was just really loud earlier, and it almost it has a metallic sound, but it's also there's a harmony to it, almost so I compared it to almost like Close Encounters of the Third Kind or something like that.
Yeah. Right.
Where you went on me there? Oh, there. Not again. Check my mic settings. Jeez. Haven't got any complaints tonight, but you never know. Okay, fourth time's a charm. Welcome back.
Yeah? Thank you again. Yes.
There you are.
they reach a certain extent, right? And all that combination.
Not really catching much of what you're saying right now.
It's your own stuff, yeah.
Only caught a few words of what you said there, so.
Yeah.
I was constantly asking you to fucking sing some.
I've been abused.
Media, but I don't think you're in a position to talk about being abused. All right, I believe that you got what you put out to other people. All right, you came on here and you were being racist to multiple.
You know about Reverend Shammy, Mikey? G-Man?
Yeah, fortunately or unfortunately, yeah, I've heard it once or twice, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to, yeah, I'm not going to be judgmental, but I'm just, you know, yeah, it's, wow. It's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard
I try
to
not to
hear.
judge people. I just watch what they do. You know what I mean? Like I think everybody, you know, like inherently we judge people a bit. You know, like but we're like judging ourselves against them. Like you know, do I want to be associated with that person, or do I want to be? You know what I mean? Like how close with because like you know we don't want their you know behaviors to rub off on us, right? So we
Exactly. Well. Right, exactly. I think that it's important that you, you know, that you learn by watching and witnessing and seeing what others do, and then make sure you don't make their mistakes. That you keep to your own individual achievements of being a person that cares, that's compassionate, believes in equality. All the good things about people that you want to see, but you don't see it very often nowadays. It's very infrequent and very rare. And when you see people like this gentleman up there that act like this, it just makes you disgusted. It does. It makes you sad. You don't know what else to do. You know. You have no control over him, and you know. Obviously, like I said, you shouldn't judge, you know. You know, it's like the Bible says, don't judge lest you be judged. You know, that's yeah. What I like usually, yeah. But yeah, I get it.
To be fair, like to G-Man's point earlier, is like he's not, you know, they put this stuff on the internet, right? They do this themselves. There's no,
yeah, they do.
You know, so the fact that they are kind of displaying themselves like this, you know what I mean? Kind of like seems like people should be commenting on it.
Yeah, it's what's that word? Aggrandizement, I guess. It's like doing. It's like anything. It's a performance. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a performance. You will know that. You can debate that. You know, to the cows come home. You're blue in the face, but yeah, that's.
It's like the real world.
When it all comes down, it's good. How far we've fallen. I guess as a society, you could find different reasons, different ways, but yeah, it's a testament. It is, and there are people like yourself and me, who want to change it for the better. And there is still an opportunity. It's out there. We just got to grab a hold of it and say, look, we're going to be the better people. And if the others want to follow us, fine. If others do not, that's their choice too. That's what it comes down to. It's literally, yeah, very. Yeah, it's literally down to you, me, Silverwolf, and a few hardened YouTube creators that want to change things for the better. That's important. And we will. Eventually things will come, if they haven't already, things will come to a head, and the victors will be the ones that care and allow freedom for others to express their views and not have to face, chastisement from the elite, the ones that actually think they own everything and control everything. So I pray one day that we can all
Okay, the last part kind of cut out on us there, but yeah, I mean, it sounds, very virtuous and everything. I don't know if it's like realistic. Like, I don't want to be like
to share each other and but you're wonderful, Kevin. I appreciate you, really do. Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Mordecai, Cassius, Marcellus, Jim. I don't know, how would you discern that by voice? And Mikey is not a lady. Mikey is a bro.
Yeah. See, voila! I'm a man. I'm a man. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Discern that by the voice.
And I care. So.
No. Welcome. She said,
Did I say yes? I said I pray. Yes, I did.
Mikey's a believer.
Say pray.
Yeah, we haven't pulled
Yes,
up
I did say pray.
debate gloves yet,
Yes, I did.
Give us enough time. Well, we're debating the ethics of watching Shanny and Rev and G-Man at this point, I guess, lightly. Superstitious. You were being silly.
People of color here on social media, and don't think I'm picking on you with that, because not only did you do it, you depicted other racists on here too. One of them being Scientist Sam. All right, and I actually have an audio that I can play. As a matter of fact, in the very next Shanny's, no, as a matter of fact, I think it's on Fat Courtney Love. But I'll also.
He's not a wizard. He's a Christian. Regular Christian.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he is. Yeah. Oh well.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Also played what she said to me, where she told me to leave Scientist Sam alone because he ain't no. Get the heck out of here! Get the heck out of here!
Did he? Did he just raise his voice the way he was pissed off?
Abused.
A lot of guys have done that before. I've heard that.
Don't even
they all
get
of
me
a sudden,
started, Shanny.
that all of a sudden they
He
go
would
into
attempt
this.
to do a background search on me.
Get all pissed off. Yeah,
Yeah,
I get it.
he
I have
does
to laugh
that.
at
He'll get
him.
all, he'll
Yeah,
get
he
all
does that.
worked up and he'll start hollering like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. His mannerisms just crack me up sometimes.
Well, yeah, he's cracking me up.
Don't even get me started with this. You've been abused.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dr. Mordecai, I have a question for you. Have there been moments in your life where, like, if you were screaming at someone, all of a sudden your voice carries 3 octaves, and then you get really pissed off? And then, of course, you start seeing your cheeks start to turn flush red, and you start to see your blood vessels start to move, like within your skin. Have you had moments like that? I guarantee you have. Because I've had moments like that myself, and it's not pleasant. And you do not want to end up having a potential stroke or going into a heart attack, and then maybe die. But it does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying it does. And he says no. Well, okay. Well, then you're a more powerful, controlling person of your faculties and able to survive. Amen, brother. I applaud you. Well, it's just what's happened to me. I was just applying that as a for instance, Dr. Mordecai. Nothing personally against you. I'm just saying that that's one of the symptoms I've gone through in the past when I got really upset. Say, like with a member of my family or a friend or who used to be a friend or things like that. So, yeah, I don't like to raise my blood pressure. Maybe that's what I'm trying to understand, Dr. Mordecai. Is have you ever had your blood pressure raised? Oh,
yeah.
Well, he says he doesn't believe me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Unfortunate. Take the man at his word.
I take him at his word. Yes. I
don't know, like, as far as the, like, high blood pressure thing, I guess it's like, I like, do things that raise my blood pressure, I guess. That's, like, one of my things. I'm supposed to, like, you know, not do that. It's like one of those unhealthy habits, but, you know, like, better than getting drunk or something, I don't know.
Oh, well, yeah, it's a lot better than getting, to the point, you know, where you get inebriated to the point of where you just, right, you're completely numb, can't move, can't say anything. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mordecai, there you go. You that's great. I'm glad that you take blood pressure medicine because that helps prevent a lot of, you know, things that I told you about earlier. You know, it's good. My dad has to take blood pressure medicine. My mother has to take it. You know, eventually, I know someday soon I'll probably have to take it because it's in our genes. You know, it's in our family tree. It's necessary or we'll die. You know, yeah. I applaud you for being able to do that, Dr. Mordecai. I do. You know, it's important. You know, and it's needed for, you know, those times that come, and you don't want to lose it. You know, lose yourself. You don't want to lose control. No, I respect you for that. So yes, thank you for telling me that you do that. That's yeah. That's it. calming yourself. It's hard. It is.
Well, unfortunately, my earbud died.
Yes.
So I have to go to old school physical, and for some people it is mental. Yeah. Yeah, I really have to invest in a new pair of headphones, and I have to mute and unmute now between sentences, turn on the echo cancellation. So.
Yeah.
I've done whole streams like this before. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah. Two is the earbuds might be creating some of that effect. That could also be the other thing.
Try to control your thoughts based on reality. And
like I say,
do you mean reason? Do you mean reason? Is that what you mean? Like Marcus Aurelius.
I'm no electrician. I'm no computer expert. I don't know anything any more than most people know about computers.
Oh yeah, me either.
My wife is a knowledgeable one. She knows more than I do. I just come up with theories.
Yeah, I'm trying to upgrade, but every time I it's like 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, or whatever that saying is, those earbuds are giving me high blood pressure.
Abuse garbage. All I see you doing is getting mad and beating up men. There's a lot of things I like to say about that, but terms of service.
Why do I want to do content when I've been abused?
Anybody wants to know what I really think about that and want to talk to me in private, let me know and I'll tell you what I think about that. Let's continue.
So bad.
Done. I done nothing but take care of your ass.
Uh-oh. That's right. He pushed that wheelchair. Because, back in Colorado, by the way, this is sarcasm. Back in Colorado, he was pushing that wheelchair because, Shandy couldn't get up and walk and whatnot. Then after he did the wheelchair, he helped to get up and gave her a cane because, she couldn't do anything and whatnot. Sarcasm. You can wipe that butt.
Why?
And then you hurt me.
Could just be abused by you.
How am I abusing you?
This.
Oh, really? Asking questions over something you
about
did?
Forcing him to be on social media when he doesn't want to be on social media. This guy don't like being on YouTube. We all know you're forcing him to make these videos in order for him to get his smokes. And I'm pretty sure. Now if it's not smokes, I'm
Now, I don't know. I was under the impression that Rev was recording this particular video. Is that just because it's I don't see why. I don't know. That's what it seemed like to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I know this might sound weird, but staged, maybe. Do I think it's live? Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, you see so many videos. Yeah, you see so many videos on YouTube nowadays, and you don't know if they're really, if they're real, if they're staged, if they're fake. You don't know. I mean, you just see so much. And
yeah, but I know people who have done this, who have made recordings like this of their partners. I know people who have done this and released it onto, specifically one that did it onto Facebook. I don't know any that have done it onto YouTube. I know people have done it onto Facebook and then leaked it within circles over text or email or whatever. But they consistently do it on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I think after the first time, I don't know.
And I think that's kind
I
of
don't know.
funny.
You don't just stage like he got arrested. Like that, you don't really stage that. Like he really got arrested. You know, I saw that one.
Yeah.
G-Man defeated Drag.
Drag queen. Yeah, G-Man defeated Drag Queen. I guess that's what he's saying. From Rebuke or Jill. And then Dr. Mordecai says it's an easy way to get smokes. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank God I don't smoke, or my wife doesn't smoke either. So yeah, thank you.
I've had financial support off of YouTube, but
all right. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry I'm not near you, Mordecai, so I can't do that. But I'm way too far away. Yeah, no. I had real bad experiences back in the day with that kind of thing. No, I don't go for that anymore. No way. It's bad enough our building has people like that to escape their reality, and no, I won't do that. So, yeah, go ahead, Mordecai. You have freedom, you know that. It's all up to you on this.
Pretty sure it's pretty close to that. He's probably not getting them big bags of tobacco no more. Maybe now he's just getting packs of cigarettes. I don't know because I'm not there no more. But I'm pretty sure you're telling him that if he wants smokes, he's going to have to get on here and put some content out there. And basically all your content is these days, Shanny, is wah, 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 wah. That's all your content is these days.
And I
is
answered every
abusive.
question truthfully.
Yeah. Well, that email.
That's all there is.
I can't seem to get it past me when someone says, send the pics here.
Oh, and Shanny,
I
if you're watching this and being mean to me in private, no, go ahead and be mean. Show who you really are. Remember, when I saw you last time, right to my face, you called me the N-word. And then you got the nerve to get on here and talk about something that God's on your side. God is on your side, huh? Mm-hmm. God's on your side, huh? Let me show you something here, bro. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to do that. You want to know why? Because if I do that, I'm actually going to be in sin. But I could do something really evil right now. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
I really love
I don't
tattoos.
care what you think. I don't care.
Yeah, I know you don't care. That's why you posted it.
The intention was to so you never saw a nude of her again because you're so insecure you can't handle seeing her body.
Rev, you shouldn't have been accepting nudes from her. And it's actually an admission by you right now that you wanted her nudes while being with Shanny, knowing how Shanny is. In this case, she's right. She's 100% right. I'm not going to lie for you, Rev. She's right at this particular point. Again, I mean, she took your virginity, but you know, you don't got a lot of relationship experience. You keep bragging about how you can make a girl do this and you can make a girl do that and everything.
Dr. Mordecai, you said you could go to jail where you live for smoking. I thought Trump said he was gonna abolish that law or something. Didn't he say that when he was president before he?
The only way they could have changed that is if Biden said midstream that he was going to change the law, and then only if they, backed him up and said, okay, that's what they're going to do.
No, it was Trump that said he was gonna federally decriminalize it. I remember that.
Yeah, I know. I recall him saying that, but then because Biden's in charge now, I don't know. Maybe he changed it. Maybe, I don't know.
Trump said he's going to kill drug dealers. I remember that one.
Yeah. Well, they need something.
Everything, but you know.
What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was going to respond quickly to Mordecai when he's saying that it's so funny to hear people talk about God in the Bible book God. He's saying, well, most people are very dedicated to God, and they don't find it funny when people are chastising them because they read the Bible. I'm just saying, it's actually true, but yeah, but I mean, okay, yeah, it's not really funny. It's hurtful, actually. If you want to know the truth, it is. It's a hurtful thing to say. Um, just just allow. I guess. Well, there are people that call them Bible thumpers. Okay, well, I'm a Bible thumper. you know, just allow us to be still be free to express how we feel, but be respectful. That's all I'm saying. Um, I'm not going to force my beliefs on you at all. Believe it. I'm just letting you know how we feel. Well, most of us feel. Oh,
Well,
superstitious. I don't. Go ahead, Kevin.
You go ahead and respond to the comment.
Oh no, I was done.
You
Go ahead,
respond
my brother. Yeah, I just responded to him. Yeah, best I could. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't want to sit here. Obviously, you and I haven't spoken on this, too much, but I'm also, not a believer in the Bible necessarily. I do read it from time to time. So what is your take on the Bible? How do you follow it? Do you believe the Bible literally, the stories of the Bible, like that they all happen as it says it happened in the book, or is it?
You know what? I take it as it is an important book of people's different interpretations. I'd like to say that there are a few of my favorite writers, like John, of course, with Revelations. I believe him. Job, who went through all that heartache and personal tragedy, and still knew that God was there for him. And of course, the teachings of Jesus Christ, told by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I tend to believe all of that. Moses, yes, there was a great flood. We've already proven that. Yeah, I believe there was an Eden at one time, so we've proven that. As long as a lot of the Bible stories are supported and have come to life, and we've seen it through not just science, but personal discovery, and through archaeologists who have uncovered a lot of things. Yes, I tend to believe that the Bible is a true retelling. Now, having said that, I also like to say that there are people that read the Bible. Now, me personally, I've read it 4 times myself from cover to cover, and every time I've taken away a different interpretation of it, of all the different stories. So I feel that's what most people do, is they interpret it a different way, and so you take your emotion, uh, after you've gone through your logical base on it, then you take your emotional place and you say, oh, well, I don't like what that one person said, but oh yeah, I really enjoy what that one person said. Or I don't quite understand what that one person said, but I like to think that he or she, whichever whoever the writer was, in the stories, whether they're Old or New Testament, knew what they were talking about. And there are some, like the ones I mentioned, that stand out, and then there are others that you can make your own interpretations about. Even like, say, the Psalms. Look at all the Psalms that are in the Bible. You could probably add 1 or 2 of your own Mordecai. Kevin could. I could. Anybody could. Based on their daily life and their experiences. That's what Psalms was about.
Okay. I just want to. Okay, there's a couple of things here. I don't.
Hello,
Hey,
John
Hudson.
Hudson.
Good to see you. So like, just like to pin down a couple of just things you're saying. They're like when you said like Eden, like you said, did you say the Garden of Eden was proven? I thought I heard you say that earlier. Like that's the thing I don't understand, because I think I think that's like the part of it where it's like, okay, I could see like maybe seeing some of the story as like allegorical, but not literal, right? Like if you interpret it to mean something, but not necessarily exactly what it says, right? But
well, the Garden of Eden. Well, most people want to say that the Garden of Eden, if you put it together,
okay, you cut out pretty bad right there, so I didn't get much out of that.
I'm sorry. Well, all I can say is, Dr. Mordecai, what you say about the Bible is your opinion. I'm not going to fight it. I'll accept for what you say, but I think you're wrong. But that's okay. I mean, that's your view. So as long as you're respectful of where you come from, what
Well, I mean, I understand. I appreciate your position. We do. I have a lot of atheists in my community come around the channel, and so we're some of us. We're a little hardliner, and so I have to say that it's like I don't know if necessarily that we try to be respectful of people. I like the phrase attack ideas, not people. So like if you're attacking ideas in the Bible, it's not meant necessarily as a personal attack towards you, but it's like there's reasons that we don't believe the Bible is maybe because we think that some of the stuff in there maybe isn't in line with reality and rationality, right? And so okay, and some people are very adamant that other people need to like follow the laws and ideals that are in there and stuff. So what?
Yeah, I'm just I hope I haven't sparked a debate and a war between these guys in the chat. I hope I'm not the cause of that.
They're always at war. No, they're fine. They're fine.
Yeah. No, but you know what I'm saying, right, Kevin? I love a spirited debate as much as the next person, but when the vitriol really gets and hits the fan, yeah, that's when I start to really worry. It's I just hope I haven't said anything that sets anybody off. But unfortunately, sometimes that happens. I can't help that. Where I come from, Mother Goose.
So I mean I understand John's point there too. It's like do you respect the Quran? Say, do you respect the teachings of the Quran? Mikey?
Oh, the Quran.
Are you?
Well, the Quran, I'm respectful because that's their personal belief. Um, as I mentioned before, I believe that those that follow the Quran follow it zealously. That's why they're zealots. They're considered that way. They were in ancient times, and they still are today. You have to respect. You have to be respectful of their beliefs, like I'm respectful of everybody else's beliefs. As we mentioned before, you and I, when we talked with someone before about it, we just have to be respectful, right? I mean, that's important.
Well, again, being respectful of people, but when you say like, do you think people, so individuals who like base their worldview, say, or the way they live their lives around the Quran, do you think that needs to be respected like equally to people? See, I'm trying to understand, because according to some people, you can't really have both, right? Like, can you are you one of these, like, you think that all religions can coexist, or do you think that one religion is better than the other?
No, I don't think that one religion is better than the other. I've never said that in my lifetime. I will never say that. I believe that I would like to think that all religions could coexist, that they could still be mindful and of one another and or each other, and be able to coexist. Yeah, Kevin, I hope they do. But I know that's not a reasonable. I do realize when I say it that it's probably not a reasonable request or hope. But you never know. I like to leave it to I like to leave it open to suggestion. Would it happen? I would like to think so, but maybe not, because there's so much animosity. A lot of the religions have had wars against one another for a very long time. And that doesn't change. I mean, until they can look past their differences, we may never have that coexistence. Right? I mean,
So what do you think happens? What do you think happens in the end? Like the rapture, right, or whatever. Like, you believe in the rapture?
I do believe in the rapture. You know what? It's going to be God's decision. I leave it up to God because it's in His hands. That's why I say. That's why Susanna, or my wife and I say, we leave it in God's hands. He's the final judge and the decision maker. We don't have the right to do that. I mean, we can't decide and say that's what's going to happen, because we don't know. When the final judgment comes, when the rapture comes, and then the final judgment over the known earth. And universe, whatever. I hope, and I respect that. So there are mysteries that shouldn't be uncovered. We shouldn't know everything then.
Okay. 1 second. All right. So you think there's just things that we can't know, or we shouldn't know? But the Bible does have something to say about it, though, right? Like, because the Bible does say that people who don't believe, who don't believe in the God of the Bible, like before the end time or whatever, they're going to go to hell, and they're going to be they're left behind in this.
Yeah, I never
place, right?
So
Oh,
that all
okay,
police are equal.
I'm losing you, chopping up a bit on me. Uh-oh. Lost Mikey's audio again. Excuse me.
But that is a modicum of respect.
Sandy, good morning. Sandy's in the chat.
The other? Isn't that what he said? First one is
You're
struck.
breaking up. You've been breaking up for the last several seconds, Mikey. I don't know if you can hear me either. Okay, I think Mikey might be gone for the moment.
Oh, I'm still here.
Oh,
I'm
you
okay. I'm still here. Yes. I guess
are. Oh,
anyway.
it sounded
Thank
like
the
you were trying
Lord.
to speak for a minute there, and then I was like, man, I can't really hear you. You're cutting in and out for a minute, and then I couldn't tell if you could hear me. And
I could hear you, but on my end when I hear you
an
sometimes.
obnoxious clicking. Uh-oh. It might be the echo cancellation.
Yeah, the clicking. I guess that was the behind the thing we were talking about before. Maybe the lightning, or
Yeah.
storms, things like that. Yeah, it can affect a lot of electronic devices.
Oh no, that's a different thing.
Oh yeah, okay.
Doctor's gotta go.
Well, take care, Dr. Mordecai. Dr. Mordecai. Oh, now I hear an echo.
I mean, debate ethics. We do that.
No, I don't. Usually when you hear echo, it comes from when I have a window open, but I don't have any other. Oh, there we go. Now it's disappeared. I don't have another window open. So I didn't know where that was coming from, Sandy. Sorry.
I've also got stuff going on out here right now.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Sandy. Yeah, she's a new person to me. So yes, good to meet you.
Oh yeah, Sandy's awesome. Sandy's been around forever.
Oh yeah. Good to meet you, Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy is good people. And it's not like, I didn't want to get into the whole argument about it, but I was just wondering, if you had like a particular thing on that, like, background noise now, there's clicking, there's background noise, everything is terrible. Everything is terrible.
Well, speaking on behalf of my brother here, Kevin, and Sandy and John Hudson, who are still there in the chat, and of course Rebuke, I'm sure you're there. Jill, I'm sure you're there. I hope that none of my comments or statements I've made has affected or like drove Dr. Mordecai out. Like I said, I'm as open to a spirited debate as the next person, but I don't want to be the person, I don't want to feel like I'm the person that drove people out or caused any friction. I'm just stating my views. That's all. I just I just hope I haven't caused any
Oh, no,
problem.
you're welcome to. That's fine. It wasn't like, no, they're bothered. They're bothered. That's, really, they want to say their views. I mean, it goes both ways. You know what I mean? I'm okay with that. So, I'm going to chat about it a little bit. But I don't want to push it too hard. It's not necessarily a debate forum this morning.
Well, yes. Observation, Jill. Well, am I still allowed to call you Jill, or do I just say rebuke? I don't know. But anyway, excuse me. Excuse me. I know I'm losing my voice. Yeah, it's not just observation. Okay, rebuke. It's also life experience. Use life experience and observation to help guide you. But yeah, observation is a good point. Yes, but there's other parts to it, not just that. Life experience for one, and listening, instead of hearing. You could hear things, but it's harder to listen than to hear, or at least that's what my dad told me at one time. It's better to listen. Yeah.
Let's see if this sounds any better. That's the comment that was being responded to there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I hear you better now. Yeah, without all the clicking. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Kev.
All right, good.
Well, I mean, I'm hearing you better.
Yeah, Sandy agrees. So excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, excellent. Good. Oh my, yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
that's a
you
good
two
way
can
to sum it up.
come down there in the side chat. Sorry, what do you say, Mikey?
Which PhDs were telling the truth and which ones lied? Game over. Yeah.
Game over, atheist. Okay, a little echo. I'll work on that. But thank you, John. Appreciate it.
You don't know how you
I'm
don't
sorry,
got a
Kevin.
lot
What
of
was the last
experience
thing
about
you
the
just
do's and
said? I
don'ts
kind of
in a
lost.
relationship. Okay, some people will tease me on here and say, "Gee, man, you ain't got a lot of relationship experience." First of all, you don't know nothing about me to know what I have. you understand what I'm saying? You don't know what I got. I know I got enough. I got enough sense to know that you're not supposed to be accepting those things when you're in a relationship with somebody.
And you think I like that? Putting intentions on me where there are none.
Yeah, that's why you said it.
You deleted the pictures real fast.
That's why you said
or
it.
vice versa.
What? I said send them here, not IG. Ever.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you can get your titty and cry.
Yeah. Let's see. Is this any better here now? There was a little bit of echo. Fix the echo. Echo. Jill, do you have all the answers? Do you think you're always right? Can you name one thing you might be wrong about?
I concur. Yeah, I concur with Kevin on that score. Yes.
Crotch.
Yeah, I never even look at emails. I never look at that email address ever. I never look at it ever.
If they keep this up and doing all this loud talking, the people that live next door to them is going to complain about the noises going on in that house, and the people in that block is going to complain about them too if they keep arguing like this. This is not good. And if those neighbors complain too much, Rev and Shanny will be thrown out.
You know what I saw?
I don't care. I don't care. You put intentions on me. You put words in me.
I'm not putting words in you.
did.
I say exactly what you said.
You did. You put words in my mouth.
What words did I put in your mouth?
Heart, bullshit.
You sent her a lot of hearts.
Money.
So, Rev, it's interesting that you're on here admitting that you're just using these people for money. And then you're recording it so everybody can hear it. And then you wonder why I get on this channel sometimes and I say that you and Shanny are not the most intelligent people in the world.
Love that money too. Because it gets your soda.
Wow. Shanny, I thought you was only getting a couple of noodles with a little bit of sauce on it. Now we're learning that you're getting soda. The plugins.
It's just true. Yeah, it's the very truth, and you know it.
You know what I wish would happen with these two? It may sound mean with me saying this. Some of you may think it's not godly, but if you believe that, you never read the book of Job and you've never actually read the Bible. Both of them need to continue to go through a Job experience so that these knuckleheads can stop doing the kind of things that they're doing. The problem is homelessness is not going to make Rev repent because he's already willing to accept it. He would rather be homeless in order to have a job. Shanny, however, is not willing to do the same. So Shanny needs to continue to go down she needs to keep going down in order for her to take a good look at herself in the mirror. I personally think, and this is an unpopular opinion, when she made the video claiming that she was obese, finally admitting that she was obese, finally, and then saying that she might have diabetes, although I think it was a ploy for something else. But when she finally admitted these things, that it shows
very Christian, like, right, to wish like somebody to have a Job experience, right? Like putting somebody through hell.
Kevin, if there are people that feel like they have
Sorry, Mike. I only got the first few words of your sentence. So you said people feel like what? I only heard like the first few words, and then we cut out there.
we might have
Nope. Still not coming through clear for me.
might be one day where a person everybody that goes through bad moments like that can claim that they could have a Job had, which is the worst possible thing. But the thing is that even though it was, even through all the important, I faith. Even through all I went through, some maybe similar, but I got through it because I believed in. I still believe in God. My belief is strong, and my wife, same thing. She went through everything, but her belief is still strong. So.
Okay, well, I caught a little bit of what you said there. It was in and out, quite a bit of it, though. I did want to say, have a great day, John Hudson.
Yeah, take care, John Hudson.
Thanks for coming by. And yeah, so I guess, I understand what you're saying, like, as far as, going through hard times and things like that, but the thing is that Shanny and Rev, that's the kind of their shtick. That's why they get criticized so much. That's what G-Man keeps saying, is like, as long as they've been on YouTube, this has kind of been their thing. They go around and they, put them through a product of, so they seems like they stage these incidents to where they're constantly.
And that's what I'm thinking is this staged? Yeah, it's a stage to get more recognition, or is it live? Is it really a problem that's ongoing and needs to be resolved in some way? Yeah, be safe, John.
Wants to trust your peer reviews when you kicked out and shun dissent the same way you do on YouTube. Okay. Yes. Wait, what? I just had like a major, I don't know, God like threw my phone across the, I don't know what just happened just now.
Whoa.
There are greater forces at work here. So yeah, I mean, it's like, it's one thing to be like, out here, staging these incidents on the internet to where you constantly need to get, money from people. I don't know. I see it in all sorts of communities too, but I think it's especially interesting when it's within this kind of like Christian community of people who like, they were like trying to be a ministry at one point, I think, or something,
that she knows that she ain't gonna get nowhere with Rev, and she's gonna have to get up and do it herself. Like I said, Rev, and I said this to your face, so you can't tell me I'm one of these people that went on a reaction channel going after you. I said this to your face. You're an embarrassment to men, dude. You're an embarrassment because you refuse to work. Not that you can't find work, you refuse to.
Gonna turn it around on me, I see.
Turn it around on you, honey.
And Rev,
I'm so sick of my
I'm being with this, Rev. Even if I made up with you tomorrow, I would still tell you to your face that as a man, you are an embarrassment to males all across the world who actually get up their behinds and actually go work. That's why I don't like rich people. Rich people, not all, but a lot of them don't know what it's like to not have nothing. And this spoiled brat lost everything, and now he's in my world, and he doesn't know how to navigate through this jungle. It's called getting a job. It's called making some sacrifices. It's called saving your money.
broke it.
You do it to yourself.
I didn't do shit.
Yeah. There's no intention here. I'm telling you, there was no intention. None. No sexual intention at all. None.
It doesn't matter if there wasn't no sexual intention. You violated her trust by accepting nudes from another woman. Now, when Shani gets on here, she flirts with other men. You should stop her right then and there and tell her to stop doing it. And Rev, I can go on Fat Courtney Love's YouTube channel. I think when you have blonde hair, I think this is when you dyed your hair blonde and you still had like a couple of $100,000 left. And you no, you ain't have a couple of $100,000. You had under $100,000, and you got on here and you said that you think it's cool that your wife likes other women. That your wife likes other women and you find that sexy. You should have nipped that in the butt from day one, and you never did it. I think I came up with the most appropriate title. I'm sorry, the most appropriate.
I mean, and that is like hypocritical, right? If she says she finds, I mean, why can't you just show her the pictures of the women then, you know? I mean,
But
that's what I would do in that situation.
I was, well, actually, Dr. Phil's not on TV anymore. I mean, I haven't seen him recently, unless you've seen him, and I don't. See, I don't live in the United States anymore, and we don't get, we don't watch TV much up here. You know, wherever we get our news is usually from the net anyway, Jill. But unless Dr. Phil is still breathing and walking around and telling people what he thinks he knows about things. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not a big Dr. Phil person. No, not at all. Now, does that mean
Dr. Phil years ago, where we in our song, Dr. Phil like has a mental breakdown, he loses his mind and he kills his family. We thought it was good fun. We thought it was hilarious. But anyway, let's see.
The one I see more often, yeah, Kevin, the one I see more often lately is Dr. Oz. I see Dr. Oz, but not Dr. Phil.
Yeah, Dr. Oz is still on too.
Yeah.
Looks like it. Recent
Well,
upload.
well, Jill, you do have one thing. You do have one thing right about what you say there, Jill. People are starting to wake up. Yes, gradually they are. That point is valid. The rest of it, well, maybe open to debate. But that last point, that last comment you made, yes, people are starting to wake up. That's true. It's becoming very gradual, and you can see it rising. It's almost like a revolution, isn't it? It's interesting. I mean, it's going to be these next few years are going to be very interesting to follow. It's just a sense of mine. I'm not saying that it will happen. I'm just saying that there's a sense that something big is going to happen, something revolutionary. I feel it. Well, yeah, but I mean,
before we should fire all atheist PhDs. We should fire all like non-Christian PhDs or just atheist PhDs?
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that. Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by that. A long time ago, Pope Benedict the 12th.
No, petered out.
But after Benedict served, other wokeness. Yeah. But after Benedict the 12th, I'm trying to find out which pope it was, if it's recent or in the recent past, which pope it was that embraced science along with theology and said that the two could coexist. I wish I knew which pope that was. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I should look that up. But yeah, but there were at least one or two popes that have said in history that they would love for science and theology and religion to coexist. That they can embrace each other. I know there have been a few that apologized, for considering them heretics and saying that they should have been, put to death or slaughtered or whatever. For those previous.
Francis? It was Pope Francis in 2020.
Was it Pope Francis?
There must not be any opposition between faith and science.
Right. Thank you. No, thank you for finding that out, Kevin. Thank you. Yeah, Pope Francis, right. So he's recently said it. Okay. Oh, I think he's right. There shouldn't be any animosity. There should be some form of cooperation, benevolence, I guess. Yeah, sure. That would make a lot of sense. Ruby goes, huh? Careful with my truth. Oh, Sandy.
Channel name for what I be talking about on here now. and these are just people that are reaping what they sow. You sow stupidity, you're gonna get it right back.
Zero sexual intent. None.
Doesn't matter, Rev. You just apologize to her. Don't accept no more news, and they keep it moving.
Zero.
And then that link
Mm-hmm.
that was on your links.
Mm-hmm.
And Rev, I'm sorry, not Rev. Shanny, you're stupid, Shanny, and I'm gonna tell you why. I believe. Which one of you guys did a stream and showed? No, I think it was Draven. Draven was showing. I need to go back and watch that again, but I believe that Draven was showing the emails that was coming from both Rev and Shanny towards this lady, right? And Shanny knew that this person was a troll. And this is another reason why I think something like this is not necessarily real. I think some of the things that they're saying in this video is real, and I think some of this is just them acting.
You love pop-ups that install stuff on your
How
desktop?
do you think I should feel if it was you? How would you feel about it?
I would look at the reality of the situation, that we are trolled by quite a few people, and they take our emails and even our...
Okay, Rev, let's say hypothetically speaking that you're right about that. Yeah, you have become Von Hilton on here. You become Foodie Beauty and some of these other people that they make fun of on here, that they make fun of all the time. Let's say hypothetically speaking that that's true, right? Why are you streaming? Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that if you want them to stop, that you do one or two things. Confront them, which you ain't going to do. I'm talking about going to their platforms. Or number two, stop streaming. I wish you knew how to fight so you could tell Shandy that you're not going to stream sometime. But you don't. So, you're going to keep doing what your master tells you to do.
Personal addresses.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You still talk to her regardless if you know she's a troll or
That's
not.
a separate from the fucking beginning.
I didn't say anything to her. I didn't even know what you were
Yes,
talking to her
because
about.
you don't even care who gives us money anymore.
I don't want. Why would I want to talk to anyone over everything I've gone through?
Go, whatever. You don't even care to thank people.
I have to thank
Shetty, I got to ask you a question, Shetty. If you're not getting money online, you ain't getting no money from the government, you ain't getting no money from the uncle, and you ain't getting no money from Rev, how are you surviving? Like you are so full of caca, it's not even funny.
I thank people. I keep track of who fucking gives money to us, and I go to say thank you.
Rev's right about that.
That's
one
what I
of
was.
the things that Rev used to do when I used to give him money uncomfortably. Sometimes I thought he was a little fruity by doing this, but he would constantly say thank you all the time, and he would do it so much that it would make me very uncomfortable being around him sometimes. But he does it. He'll thank you over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. He's right about that.
Doing with her.
That's great. So made G-Man a little bit uncomfortable. Rev was a little too grateful. I think that's pretty funny. Huh?
Oh yeah, it's very funny.
Trump's 2024.
Oh God.
What up?
Oh God. Okay, I'll say it one more time. Oh God. Sorry, Jill. I had to get that out. Yeah,
Try to be an American. Yeah.
yeah, well, I'm no longer an American. I've been a Canadian for 7 years. I'm proud to say that. I'm no longer an American.
You lucky SOB.
I am a lucky son of a bitch. I agree. Yes, I am. Very lucky. Actually, no, really, the reason I moved to one of the main reasons I moved to Canada is because, Suzanne, my wife, saved my life. I would have died if I'd been back there now. I would have never thought I would have never found out I had, type 2 diabetes. I was in a very stressful situation with one of my relatives, with one of my sisters. There was an issue of control over my finances, over my very existence. I worked 2 jobs. I was very stressed out. I would have had a heart attack probably on site. If not there, I would have had it back in my apartment that I was living in at the time. And then they have the balls, the city of Scottsdale and the landowner or the landlords or whatever they call them, the landowners association, decide, oh, by the way, let's raise some more rent for these apartments that are in Northeast Scottsdale because we're finding out that Fountain Hills, Arizona, is raising their prices and things, and nobody's raising a finger. But if we start doing that here, people are going to probably get pissed with us. But who gives a who gives a rat's butt? We're just gonna go ahead and raise rent. So that's what they did. And that was it made it next to impossible to live in anywhere because they did the board. It wasn't just in Scottsdale. It was places like Tempe, Mesa, even in Phoenix, Glendale. I mean, I could go on, but it was just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, they expect you to have 3 incomes coming in every single week, every single day, every month to support where you want to live. That's ridiculous. And Suzanne found the for us, which became the perfect place to live, up here in Canada, in Scarborough. And we did, and thank God the place was still here when we came back after we visited my folks there in America, and that's where we've been ever since. We live in a very, nice little place. Yeah, it's not like a mansion. It's not like a mansion or anything, but we love it here. So, yeah, and that's where I come from. That's where we come from.
Yeah, I mean, I am tempted for that reason to move out of California just because of the rentals. It's like there's nowhere where the rent is lower here that's really desirable for me at this point. So it's like, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just.
I'm glad that you're. Yeah, I'm glad that you're surviving, Kevin. But barely living and barely surviving is not living. It really isn't. I know a few people that moved out of California for that reason alone, but not just California, other places too, because they decide that these people should only live like the rich and not live like poor people. There is no more poor and middle class. There's just, yes, I have all the money, yes, I have all the power and all the prestige, and you are the lowliest form of pond scum, and you don't deserve to live. That's what's happening in this society. Is everything is going from one extreme to the other. And I know Sandy would agree with me, and I'm pretty sure that Jill would agree with me too, because I know Kevin and I both feel that same way. That the gap between rich and poor is so far apart. It's ridiculous. It's to the point of just almost no return. There's nothing. It's heartbreaking. It's distressful. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree. And I think it's
I'm at a loss for things. Yeah, I'm just at a loss for words.
oh yeah, it's kind of a deep conversation there. Yeah, I wonder what like the root of that problem is, because it seems like something that's been going on. It's not a new issue. Obviously, it's a generational issue. What to do about like inflation and stuff like that. Todd was talking about that earlier, and like I've read some economics and stuff. Like recently, like I didn't do it in high school or anything like that. So I started reading like later on and try to re-educate myself or whatever. But it's really complex stuff. And then you look at all these different models and you try to oh, we got Jill in the back. Sorry about that. I didn't see that was my fault. And you try to figure out like what's the best model to try to like keep a society thriving. And yeah, I don't know. Seems like what we're doing isn't working for us here.
Mikey, do you think you're better than rich people because you're poor? Mikey, you there?
Maybe a tech issue.
Sounds to me like he thinks he's better than rich people. How's it going, 8 man?
All right, how you doing?
Never had a bad day.
Yeah, how are you doing, Jill?
Are you better than rich
I'm
people?
doing okay. Me?
Yeah, are you
No,
better than rich people?
No, I never said that. I'm not better than anybody. I'm better because I'm better for myself and for my wife. That's who I'm better for, and of course my pets. So all I'm concerned mostly about is, myself, my wife, my pets, and my mom and dad. My immediate family, and those are my extended family that I care for. That's what I'm more concerned about. I don't care about the rich. I'm just saying that the point I'm trying to make, Jill, is that the disparity between the rich and the poor is so ridiculously vast that it breaks my heart. I look at it and I go, I was at that end of that spectrum one time. I was completely poor. I know what it's like. I've been there. I've experienced it for myself, and I know. And there's still so many people out there that suffer needlessly. The middle class, like I say, in my honest opinion, the middle class doesn't exist anymore. There is no middle. There is no middle. It's one extreme or it's the other, and you pick and choose your poison and go with what you do. And that's what most people do. They just pick their poison. But I don't. But see, the thing is I hope that because I told somebody earlier in a previous stream, I told them that was the topics, was it religion, taxes, death, uh, you know, politics? Was any of that discussed? I had to kick myself in the ass because I said, well, when we talk about any of those things, I hope we weren't, because that's a taboo thing. Those are taboo subjects. That's what my dad taught me anyway. Yeah, so I mean that's where I come from. So I just hope I didn't cause any friction or any disruptive attacks or anything like that in the chat, or I just don't want to be a cause of all that, because it has happened before where I've caused some people to fight each other, and it's not pleasant. I don't like it.
No, you don't have to worry about that, Mikey. You don't have to worry about causing friction. We're just, we like to talk about ideas here, and kind of, sometimes, people, there's tension. It's fine. We're adults, it's not going to be like it's not an issue. You're free to express yourself. You're very respectful.
I do try to be. JLL, do you have any responses?
Most of the rich people, that's what makes America the greatest country that ever existed besides Israel. Most of the rich people I know are just like you. So you can't demonize them now.
Well,
that
I'm
they
not
have done with exactly what you've done, but just to a greater extent, right?
right, but it's just like you just said, demonize. I'm not demonizing the rich. I'm trying to suggest to some of those rich people that maybe have a little more to give. Why didn't you go ahead and give to the poor in some ways? It doesn't have to be. Yeah, it doesn't all have to be financial. I mean, what
Right.
about spiritually? Like you said, some of the rich are deeply spiritual. Well, then, why don't you exude some of that spiritual grace onto the poor who may need it, who are lost? Many of them are lost souls. They don't know where they are. They don't know who they want to believe in or what to believe in. But if someone can offer at least offer them a fighting chance, like the key fitting the door, through the keyhole. Well, if you give them that little ray of sunshine or that little ray of light, and just say, hey, this is where that fits, and then, and then you go from there. That's all I'm saying.
Do you think that it's possible to eliminate poverty?
Not in my lifetime. I'm being a realist when it comes to that. Not in my lifetime. But hey, I don't know how long I'm going to be left on this earth.
Do you think
Like I
that
say,
if the people who
I leave
control
that in God's hands. It's not my choice. Whatever happens.
what was the reason people like Bill Gates, who's been not only are multi-billionaires, trillionaires, but people are donating money to their funds. Why?
Well,
what was the purpose of for instance, the food? When they created this GMO food, right? This corn or whatever that they said that was going to help the Africans, right?
Right.
And now all of a sudden, what are they using it for? To feed us. So they went to the highest bidder, which was the American distribution chain. So they were supposed to, and then and some of the African countries said, we don't want it. We rather grow our food, right? So perhaps what Jesus said is true, that the poor will always be with us for that reason alone. Or for many reasons, but that's one of the reasons, because of the wickedness of people's heart, of man's heart.
Well, they want to be,
and unless
right, and for the reason, Yes, they'll always be with us. But at least, yeah, and that's true. And what I, oh, of course. But what I like to think is,
You're breaking up. Bill Gates is buying up land. He's threatening small farms,
okay,
and he's gonna
okay, but I
continue
just want
eating
to
beef
stop you there and
burgers.
just like Bible and quote it where it says, Jesus said that, else to avoid starving by self awareness and by sorry, yeah, I know, and it's. I was going to say that. Don't you agree that maybe that's what it is? A prideful man is not a helpful man. That's just a
Yeah,
phrase.
it's about power and wealth and influence. I don't even think it's about money anymore.
No,
These people, they
it may
just
not
want
be.
to be. They want to influence. They want power and wealth. And Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, they love eating beef burgers.
Yeah.
They tell you can't eat them. They tell you need to be a vegan. No, Warren Buffett doesn't. But certainly, Bill
Yeah.
Gates.
Yeah, certainly them. Yes.
Zuckerberg smokes his beef. Zuckerberg loves smoked beef.
Yeah, Zuckerberg. Yeah.
He loves smoked beef, but he'll create a company of fake beef and sell that to you and have you eat that while he's smoking his. Right.
Right. Yeah, I see the quote that's there from the King James Bible, which, by the way, is the one I've read. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. Yeah. Okay, I understand that quote. I do. Chapter and verse. Yes, I do understand it. But it doesn't mean that you just discard the poor because we know they're there. You do try to offer some, like you said. Bill Gates is willing to use his philanthropic influences. I know Warren Buffett is. I know Richard Branson is. Those are powerful people, and they're willing to help. But yes, I believe that there are some people that don't need the help, either because of pride or because of being able to self-sustain. Subsistence. Subsistence. I'm trying to say that.
Sustenance. Is this the verse you were talking about, Joe? Because this doesn't. I'm not sure if I'm looking at this right in context. Where you have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. Is that the right one?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, the poor will always be with us.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Of course, when Christ returns, that won't be a reality. But the techno food industries, the climate change
Well, wasn't that
policies.
well?
You cut out again, Mikey.
The revolutionary plan is genetic engineering and patenting. So that's their plan. But they said that back in the 80s, right?
Wasn't
we're going to cure AIDS. We're going to
that very chapter and verse also referred.
So what's wrong with genetic engineering?
In the person of Jesus saying that I will not be on this, that we quote.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out, Mikey, so we can't get like a full sentence out of you right now.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. But you said, Jill, you say that the plan was genetic engineering, right?
Yeah.
Of humans, I'm assuming.
No, no. Of beef, synthetic beef. It's supposed to be fixing the climate, right? That's food that can help fix the climate. That's the but before this great thing, before this next thing, before Ukraine, it was, Russia. So it was in the 80s. They said, well, this is going to help because that was the thing back then. We're going to help the Africans. And it's like they just totally shifted from that being the reason for these synthetic plants and genetic engineering. Now we're going to save the climate. So no one's really buying this impossible burger that Gates is touting. And when he first started asking for money, when he first started taking money, enriching himself, it was for the poor Africans with the swollen belly. So the poor will always be with us because of wicked men, not because someone believes in the Bible. In fact, if you look at the statistics, it's on giving, on charity, it is the conservative who gives more than the liberal on average.
Okay, I mean, I don't know, maybe. I got it. Echo, sorry.
You're not going to eat plant food, are you? Soy textured, engineered yeast. I'm not eating that.
Say, according.
I mean,
no.
That's going to make my belly swell even more.
We won't either. But no. No, I just wanted to add one quick thing about the phrase, or about the quote, the Bible quote. At the time, Jesus knew that he was going to be, tortured and then crucified, and he said, in a way, he was letting people know that, like you said, because of wicked men, that they would always have the poor, but you wouldn't have Jesus on the earth, always. He would not always be there. But what they don't tell you is that Jesus would be there with you even after he passed, even after he was crucified and then rose, from the dead and then was carried into heaven. He said he would always be there still. All you have to do is ask. Ask and the door shall be opened. Knock and doors shall be opened to you. Ask and you shall receive. So,
are you
God,
Christian?
I am a Christian, yeah. Jesus never gave up on us. The quote may say one thing, but I do interpret it, I hope correctly, as saying that it doesn't mean that, he's given, that God has given up entirely. Because he never did. He never gave up on humanity. And he hasn't. Welcome back, Grape. Sorry, Kevin. Welcome back. So, that's what I read into it.
Amen. Yeah. But why is he selling these foods to rich countries? Why isn't he giving these food these because the Africans don't want it, and they also don't want LGBTQ.
Well, that's their free will, isn't it? That's their choice,
Yeah.
right?
So they'd rather starve than eat his cell programming technology.
And that has something to do, right? And that has something to do with pride. That's their prideful nature. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's their ideal.
Why not give us 100 patents to replicate an actual farm in Africa? Why not use your patents to replicate? They cry and complain about the poor communities, the African American poor communities being what they call dry zones, no grocery stores. Why not use your patent power there? Why are you using so-called climate change as your patent planning plan to
But don't
enrich rich countries? Gates says that rich countries should shift entirely to synthetic beef. Why? If the goal is to help
Rich countries are going to be the most populous, and so they're going to have the highest consumption, right? So that's who you're producing for.
That's who you can make the most money off of, right?
Sure.
But it's also going to be the biggest reducer in emissions from that industry, right?
Also,
why synthetic beef?
If we
Well, because, I mean, according to the research you're talking, whether you believe the research or not, but according to the research you're talking about, right, they say like the beef industry causes, I don't remember what it is, it's some really high percentage of the total emissions that are causing, global warming or whatever, right? Climate change.
Cow farts, you mean?
Yeah.
You believe that?
It seems plausible.
Okay. Well, 8-Man, if you believe 8-Man walk, then I see why you would believe such.
Yeah.
You got to change my mind. You got to convince me otherwise. I'm just saying. I've watched some stuff on this. It's compelling.
No, we're gonna see the same evidence, but you're gonna see it differently. We're looking at the same bones. We're looking at the same old monkey bones. You just see something different.
Yeah,
when you,
it is.
Yeah.
But they're only part of the problem. The cow farts are like a very minute fraction. Fraction.
Well, you think you cut out on me again, but it sounds like you're agreeing with Jill on that one, Mikey.
Well, this market, this have it your way, to have it genetically your way, this biological, a biological menu. There's a market for it, and Bill Gates, Melinda Gates are going to reap the rewards. That's just a fact. I mean, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, he was saying, get behind me because I'm going to feed the Africans. And he would, take pictures with Africans with small swollen bellies. I'm going to help the Africans. This is before the climate change thing. And then that sort of fell off the table. And now the new thing is climate change. Quite brilliant, if you ask me. He's playing chess. He's 6 steps ahead of you guys. But you can't fool the elect of God, William.
William. Yeah. Wait, which one's that?
Bill.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Oh, we're substantially lowering carbon emissions. Oh, please. these guys make me want to throw up. And that who's that girl, Greta? Oh my goodness, she is such a fraud. Have you ever heard her speak? She's like Biden, like the rest of these Democrats. You ever heard them speak without their scripts that are handed to them the night before, and they're forced to memorize?
No.
Or else their kiddie porn will be
I just
front
wanted
news
to
page in front news the next day unless they read that script.
Jill, I don't. I didn't say. No, I wasn't agreeing to. Was
Hey Mikey, why don't you try
going to mention was is
AT&T?
that don't forget also these are tribal actuaries.
Who's your internet provider, Mikey? You need to call them and ask for their money. Do you have Obama Net?
No, Mikey's Canadian. I don't think they have Obama Net up there.
Oh, okay. Trudeau Net.
We have. We have Wi-Fi. We have Wi-Fi that works. This building has a satellite, and
Okay, satellite.
we have Wi-Fi on our computers, on our PCs. Yeah, and one of the companies that works with the satellite is Bell 5. So it's basically Bell Canada. That's what works on ours.
It's Bill Gates.
Not Bill Gates. Bell Canada. Bell. Like
Bill
ding,
Canada.
ding, ding. Bell.
Bell
Bell.
Canada.
Bell.
Okay, Bell Canada.
Bell Canada. Yeah,
That's
not
like
Bill Gates Canada.
That's like Bell South.
No.
Bell South is just like that.
It's like a Bell South. Yeah, like Bell South.
Yeah, they're horrible. I used to work for I don't want to tell you the
And now
company,
you know
but
why I
I
have
did.
such problems.
Yeah,
And
I
now
did
you know why I have such
troubleshooting.
problems. Yeah.
Yeah, I did troubleshooting for a little while for this company, and man, after I said to after working for them, I said I would never ever purchase their product. It's a problem.
Well, there you go.
Like, the calls I would get, it's like, wow, like what do you mean you just shut off? Like, what are you talking? Like, that's crazy. I mean, with all this technology, and they're just giving you, it's like they say when they build cars to break down so that you can come back in 5 years and buy another one. That's what they're doing with technology.
Well, all the time, like I say, this year I'm going to turn 59, and for about 52 of those years, I lived in the United States and born in the United States, and I won't say necessarily who I voted for in pretty much every election since I turned 18. Always the best, and I had to leave. I left the United States, but then I felt a little bit of I was going to vote for. It was who I actually decided to vote for that made me feel comfortable. And like I said, without saying the party, but at that time I said I knew I was moving. I knew eventually I'd be moving out of the country. And once I became a Canadian, I really had no more say in American politics. And I'm thankful for that, because I really don't like to discuss them, because it's just, all it does is it causes a lot of dissension, a lot of distress, a lot of a lot of upset people, which, that's why they have all these firestorms. They call it a firestorm for a reason. When you talk about politics, sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
I just want to say, like, the issue to me, though, Mikey, and one of the reasons I like having these discussions is, like, to me, like, how I don't understand how one develops a well-informed political perspective without having those types of conversations and hearing different perspectives and hearing different arguments about, you know what I mean? Like, how would one develop that knowledge, or do you think maybe politics just isn't that important? Like, how do you view that?
I think once you get Mikey's mic going, you can't stop it because once it stops, it doesn't come back.
Oh no, yeah. Drop back in a second. Hopefully it hurts.
No, someone said if you don't do politics, politics will do you.
Yes. Yeah.
And we're experiencing that right now.
Mikey. He just dropped off the net over there.
The Bell Canada.
Well, I
heard something. Oh.
Well, okay. I'll go back to what my father told me at one time. Yeah, it doesn't come back if I stop, right? Sometimes that's how it goes. Yeah. No, I go back to what my father said to me one time. He said that the three things you really should never. Yeah. I hope you. Yeah, I hope you guys are hearing me.
We
Okay.
hear you, but you're breaking up really bad.
Chat.
Well, I used to work in sales, and one of my principles is I'm not going to sell your product unless
But my father said to me, now my father said to me that there was three things you really don't. Well, I'm just saying there are three things that you really should never discuss with others unless you cause a lot of dissension. That's religion. That's politics, religion, and death.
Oh yeah.
Whoops.
Well, the third one I would say is true. If someone dies, I practice the Jewish custom. Just shut the hell up. It's called shiver. I think they call it shiver, which is they just sit there. They don't say anything. They just sit silently. So
Death
yeah, I'd
attacks.
agree.
Discuss those. Those a lot of problems. That's why. Well, but I know it affects.
Right.
Had to be people like yours and breaking up. Out with it.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to make out some you're saying there, but I mean, I understand that saying, but I don't know if I agree with it entirely. You know.
So, which is totally cool.
Was your mic doing this before I came in, Mikey?
His mic does this off and on from time to time. Yeah.
It does it off and on, Jill. Yeah, it's not you, Jill. No, it's just my connection. I used to blame it. Yeah, I used to blame it on StreamYard, and I did have a StreamYard account at one time, and I closed that account. Then I opened a Restream.io, and that wasn't much better. I still
Do
have
you
that
have
account.
Do you have YouTube playing in the background?
No.
No.
I had my YouTube turned off. You know, I found out that if you leave the YouTube window open, it creates an echo, which is really, really bad. So yeah, no, I don't do that. Oh,
Hey,
here's
Doubting
Doubting Thomas. Hey, Doubting.
I have a I hold to a principle that if I'm not, and this is why I have a problem with Mr. Bill Gates and Zuckerberg still smoking their beef. So obviously the cow farts aren't affecting their atmosphere. If I'm not going to, and I would tell this to, people who've come or people I've interviewed with, New York Life, whether it's insurance or health insurance or life, if I would not buy your product, I'm not selling it. So if you can't convince me right here in this interview that this product that convinced me to buy this for my family, I'm not selling it.
Hello, Christian Carpenter.
So it's called integrity, and unfortunately, we don't have that primarily on the left. And I think that's a spiritual issue.
We could.
Unfortunately,
I could also say that you do have people on the right that are lost as much as the people on the left.
Sure.
Would you agree with that?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Because parties like that are, when it comes to spiritual guidance, both parties lack. I have to say it. It's absolutely true. They lack that spiritual guidance. Both parties do. The main parties we talk about. Yeah. And it's mutually exclusive. Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
What you said there, though, I don't know about that, because what you're saying is like that, the liberals are more inclined to like swindle somebody, but it's because they're not as spiritual. But it's like the people who like sell snake oil, so to speak, or whatever. Like they're preying on those people's like superstition. They're preying on that.
Yeah. I'd put them in the same boat, straight to the lake of fire. Yeah. I'd put them in the same category. Deceitful.
So they wouldn't be portraying themselves as liberal. I mean, by that logic, they would be portraying themselves as conservatives.
Well, yeah. Yeah, they would be portraying themselves as something they're not. False teachers, false prophets. The Bible talks about them. Their punishment is going to be worse because they knew the truth, and they used the truth to deceive innocent people. So I put them all in the same category. There are two types of people in this world. There are those who say to God, "My will be done," or "Thy will be done," and then there are those who God says to them, "Thy will be done."
And then there's people who just don't talk to God.
Which is my will, their will. That's their decision. That wasn't God's will. They decided that they would not acknowledge him.
In the absence of God's will, do you think people would still do things?
In the absence of God's will, there wouldn't be anything.
Okay, so if there was no like future imposition of God's will, would people still act? Like people were created, right?
Well, when I think of God's will, I think of his eternal decree, which existed long before anything existed. Unless it's usurpers hexes God, and then which is existence itself. So, which existed. Existence existed before anything. All right, well,
And God
that's just
exists outside of existence, right?
no, existence is a thing that existed before anything, and then therefore everything else is reliant on that thing called existence. But no, existence is just describing, it's just a state of being. So God exists, animals exist. But yeah, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mikey.
And then we had like
It's coming in too well there. I don't know if he's talking after he just accidentally unmuted.
Well, let me give you an example. I talked about Bill Gates and their foundation.
Saturday we can have it.
Mikey. Is it Mickey or Mikey? No, Mickey would be a C.
Yeah.
I have to pronounce your name
I'm
correctly
sorry.
because Darling Thomas is watching, and he loves to clip when I mispronounce words like ask.
Do you believe
He
that?
loves to clip that and parade it around. Hey, look at Joe. He's a teacher.
Let me ask
But,
Jill. Do you
I
accept?
think,
That, yeah, Jill.
yeah,
You
go ahead.
accept that God? I was gonna but Jill, I was waiting. I was gonna ask you. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Mikey. Yeah.
Mikey, right? Go ahead. While we have you.
Go ahead, Jill.
I'm
Because I asked you about.
No. You go
What do
ahead
think
because
about
we hear
free
you
will?
clearly now. Go ahead.
That
Go
God
ahead. Say
gave
what you're going to say.
What do you think? I said, Jill, and I guess I can ask my brother Kevin. What do you think about God giving us free will? What do you think about that concept? It's about free will. Free will. Okay, sorry, I'm just repeating myself.
Well, 8-Man can't believe in free will because we're fatalistically determined by our genetics or our synapses firing, and then or what do you call it, neurons firing in the brain. That's what determines us, right?
I don't believe in hard determinism. I'm in the compatibilist camp.
Compatible with what?
Compatible with free will. Determinism is compatible with free will.
Determinism is so you can freely do something without it first being a product or derived from some type of brain wave activity.
No, it would still be a product of your brain.
Okay, so it is determined by brain function. Compatible with what?
Yeah, it's determined by multiple brain functions and physical parameters and all the laws that govern you as a being, as an entity, right?
Okay, so the laws of the universe are compatible or interacting with your brain functions and those outside forces, physical forces. So you're still a natural. Right. Okay, I get it.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah. No, I agree with Kevin on that respect. Yes, I do. And it also has a lot to do with the chemical makeup that makes you. Everyone is unique. That's the beauty of God's grace, is that He made us all unique individuals. We're not all the same. We're not. Every one of us is a special, unique person, and that's the beauty. I love the fact that is a wonderful universal acceptance is that we're all individuals, we're all different and unique in special ways. We all have a special talent. We're all talented in some degree or other. That's the beauty of it. I love that. That's the best part.
I agree. I think it's our diversity that makes us stronger as a species. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. My wife is tempting me with bacon. We were just talking about meat.
Well, that sounds tempting. I had some bacon and eggs yesterday for breakfast when I left. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was good.
Your bacon didn't come from Bill Gates' farm, did it?
No, it was real pig.
Well,
But let me tell you.
this is
Let me tell you why the African countries rejected.
no. Well,
Mikey, you're botting pretty bad now. And you're muted. Okay.
His flagship program, the Green Revolution in Africa, this was like back in the 2000s, where he's trying to lift farmers out of poverty. So the African, especially it was the faith leaders in Africa, by the way. The cartel was okay with it, of course. The liberal was okay with it. But it was the African faith leaders who realized what the ruse, that he actually never delivered on his promise. Only people that benefited were the corporations and the small farmers and communities, the middle class, what we would call the middle class, the small business owners, suffered. So that is their goal. Their goal is to get rid of the middle class and to have and have-nots. That's the great reset Biden talked about. That's the change Obama talked about. So if you guys want to see at least some relief, I'm not saying you're going to end this, you're going to stop these people. But if you want to see at least 4 years of relief, like we had under Trump, then vote Trump again. And vote MAGA. Why do you think they're working so hard to get rid of him?
The charade of politics, though, and this whole issue that politicians are somehow going to fix this state, where what you're talking about to me sounds like this problem of capitalism, right? And so that's like, it seems like it's really a system of capitalism that's broken.
Crony capitalism, not capital.
Okay.
Capitalism is just an exchange of goods, exchange of capital. That's all capitalism is. If I say, hey, I'll give you this laptop if you give me you have a massage, or no, I don't use a massage company, but you own a farm, and I say, hey, I'll give you this laptop if you give me a couple pounds of your potatoes. That's capitalism. So it's crony capitalism. What Bill Gates is doing, for instance, it's telling people you're going to feed them, and then you're really benefiting. The real goal is really to benefit your investor. So there's no reason why Bill Gates doesn't respond to criticism on this issue, because he's only got one thing in mind, and it's not the African with the swollen belly.
But my point is that Bill Gates is not a politician. That was my point.
He's not?
Not as far as I can tell.
He's not in DC, but he's a politician. He's the worst kind of politician because he politics on a global level. He does what we would consider what they're doing in DC. He does it on global. He's a globalist. So he is affecting countries, entire countries, not just what goes on in your local municipal, but entire nations. And they rejected him. The Africans, the religious Africans. That's telling to me. That's his foundation has weakened, they say, the farmers, or weakened their seeds, they would say. And it'll take years to undo what they have done. I think that's a quote from the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. So that's crony capitalism. God doesn't have a problem with you exchanging goods with a nation or another nation. Israel traded with nations around them. God doesn't have a problem with that. Are you trading with your neighbor, trading a cow for a goat? That doesn't have a problem with that. It's when you start making fake goats. That's when and passing them off as actual goats to enrich yourself. It's that I think God has a problem with that, wouldn't you say? I know you're not a Christian, but you do have a conscience.
Well,
Yeah, well, I think
yeah. Yes, those are more secretive. There are people like Gates and Zuckerberg. Yeah. Right, but welcome back, Sandy. Hey, a Jill discussion today, and as always, and you care for us, and we appreciate breakfast. And I need to get some food in me,
Okay.
and then I need to get
Good
some
for
sleep.
you.
So, yeah. So thank you, Kevin.
Well,
I
enjoy
hope you
your.
had a good night too. Oh, thank you.
Thanks
guys.
for coming by, man.
See ya. Mike, enjoy
Okay.
those eggs and ham.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Take care, guys, and God bless. Thank you, guys, and thank you to the chat. Thank you, chat. We appreciate your help.
All right.
Have a good one.
What? All of a sudden, his mic is perfect now, and he's leaving. All right. God bless you, Mikey. Till
Thank you,
next
guys.
time.
Till next time.
Oh boy. Now, what is that I'm looking at on the screen? Is that what type of?
Oh,
ape
that's a
is that?
marmoset. That's
A
a
what?
marmoset.
A what?
A marmot.
Is he our cousin or what?
No, these are they're marsupials. They're all marsupials. No, wait, that's wrong. Hold on, I'll pull them
Marsupials
up.
are related to us, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
So what is that? Is he our uncle? Our cousin? Stepsisters?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the
You have to look at the
tree.
chart. The tree?
Yeah.
The
I don't
tree
have
of
that
life.
They're obviously pretty far away from us, but it's
Oh, yeah.
huge distance.
They're based on what?
Based on they're monkeys. I mean, monkeys kind of near the ape section of the tree here. Yeah, weird looking things, huh?
Okay. I remember these trees. I remember tearing out the pages of the textbook that included those trees. And when I told that to Deconverted Man, this was years ago, and Deconverted Man had me on his channel, and I told him that I used to teach fifth grade science, or fifth grade. I was an ES teacher, so I taught every subject. And I told him that I ripped out some of the pages in the textbook. And and he went ballistic. It was like I said something about Muhammad. You know how they
Yeah.
to a Muslim. He went ballistic. I said, man, you're in a cult, man. You're in a cult, dude. You're in a cult. For you to get that upset, he went ballistic. I will find you and I will report you to the authorities. Allah Akbar. Allah. It was the funniest thing. I wish I still had that on tape. It was on another channel that existed that got banned because of Spygate. And Spygate happens to be a fact now. They admit it's a fact now. So it wasn't a fact then because they wouldn't admit it, but they knew it was. But yeah, and he went crazy, and he never ever again spoke to me on it. Like when we were in rooms like together, we just, of course he never invited me back to his channel again, but he wouldn't even speak to me. He would leave. Like if I were in a room with him in a mutual setting, he would leave. Like, all right. So what am I looking at here? Is this Princeton?
No, I was looking. I was trying to find some kind of. No, that's not even close to it. Anyway, point is, they're monkeys. They're not apes, but I don't have the graphic of that. Yeah, I think only two people on here that don't speak to me now are Beck and Godless Sewing.
I like that one with the Afro puffs. I like him. Yeah, he's pretty cool looking.
Which one?
When I get my hair like that, the eight with the Afro puffs.
With the Afro puffs.
What's he called? Playboy or something? I don't know. So can you put up the tree for me and explain the phylogenetic tree that Aaron Rod talks about? Can you teach me about this genetic tree that was invented?
I could show you, and I could attempt to. I'm not science educated.
Okay, maybe I need to call Aaron Ra in here.
Yeah, maybe we could pull up one of those videos.
Yeah, show us this tree and how we got to where we are today and where we came from. And I like to hear the story. I like to hear the arguments, and I read folklore from Japanese folklore. I read. Oh, look at Doubting Thomas in the chat.
It all started with a single-celled organism, and then we turn into a multicellular organism, right? So we got that part right.
So where did life come from, since you want to start it at the cellular
apparently if it comes from a single cell, I guess we call that like the first cell, right? Like the protocell or something like that.
Where did the first living cell came from non-life, right?
Well, yeah, I guess it would have formed from a thing that wasn't living.
What's your understanding? Was it a lightning strike? What is the mechanism? What caused that life to come from non-life?
So I don't know. Yeah, I've heard like various theories like that. I don't know it would be necessarily an electrical charge. I feel like the introduction of water, like if there were no liquid water and you introduce liquid water to a system, that could possibly produce like a chemical reaction for life, right? You have the thing of potential for life. So I would think it would be water. Judging by my knowledge.
So water in combination with non-living material. So is water alive?
Water is necessary for life. It's a necessary component for all living things.
So non-life combined with non-life to produce life?
Right.
Interesting. You think that's scientifically supportable?
Well, I mean, it seems like it's the only way that science reckons, like, we could answer that question. Like, if you'd ask that, like, how where does the first living thing come from? We have to say, well, it'd have to be two other non-living things reacting in a certain way, right? And that's how you get chemistry, right?
Yeah, chemistry. Chemistry is experimenting on things that are already alive, for the most part, right? Or
I don't think they're alive.
Well, living things interacting with non-living things. You're saying
chemicals, strictly speaking, aren't alive, right?
Right. Okay, so the water is alive because it has cellular properties.
No. There are living organisms within the water, but the water is not a living organism.
Okay. So it's right. So it wasn't H2O. It was the organisms in the H2O, the flagellas, the cell, the one celled. So where did the one celled organisms come from?
Right. It could be either way, but it seems more likely to be the introduction of water to like an otherwise like inactive, like something that's I'm looking for. It's like, neutralized, right? Like if it has no that's what I'm looking for, right? Acids and bases. I don't know. So that's the reaction you're looking for.
It almost sounds like
it's a neutral chemical compound.
It almost sounds like rotting meat was covered in maggots, so the meat turned into maggots. That's what it sounds like.
Wait, I don't understand what meat covered in maggots.
Right, the early concepts of this story, I'll call it, was that because if you left a piece of meat out, it would, in seconds or in hours, maybe days, it would be covered in maggots. So it was assumed that the meat turned into maggots. And then mice would then appear, and so it was assumed that the maggot infested meat, or the decomposed meat turned into mice. It's called spontaneous generation. So it sounds like that's what you believe that happened in water.
Well, I think it's a likely theory, but no, I mean, it's not quite that, because you're talking about, once again, you're talking about taking a decomposing living thing, and we know how the process works, right? Where maggots invade a dead piece of meat or whatever, and then other animals come. So no, that whole process works. But when you're asking about the question of the origin of life, I'm just saying, like, I mean, any of these theories, might be true, but if I think the most likely one is that introduction of water to a dried system. Like, so there's already chemical components there, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know how that would work, but to form an organism, right? And then you need a single cell organism.
All right, so H2O combined with carbon. Which elements did the essential? I think there's like 5 protein molecules, and then that's what formed the first protein molecule. The water combining with which element? There are only 50 something elements on the table.
Yeah, I don't know which element it would be, but like you said, proteins, right? So you need like aminos. Is that the one? I think that's the main.
Right, that formed the amino acids, and right. So it was water.
Right.
Combining with which element?
Well, I don't know. Which
oxygen,
element?
hydrogen, and what else?
Let's see.
The only evidence for any living cell is another living cell. That's the origin for any living cell, another living cell. So that's why we say in the beginning God created. Because there's no other explanation. Now you may say there's no other explanation because you're discounting, you're excluding the idea that in the beginning God. That's why I think this theory is funded so because they realize that there is no other alternative. So when a Christian PhD says something, it's discounted. It's shunned. In fact, if you notice, the only time they're allowed to really speak freely is after they retire. Do you notice that? The only time the Christian Scientist is allowed to be heard is after he's retired, after he's served a long career in the field of science and gotten his patent and received the funding that he needed to work on his discovery or his experiments. It's only after that he retires. So put that chart back up. I want to see something.
Okay, I'm going to show this real quick since we were just on it. I'm going to make sure to look up. But I do want to say, like, on its own, in the beginning, God created, that could be a compelling statement. I'm not going to discount that on its own, but it's anything that follows that. I'm going to say, okay, what's the order of operations? Like, does all of this, it's everything that follows that. I can't say on its own that, okay, in the beginning, God didn't do something. But, and it's all the other questions about God and what he does beside create and the character of God and all of those things, right? But, I mean, we start here, like, it's asking the question, well, what's the scientific explanation for the origins of the universe, the origins of life, right? Like dig as deep as you can. Just as you should with the question of theology, right? Like ask both. So, I mean, I wouldn't just, mock that statement on its own. In the beginning, God created X and then go where you're going to go from there. But, it's the rest of the argument that doesn't seem to add up for me.
Right. Well, so you're a theistic evolution. Theistic evolution is that questions the morality of God, maybe.
Yeah, sure. I would say that.
Okay. Well, I all right. Well, I mean, if you want to talk about that, I know Dr. Josh came up in a conversation we had that was off topic, or we started to have, but it was off topic. But so what is it about the God of the Bible that does not appeal to your subjective morality? What is it about? What does he do that upsets you?
Well, there's a number of things, or at least interpretations of him that upset me. I mean, namely, some of the stories in the Bible I think are atrocious. We could talk about that, but I mean, I'd say more to like, I think things that are pertinent to my life and my experience. I would say there's this argument over whether homosexuality or alternative like sexual orientations or gender presentation should be condemned or what have you, and things like that, right? Where I think that's like something that from my experience and the people that I've interacted with, I've learned that people are born into their sexual orientation through a process that they don't have control over. So if there were a God would have made them that way. And then so if God had made them that way, why would some people interpret that God would say they should be condemned? That's like one example.
Oh, wait a minute. He made them single-celled organisms. So I don't get how God can't make a homosexual. You're blaming the single-celled organism for attaching to another single-celled organism. You're blaming the cell that God created us and we're creatures. So if that's but he also puts parameters around our lives. So if that single-celled organism were to attach to a virus, then that single-celled organism, let's say the single-celled organism had freedom to choose, and the single-celled organism chose the virus. Is God now supposed to miraculously stop that virus from destroying that single-celled organism? If that's what he created and he provided these organisms, we put parameters around their existence, meaning if you jump off a building, you're done. God's not going to well, he can. So you're saying God should, in every case, stop those natural processes from being natural processes. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, I mean, I guess in this case, the question would be, why would God begin that natural process, or make the parameters in such a way that this suffering is innate in the process, right?
Because that's what's best for humanity. For instance, he says, don't overeat. People overeat. Now, you can say they have the propensity to overeat. They were born that way. You could say that. That's fine. But you must be born again. You could say that's okay. If you want to say there was some sort of chemical imbalance, perhaps during gestation, and they were born with the propensity to overeat. Hopefully, someone will teach that creature that this is not, and try to curtail that. That's why we have special education. That's why we have programs for mental illness and treatment for mental illness. because we try to curtail those things so that that person's life might be complete. We try to place parameters around their lives so that they don't go outside those parameters based merely on their proclivity that you want to say they were born with. That's fine. I really don't care to argue whether or not someone was born that way. But God, knowing that we are creatures, that we're not perfect, and that those things can happen in a world in which we would say a fallen world, in which viruses do exist, and those things do exist in this world, that God's plan for our life is not they're not capricious, right? His laws are not capricious. They're not designed to make your life difficult. They're really designed to make your life more complete and a healthy life. And all we need to do is look at the social statistics to determine which lives we should be living, or where the parameters lie. Right? I mean, the social sciences do speak loudly on this issue. So I don't really need to even employ or use the Bible in this issue. In fact, when I had debates on this, I debated an atheist by the name of Carlton on this same issue. I didn't use one scripture. I don't need to. The heavens and the earth, they declare the glory of God. The science declares God's glory. In this case, especially.
So first off, I don't think the comparison of obesity to something like being gay. There's no. I don't think anybody's born with a tendency to overeat or whatever. But even if that were
I've heard the argument. I've heard that argument.
I mean, why would it be the case if this was all planned and designed by God? Why would it be the case that God would design the system and human beings in such a way that they would have a propensity to overindulgence, which is bad for them, or indulgence of anything that you might say might not be beneficial to them?
Well, you're asking the why question. Ultimately, God would have to answer that. But I think because he loves us and he wanted to display his love, God is love, I think he created creatures. Now, the only alternative, I would argue this to the problem of evil that Danny loves to tout on his TikTok channel, the only alternative is non-existence, other than God, of course, God being the eternal one, the existent one, service. The only alternative is that God does not create anything. That's the only alternative, because as soon as he creates, he's not going to create another him or duplicate himself. Although we're created in the image of God, he's not duplicating perfect beings. God is a perfect being. He will never, ever, ever sin or make these or have these flaws, because he's perfect in every way. So the only alternative is God creates a bunch of little hymns, which is impossible, because there's only one God and there's only one eternal one that's always existent, that's omnipresent, that's omniscient, that's all-knowing. So as soon as he decides to create, and he creates out of love because he wants to fellowship and he wants to share his divine love, his nature is love. As soon as he does that, that actualizes these faults, or what we would call evil. So the only alternative is that he just does nothing, but just exists, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit for eternity. So I don't have a problem with...
Do you believe he created angels, right?
Do I believe what?
You believe he created angels?
The angels, right? The angels are also creations, creatures who are not perfect and therefore subject to failure. And we saw that in Satan. Satan, or Lucifer, was found in that he was, he saw God and he wanted to be like God, and I don't blame him. But and he said, "I will ascend above you. I will be greater than you." He said it, and then God kicked him out of heaven, quote unquote. So yeah, the angels are a perfect example. So are humans. So are animals. Animals are not perfect. I mean, I always joke with the blacks, and I always say, when I see a white person walking their pit bull, I'm more comfortable around that pit bull because they're usually trained. But if you allow that pit bull, if you allow that lion, that cat, to live in the wild, it will revert back to its nature. It will revert back to its instinctual nature, right? The reason why you love that dog is because you've petted it, you've trained it, you've put parameters around its life, its nature. They were born that way, instinctively. They will bite you instinctively if you try to snatch their food, especially if they haven't eaten in a while. So we do the same thing with pets that God does with us. And that's how I look at the problem of evil.
We are like pets to God.
Yeah. Pretty much. Petted pets. You ever watch the movie? I love this movie because I see God in everything. So don't accept X-rated and stuff like that. I don't see God in that. But watch the movie Lost with Tom Hanks. I have a better one for you after this one. But what happens to him when he's on that island by himself? Now, he doesn't turn into a savage, but if you look at him, like, this man has lost his mind. He's lost his mind. He created another person out of a volleyball to interact with. So there's no such thing as an independent person. We're dependent. God created us as dependent creatures. We have even an ecosystem. We rely on other creatures. We call it an ecosystem. Read the book, and it's a shame that they no longer teach this. They're reading books like the Jim Crow 2.0, the nonsense, like the Marxist textbooks that they have in the classrooms now. I almost cringed, I almost cursed when I saw one of my high school students carrying this book around. I almost confronted the English teacher, but not social. What do you call it? Social justice or social studies, we called it. But we used to read, and when we were in school, you might remember this. There was a book called Lord of the Flies. Remember Lord of the Flies? Brilliant. William Goldberg.
I like the movie too. Yeah,
he's dealing with this same issue. These were young boys who were trained, who were children of rich parents, people of well influence. Put them on an island without those parameters and watch what happens. You will wind up eating each other. Now, you may sit here in your comfy living room in front of your computer with your heat on. I guess we're in the winter time, and say, no, I'd never do something like, okay. Put you on an island for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and watch you eat your neighbor. God will sit there and watch you eat your neighbor. He'll say, see, I told you needed me. You will revert back to the creature that God made you. It's because now America, you'll say America is putting parameters around my life. You'll say the society is putting parameters around my life. But it was ultimately God that does this. And any society can fall apart if they and we see this, and we saw this with Rome. We saw this with all the great societies fell apart when they strayed from God's law, from His eternal decrees and His laws. So that's how I look at humanity, as God's petted pets. We are special. We get the coat. You see dogs now. People treat dogs better than they treat humans. They treat their pets better than they treat other humans. You hadn't donated $1 to charity to poor. You hadn't fed anyone, but you feed that dog. You walk past the homeless person, your dog has on Versace.
It's funny because I work sometimes at a food pantry, and they have pet food there. So I guess and it's like, okay, so people, obviously it's necessary to, and I've been homeless with a pet before, so I'd be a hypocrite, but I had to give mine up. But yeah, it's like the last thing you need to be doing is, if you can't feed yourself, worried about feeding animals. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they'll say, "Oh I gotta," some people, they treat their pets better than their own children. I guess because the pets they can control the pets maybe. But yeah, do you think that's an evil thing to have a pet? It was a YouTube. No.
I actually do think it's I think it's something that we should probably not do, or at least stop breeding for like only do like rescue situations or whatever. But we should stop. I think we should stop pet breeding.
There was a YouTube video that went viral of the lady who had the pet duck, and she decided she did a YouTube video. She set up her camera, and she said, "I'm going to let I don't know what she called him, but I'm going to let Johnny swim for the first time." And he swam away and never came back. She put him in the stream, and he said, "Bye." Stupid! I was waiting for you to finally get out of here. I was in prison. I'm finally can be where I'm supposed to be, in my natural habitat. And that's not their natural habitat. So is that abuse? You're putting parameters
I think
around
it could be. I think it could be construed as abuse. I do. And good morning, Richard Match. Good to see you. So
God is abusive then, because he puts the same parameters around our lives. But that might be what's best for the duck, because the alligators are out there, and but I thought that was kind of funny.
I guess that's really the distinction, though. If I believe that a thing comes from nature, and that what is best for it is what is like by and in its nature, right? Then taking a thing out of its natural state would be unnatural, therefore incorrect, right? Like, so that's why I think that's I guess your state is the state of God, right? You want a thing to be in the state of God.
Well, yeah, God is. He creates humans, and He creates humans with certain, functionality. So, if let's say you decide you want to eat rocks, and I don't mean salt. Hey, you eat salt. Salt is rocks. Now, if you decide to eat a rock, there are natural consequences when you go against your nature. Even if you were born with the propensity to eat rocks, or you had some sort of pica disorder, maybe you're still going to suffer the consequences. So it would be in your best interest to listen to the doctor when he says, "Hey, don't do that," even if you were born that way. And that's how I look at the homosexual thing. It's a long way to answer your question.
Came way back around on that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't agree with it. But
Yeah, I know, because there are many reasons why you're not going to ever agree, but that's just my way of looking at it. Is we're creatures. You really don't have as much free will as you think you do. You do have freedom to choose within your nature, and But now that Richard's here, I'm gonna allow him to speak because I'm sure he has a lot to say, and in fact, I know he does.
Figured he might. Hello, Rich. What did you think about
Peace
him?
and respect. I've already said everything I needed to.
Oh, where in the chat?
Just in this meme.
Oh, we can't see it. Can you blow up his meme so we can see intellectual? Oh, I'm not gonna say that word because
Masturbation is a medical
someone
term.
might
There's
hear
nothing
me.
wrong
And
with saying that.
well, I have a family, but speaking for the sole pleasure of listening to yourself and showing off your supposed intellectual and linguistic capacities. Okay. Did you make that meme up yourself, Richard?
No, sir. No, sir, I did not.
Okay. That's a funny one.
I think so.
I've always said liberals have the worst memes. If you want a good meme, go to like a conservative channel or a conservative source. But
Welcome, Geo Sam. I don't know. Who do you think you are, Joe?
who do I think I am?
Yeah.
Who do I know I am?
You did say you would allow me to speak as if you had some power over me.
No, you can do nothing without Christ. Christ is the one who has power over you.
That doesn't resolve the issue. Now you're saying that you are Christ?
No, I said Christ is the one that has power over you.
I agree. When you assumed you had power over me by allowing me to speak, does that mean that you think you are Christ?
Well, I know you're a gentleman and you would never talk over me. So I said I'll shut up so that you can speak, because Richard, being such the gentleman he is, would never talk over Jill.
Well, I try not to, but that doesn't mean I always have that amount of self-control when you evidently want it so badly.
Okay. What do you think of this chart here? Richard, do you think it's accurate?
I think it's accurate. I can barely see it. And I would think that something like this, I'd have to review for probably a couple of hours to know if it's accurate or not. But do you mean, do I believe in evolution? I believe the Bible demands it.
Wow. So you're a theistic evolutionist, like Ape Man here?
I don't know about Kev.
Yeah, he said he was. He said.
Well,
he said
okay,
he'd
but
think
I
about
didn't
it.
hear
He
that.
said he'd think. Well, yeah, he
Yeah,
said
but I didn't hear that. So.
Okay. So you're a theistic evolutionist.
That's a label that someone could use. It's not completely correct. It depends on your definition of that label, whether or not that's accurate for me.
Okay, so Adam and Eve didn't exist. They were what?
So Adam and Eve did exist.
They did.
Yes. As far as I can tell from the text, they do. They were actual, real human being people.
Were they the first humans?
Yes, first of their kind.
The first humankind.
First of that kind, which I already said was human being. Yes.
Okay. So you don't believe that they came from lesser organisms then?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So God, through a process, created the first human through a evolutionary process.
Yeah, that word God right there that you're referring to in Genesis and throughout Genesis until Adam.
There we go.
it's an interesting word usage. Are you aware of the actual word?
So instead of answering the question, you want to have a discussion on the definition of God.
Well,
Okay,
it is.
all right.
It
Let's
is the
do
answer to your question.
Okay.
So you're probably aware,
I'll
and
say
maybe
creator. We would define God as creator.
well, that's more accurate. That's more accurate.
Okay.
I like that better actually, because the word there is Elohim, which
Right.
means powerful beings. And if you look into it, it doesn't identify whether or not the powerful beings are benevolent or malevolent. It does not identify that.
Mhm. So the powerful beings, did they create the single-celled organism, and then through that process, eventually we get Adam and Eve?
No, they
So
the
how
powerful
did
beings
it
did
happen?
not. There was apparently some naturalistic, maybe Darwinistic type, maybe not, or maybe something close to that. We don't know. Process that happened, including abiogenesis. The beginnings of very, very simple life. That resulted in a species that was dominant, and through technology became able to manipulate its own surroundings and genetic material. And then it started to, just like we are right now, just like we're doing right now, something like that. But this particular animal that became dominant was strictly, it was non-emotional. It doesn't even have emotion. I'll explain later how I know that. That's also in the text of the Bible. But it was just purely logical, and it's not moral, but it is logical. If you can enslave, to enslave, so it does, because you could say that we enslave cows. You could say that, and dogs, and lots of stuff, because we see them as lesser beings. We use them as beasts of burden to execute work to our benefit, not to their benefit so much.
I would agree with that. In fact, I'll let you finish, but in fact, I was just arguing that God is to humans what humans is to petted pets. But yeah, go ahead. I would agree.
Yeah,
with that.
you're not aware of it right now from what I've already said, but I'm about to give you a big treat, Jill. You're going to love this.
Yeah.
You're going to think that I'm saying the most ridiculous thing ever. So
Okay.
you're going to have lots of airtime.
That won't be
on
a
this one.
surprise. Okay, go ahead.
No, but it's a new one. It's one you haven't heard.
Okay. All right, I'm listening.
Okay. No, that wouldn't be surprising to you. You'd expect that of me, but just the same, it's one you haven't heard. Okay. So that dominant animal is the slave keeper, and it starts messing around with genetic material, and that's why we have these orphan genes in human beings that are not in the rest of the ape class. It's because they did to the apes genetically to make a more perfect slave. And you know this story, Jill, as the story of, let me think of the right names because I'm not good at names. It was no, sir. It was the story of Moses and the king of it was Nero, not Nero. That's the wrong name. Crap.
King of Moab.
No, the Herod. That's the right name. So you know this story from the Herod, who is warned by his upper echelon, advisors, that someone was going to be born and they were going to take his throne. You know that story, right?
Right.
Okay. So this is a parable, I believe. Maybe using real history, maybe not, doesn't really matter. But the important thing is that it's an explanation of where we come from. That the Elohim there are Herod and his kind, representing Satan. Peace and respect, Halcyonic. And that we in this story are the slave class, the Jews. And then this Jew is born that's different. And that Jew gets put in charge of literally 2/3 of governance by himself. That's all his responsibility. So the prophecy was true. He was the Pharaoh or Herod or whatever the czar, the Caesar, was losing his throne to the slave class. There you go. So that causes all kinds of problems. You know the rest of the story. Eventually, we escape. But I believe that since Herod, the one in charge, the slave keeper, is representative of Satan there, that literally the creator of man was Satan, not our God.
Well, you were wrong. I've heard that before. It's we would call it Luciferian doctrine. But yeah, I've that's quite interesting.
No, that's
you would
very
hold to
loose. How
that.
can it be Luciferian doctrine? That seems
Well, it's
so
from
broad.
it's from the Luciferian. I'll say it's from the Luciferian canon. I'll say, but no, what you teach does not all encompass the Luciferian
Well, thank you.
doctrine or
That was
their entire
rational of you.
canon.
Thank you.
Well, the Theosophical Society taught that Satan was the actual creator. There are at least some sects in that religion that believed that Satan was the good guy also.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Right. So that's what I was going to say. If Satan is the creator, then are you supposed to worship Satan or God?
No,
Well,
worship isn't about where you come from. Worship is about your emotions, your moral alignments, of honoring that which is greater than you are, better than you are, for all those same reasons. That's what worship is about. I'm like, if my dad were a drunken naval officer who came home and beat us every time he did come home, when he did come home, there's no reason for me to worship him. You see, he's older than me, he's bigger than me, he's stronger than me, and he made me. But there's no reason to worship that guy.
Okay, so just because, I mean, even if Satan were the creator, that doesn't necessarily mean that worthy of devotion or worship God. Okay.
Right. And the fact that we are named, that the first of us is named that which turns red in the face like the red clay of the earth. Well, I know what causes that. Emotions cause that. And names differentiate. A good name will encapsulate all of that thing and eliminate everything else. That's what a definition does. So the name being a definitional name, like a descriptor, must mean that everything else around it doesn't have a face that turns red like the red clay of the earth. Everything else around it, including the namer. So since it's emotions that cause us to become flush of face, and yes, we're the only critter that does that for that reason that we're aware of, then that means the namer didn't have those emotions. Which is why I say that that Satan is evil and emotionless. So not worthy of worship, sir.
But did Satan create before he fell, or was this after he fell?
Oh,
that would matter, right? That would matter, wouldn't it?
Well, you have an association there that I don't personally make between Lucifer and Satan.
Okay, Lucifer. Excuse me. We would say that Lucifer and Satan are one and the same, or maybe he became Satan after he fell. Well, did Lucifer create before the fall, before he fell or rebelled, or after?
Okay, again, I don't think that Lucifer and Satan are the same being.
I know. I'm asking. Okay, forget about Satan. Did Lucifer? Did he create before? He said he created man. Was this before the so-called falling away or falling out of relationship or rebellion from a third of the angels or 2/3 of the angels went with him in this rebellion? Did this creation happen before or after that?
Okay, because Satan is that creator, that emotionless creator I'm referring to, and since Lucifer is not Satan, your question makes no sense to me.
Okay, so
do you see that?
So did Satan? All right. Well, you're talking about Satan. Okay. not Lucifer. All right. So
Right.
Satan created, was this before or after the separation or the rebellion?
The rebellion of Lucifer. I
Yeah,
believe that in heaven you couldn't possibly believe a lie because of the way that heaven's arranged. And I don't believe that an angel could create a lie because of the situation of heaven. I believe that Lucifer was tricked by Satan. if that
Lucifer
answers
was
your
tricked by Satan. So
Yeah, he
Satan
believed
was
something that
always
wasn't true.
So Satan was always evil or a deceiver
Oh yeah, from the beginning.
from the beginning. Okay. So you would use 2 Corinthians 4, that Satan's the god of this world. You would use that to support this type of understanding.
Well, I think you would agree with me. A lot of this world is satanic, and maybe the majority of our acts are evil acts.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, one thing is certain that he alone, Jesus Christ, can save us from this created satanic world that Satan created, or you say Satan created. He's the ultimate
No, I did not say
destination.
that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're adding to what I said.
Okay, Satan created humans.
I said he manipulated ape genetic material with their own and added stuff, which accounts for the genetic material that's not in the rest of the apes that we do have. All of the orphan genes that make us different from apes.
Okay,
That's
so
not
Satan
the same thing as creating the planet.
Okay, so Satan created using the existing genetic material that God created, or the creator created the animals, right?
I don't think there was a being responsible. I think it was a naturalistic happenstance situation that he came to be, and that other animals like him came to be, but he and his kind were evidently greatly dominant.
Okay, so there were creatures already on the planet that had, we don't know how life started. Science hasn't figured that out, but these spontaneously maybe generated on a rock, and then Satan comes and creates humans from that genetic material that already existed.
Okay, and you're skipping animals getting to the Satan kind. You're like skipping that like they pre-existed everything. I said I believe they were a result of that process.
Satan was a result of that process also?
Yes, all animals, wherever that was, whenever that was, however long ago, at whatever location, I have no clue, but apparently quite some time ago. Because in the book of Revelation, our Lord calls Satan ancient. Well, when I call someone ancient, it means they're much older than me.
The Ancient of Days, right? So Satan was among these beasts.
That old serpent, that old dragon, that old Satan. They call him old. To call someone old is to say, they're older than you.
Yeah, he's been around. Well, not he's been around a long time, yeah. But so you're saying that Satan was one of those creatures that, wherever they came from through natural processes, is among the other creatures, but he is more dominant. How is he able to manipulate? Did he evolve to a point where he's able now to manipulate the others?
Okay, I don't think I understand the sentence structure, but I'm going to tell me where I'm wrong if I misunderstood in my
Well,
answer.
no, I'm asking if all of
you
these
can't stop
creatures.
me before I answer.
Oh, okay. I thought you were.
Wait for me to be wrong.
Well, no, I thought you were asking for clarification. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead if you have something.
Yeah, I was just going to try to clarify that if all of these creatures are developing on this rock, how did Satan surpass all the others in his evolutionary development? How did he, surpass their intelligence, where he would then be able to manipulate them and use them, experiment on them, and he's grafting, genes and in genomes, and he's playing. How is he that much intelligent than all of the others?
Well, you know,
Is
you're
that-
asking me to eisegete, and I can't take that directly from the text, but I can say like logically necessary. That's the best I could do, because it doesn't cover that topic, you know. But it's entirely possible that a strong, even slightly more intelligent deer is able to eat better because it knows where better food is located. So then its offspring also knows where that better food sources are, right? And because of that, they are healthier, live longer, procreate more, and can become dominant. This is exactly why, in fact, we have hunting programs in the United States, is to keep that from getting out of hand.
Right. So natural selection, survival of the fittest.
It's absolutely true that if you eat better, then you get closer to your genetic potential. And if you don't eat so good, you'll never achieve that genetic potential. So, you know, just by happenstance, something ends up dominant. And if all of these ancient descriptions of the evil one are something close to true, then they are some kind of a goat-like animal that's extremely evolved, which is weird as hell sounding, I know, but that's what it looks like.
Wow, 8-Man, you didn't think you were going to hear a story like this today, did you? That's
Hey, I
more
never know what I'm
I thought I would be hearing about another story like the
I think
8-Man
there's a good
story.
reason, Jill, that Moses doesn't recognize that he came from the slave class. Now, if this had happened in the ancient Near East in Egypt, right, and we were talking about actual Jews, and that's what it meant, and actual Egyptians, you do know that the Jews are not like really, really black people, but you do know that the Egyptians are, right? So if he grew up,
No, they're not.
coming
Egyptians
from,
are not really dark. They're olive skinned.
how many
Even
Egyptians
today.
do you know?
How many Egyptians do I know personally in America?
Have you been there?
No, never.
I have. Okay, so Egyptians are actually really dark. They don't look
All
like
of them?
Jews. Look, as time goes forward into today, there's more intermingling and skin becomes more normalized.
Mhm.
Okay, but back then the Egyptians were black people. They really were, like really black, not maybe black. And the Jews weren't. The Jews were tan colored people. Okay,
Right.
not maybe tan, like a medium tan. That's just how it was. You
Well, there
could
was
not be
mixing
of
going on.
what's that?
There was mixing going on back then as well. So
Yes, I know, but the slaves and okay, let me make the point and then tell me why I'm wrong. Okay, so if you came from Hebrew heritage and you were among the Egyptians, there is nobody who wouldn't notice that, including yourself. By the age of time you were 13, before that, you'd notice. So why is it in the story? How do you justify that it's not until he is of some stature, both socially and physically, that Moses realizes that he comes from the Jewish people, from the Hebrew people, the slaves? Why does it take him so long to
he
figure it
was
out?
raised an Egyptian. He was
Do you
raised
think-
an Egyptian. I didn't know I was black until Al Sharpton told me.
Okay, so
what?
So Moses was put in charge of 2/3 of governments. You and I can agree on that, yeah?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, because it was taxation and production. That's 2/3, right? So he wasn't stupid, right? You agree with me? He was smart.
Of course, yeah. He was raised
Certainly smarter than
by
Jill.
rich folks. I'm sure he had an education. Yeah. But
So if you're a smart person, you know, intelligent, better than average person, to be trusted to do that kind of thing by the king of the land, you're certainly smart. Now you're telling me that a smart person, because he was raised around these other people, thought he was one of those people, even though he like severely, like Midnight. Have you noticed your skin tone?
Why, yes, it's a big part of who I am, even though it shouldn't be. But
So
No,
how
I'm-
old were you when you noticed that your skin tone wasn't like other people's skin tone? How long did that take you?
maybe 2 or 3, like
Okay.
when I was 2 or 3.
Well, I'm
That sounds
arguing
normal. Thank you.
rather than suggesting that everyone was a certain skin tone in a certain
I mean,
region.
it's also kind of hard to miss your skin tone when literally everyone around you reacts like, "Oh my God, he's so white. What the fuck is wrong with him? He has albinism. Just leave him alone." Like
You're
But
you're a
Midnight, you can
descendant of,
empathize with this that Moses would have realized he wasn't Egyptian, like at a
because he
very
wasn't
young
black.
age.
Yeah, that. So yeah, you're assuming that in these regions there weren't
So, hang
mixed
on. So
multitude.
I know
There wasn't a mixed multitude.
I know the movie The King of Egypt. At least I think. At least I. Wait, hold on. What's the movie? What's the retelling of the Moses story? I think Disney made it.
You're
I think it was
already
The
close
King of
enough.
Egypt.
Go ahead.
Okay, King of Egypt. Now, in that movie, Moses is the same skin tone as the Egyptians, isn't he? Because I haven't seen the movie in forever.
Yeah, it's just inaccurate.
Well,
And no,
I mean,
there was no mixing of
Talking about a
classes
bird,
in a
dude.
caste. There's no mixing of classes in a caste system, Jill. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, it does. It does happen because the king usually takes midwives from other nations.
well, I mean,
so that does
Moses,
happen. Yeah.
if I remember the story correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the handmaidens or one of the slaves that of the one of the princesses or something found Moses in a river in a basket and raised it as her own or
Yeah, the
whatever.
story
Right.
goes that the princess, the daughter of the
Okay.
king, found him. That's how the
Okay,
story
well,
goes.
Thanks for that correction. The daughter. So an actual princess found him, didn't know where the fuck he came from, and raised it as her own. Right? Like if you see a baby in a river in a basket, you're not gonna ask, I wonder what class he belongs to. You're gonna be like, no, you're gonna be like, oh, let me take care of you, child. You know what I mean? And then
I still think it would be physically evident, and besides that, in the birthing of Moses, the parental unit male runs out of the house freaked out because Moses is so horribly different in visual sight, and the expression there is light came out of his eyes.
So what
Like
you're
he had
telling me
flashlight eyes.
So what you're telling me is that Moses is albino. Thank you for that.
Well, I'm saying Moses was significantly, noticeably different even from birth.
Well, yeah, he was albino. There you go. Headcanon.
That's a
I want to
possibility.
take a moment to say hello to William Freeman. See William down there to join the panel.
Strength and honor.
You didn't say hi to me. Unless you did, I didn't hear you.
Oh yeah,
He was allowing me to talk. Don't do that.
Yeah,
He
sure.
was allowing me to
I'm
talk.
joking. I'm sorry. That was just a piece of respect. I should have said that first. Hello, Richard.
If you
Peace and respect, Midnight. Thank you.
don't mess with Midnight, he's part of the LGBTQ. If you don't pay him attention, he'll shut your channel down. You don't pay attention
No, I
to him.
wouldn't.
You don't.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I shut your channel down maybe because I don't like you. But I
Well,
wouldn't.
Pride Month. Your month will be here soon. Pride Month is coming
Oh,
up.
don't get me
You'll
started
get
on
that.
Pride Month, Jill.
You'll get all the attention you need.
I don't want the kind of attention I get on, people we get on Pride Month. Fuck you.
You've got about 60 different classifications, right? Albino. You should have to pay for anything.
Come on,
You're right.
The joke's getting a little bit tired.
You should have to pay for.
I'm such a
You should walk into
minority. I'm more of
you should
a,
walk
I'm
in-
more of a minority than you are.
You walk into the grocery store and say, "I'll take that. I'll take
I'm
that."
a minority. I'm a minority. All right, you know what?
Exactly,
Get back to the argument we were having.
The only thing you're missing is the woman part, right? Oh wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait. You can identify it. I'm sorry. My fault.
Okay,
You
Jill. I don't identify as a woman, despite me using avatars. Okay, so fuck off.
I'm just playing. I'm just messing with you.
Okay, so I think there's multiple attestations more than 3 witnesses to present the idea that Moses was different from both where he came from and from those he was being raised by, that he was highly intelligent. So we can't say something like, well, he just didn't notice. That doesn't really make sense. And that then the Exodus and why he leads the people is because he realizes that he comes from that kind of animal, but he's well above them. And the whole prophecy of taking Herod's throne and all that, to me, just screams of and the huge difference and the fact that I know you could say something like girls weren't mentioned and women weren't mentioned normally, but what the text actually reads is that there was 3 years where there were only males born, and those got wiped out, and Moses escaped that through an unpredictable act of his mother, which I think was only gestational mother, not genetic mother. But because of all that and the multiple attestations, I think this is talking about as Adam grew up, you could say it that way. These things happened with him.
Well, there's no clear-cut answer in the Bible as to when Moses knew he was not an Egyptian. I mean, obviously, I would say for just looking at today and dealing with parents who adopt children, they know, but they don't really know. So they might have an idea, hey, I don't really belong here, I don't really fit in. But it might have been his mother who finally said to him, you know what, you were adopted. So that's how he knew. I would say more than likely that's how he knew.
Well, that's fine, I suppose. It doesn't really change anything, though.
But it wasn't because he saw that his skin was darker, because I believe there were dark-skinned Egyptians, light-skinned Egyptians. Even the Bible says that a mixed multitude came out of Egypt. So obviously it wasn't just one color, and then Moses was the only albino, and it's like, wait a minute. He's
I thank you for using that, Jill. Call back.
What are these things? Does it belong here? Remember that on Sesame Street?
That's not the lyrics of that jingle.
Oh, I'm sorry. You remember that?
It specifically went like this: one of these things is not like the others. One of these things is not the same. That's how it went.
Wow, nostalgia here. What the fuck is going on?
And yes, that was 40 plus years ago since I've seen that, but that's exactly how it went.
That's midnight when he walked into the first day of kindergarten.
What the fuck?
Now he'll take a certain amount of abuse and take it as humor, but at some point the joke will get old,
No, we love all people from every tongue, tribe, and nation, because that's who God loves. He accepts everyone.
Amen.
So
He accepts everyone except homosexuals. I just wanted to bring that up. I know that's not the part of the conversation, but
it's also not accurate.
According to Jill, it is. So
also not an identity. That's not an identity. Please stop making your sexual quote unquote orientation an identity. It's not.
I wasn't trying to make an identity.
Hey, you better take and run with that midnight. That was the most forgiving you're going to hear him on that topic.
Yeah, fair enough.
We were talking about people's identity, and you said, "Oh, what about homosexual?" That's not an identity. That's a behavior.
Talking about the interplay between identity and behavior is such a complex topic that we cannot do it justice here, nor do we want to get into it. So forget I said anything.
Yeah, that's true. That was deep. So I let it go at eating rocks. I was like, okay, we're getting somewhere. Because before I started this, I was watching a similar argument between Darth Dawkins and some other guys. So.
Oh yeah, Darth.
What was the argument there?
Oh, I don't know. It had nothing to do with that. It just had something to do with I can barely even remember now. I've been doing so many things. He was talking about Shit, I'd actually have to look at it at this point. I
Don't
just
worry,
remember that
Ford, I'm not that interested, actually.
Okay. It was kind of funny. It had something to do with just the rocks. Made me think of it. He was talking something about an infinite number of rocks, or I don't.
Okay, I have a quick criticism for you. You're calling yourself Grape Ape, but your avatar is not purple. Sorry, Richard.
But to agree with Richard, which is rare, I would argue that it was Pharaoh's daughter who recognized that this was a Hebrew child. So there was something different about him, but not necessarily that, when he grew up, a child doesn't really have an idea of those sort of social constructs. Or
Wait, if Moses was
but
so
she
different,
saw the baby and said, "This is a Hebrew child," so that would lend credence to your argument, I guess.
But then, if the princess was able to figure that out, why didn't better kind of? But if the princess was able to figure it out, why didn't anyone else figure that? They just
Well, they knew. I don't think, but she was the Pharaoh's daughter, so there was nothing they could do. What are they going to do? They're going to,
I mean, I'm pretty sure the Pharaoh outranks his daughter. So if he
Yeah,
wanted,
well-
he could have really killed Moses while he was a
That's
child.
the way I think about it. Midnight, that's exactly how I think about it. In fact, if you read the story carefully, which Midnight you don't have any cause to, I'm just saying that it had you. You might have noticed that she doesn't ask Dad for permission. That's nowhere in the story. And then she finds a slave girl and asks a slave girl if she can provide a nursing female,
nursing,
right? As like a midwife. What is it? A wet nurse. They call it a wet nurse, right? So it says to the slave child, "Can you find this female slave child?" It says, "Can you find a wet nurse?" So the child goes back and gets her mom, and she's Moses' older sister. He gets Moses' mom to nurse him. So that sounds
Without
like she's
knowing
avoiding people.
how.
It sounds
Without
like she's
knowing that,
avoiding
wow.
people finding out. Certainly within the Egyptian community, there were some wet nurse, right?
and they were Hebrews, by the way. They were
Stop
slaves.
that. You don't know that.
Yeah, it says from the Hebrews to nurse the child. So there were Hebrew midwives, there were Hebrew concubines. So there were intermingling, mixing going on.
No, that means they weren't
long before Moses
If you
arrived.
go from outside of the castle to find a wet nurse, it's because you refuse to mix.
But so you don't think that the Pharaoh had servants, and you think that he enslaved
had
his?
servants.
Okay, then, and they were
So why do you have
people
slaves?
who, right? They were people who were from the Hebrew tribe or that
That's right.
culture. Okay,
The slaves.
so you
would have
don't
been
think there was
Hebrews.
any
That's right.
spanky hanky panky going on here? I mean, this is not like
I
the Jewish.
I
culture
can't say something like that. There are occasions of that, but what it creates is something that is either another slave or a complete outcast, depending on the society you're talking about. It's not normalized and everything's cool. It's just not like that.
Yeah, I think
there's no-
amongst the royalty, they
There's
might
no
have.
half breed. There's no situation that I know of where a half breed slave master society and slave society creates a half breed, and that half breed is just accepted into the master society. I know of no such thing.
Well, maybe amongst the elite, no, but amongst the commoners, I don't see.
No,
I
not
mean,
even among the commoners, Jill.
Oh, come on,
it doesn't
man.
seem like you understand human nature at all.
Well, you're
Just wanted to say that.
speaking. Yeah, I guess
Which is
that's
funny
personal.
because you're black, and you do know this from actual history that there was actually a big problem in our society with people that were like half, and they had derogatory terms assigned to them like mulatto, and
Right.
and it was bad. It was like the worst thing you could be, and yet you think that the
They still
mulatto
existed,
children
however.
of the United States should have been immediately accepted into the elite white society. I don't know where you're getting this. That doesn't
They
happen
were.
in reality.
They were
not.
accepted. They were accepted before the darker skinned were actually.
Are you
That's
high?
true.
Like,
Yes,
honestly,
they were.
Jill.
No.
Yes, they were. In fact, there was something they called a brown paper bag test, and if you were darker than that brown paper bag, you were not accepted into the club. So yes, they did accept the lighter skinned. It's true. Look it up. Okay, you know this history better than I do, mulatto. Okay, so
It doesn't apply to me, you idiot. I'm not a half breed.
you know look it up. It's called the brown paper bag test. So the darker skinned, the true Africans, the ones who were actually, and some of them were native, some of them were descendants of people that actually were indigenous. They weren't all from the boat, from Africa, but they had a test, and they test whether or not you'd be allowed in the Royal Society based on. That's why when you look at all of the so-called bourgeois and all of those individuals, they're all light-skinned. It's
Okay, I know
W.E.
what
Du
you're
Bois,
talking about, and I know
Booker T.
you're right.
Washington.
But
Right.
I think you've pivoted. I think you've slightly changed what we were actually talking about, and maybe that's indicative of a poor communication between the two of us to get to the same place. So maybe you're doing it honestly, and maybe you're not.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that Moses may have been one of those, individuals who probably could have fit into both societies.
Fair enough. Fair
He
enough.
was
But
light enough to be accepted by the lights, but he still knew that he had a wider nose. Like maybe he could see that
actually
he
it would
had
have been
some
a
of the
narrower
features.
nose. If you were part slave, you'd have a narrower nose. Actually,
Okay, but not as narrow as the Pharaoh's daughter or the Egyptian, or not as So there were probably some distinctions that he could see. And when you look at a sermon that's mixed today, you'll see that they have both features. They have the lighter skin, they have the lighter eyes, but then they might have the wider nose. Then right?
have you
So
ever
can
seen
say,
any statues of any pharaohs or people in the ruling class from back then? Have you ever seen any of those statues? Because they look
the
like
Sphinx?
they look tall, thin, athletic, large lips but flatter, not
Right.
sticking out very far, and their noses were kind of large for their face, but it was their noses weren't exceptionally, their nostrils weren't exceptionally large.
Right.
That doesn't look Jewish.
No, I'm not saying it does. I'm saying Moses
Does
may have
look
had
North
those
African
features.
black. And oddly
Okay.
enough, that
But
kind of makes sense by geography.
You're comparing the Jews who mixed with Europeans to the Jews then, or the Hebrews then.
No, I'm talking
Where
about
they-
North African blacks. North African blacks look like Egyptians. Egyptians look like North African blacks.
Okay.
And I've been over there recently, and yes, there's been a lot of intermingling since 3,000 years ago ish. But in your paradigm and understanding of the Bible, this would have been happening 3,000 years ago in Egypt, right? Or 5,000.
This
or
would have been
maybe even
happening for
6.
10,000 years. It would have been, they would
fair
have been
enough.
intermingling. Yeah.
Fair enough. But 10,000 years ago, if you think, well, how long? Let me just ask you, when do you think Moses lived?
I personally think that to even go back even further, that Adam and Eve were genetically wired to produce all of the different types of groups or ethnic groups.
Now, is
So I
that to
believe they were
just win the
front-loaded.
argument, or did you miss the question?
No. I'm just saying, just to cut the in the bud and go back to the very beginning.
No,
Since I believe in Adam and Eve,
what we call
they
cheating.
were front loaded. It's not cheating. They were
It is
front loaded
cheating. You're
to
avoiding
include.
it.
I'm not avoiding it. I'm saying that eventually you're going to get different types of ethnic groups. Eventually, if you keep breeding or keep interbreeding.
Of course.
Okay.
And the genetic load or breadth of the genetic code in Adam and Eve can be as broad as possible, create all the ethnic groups. I got no problem with that. Not what I asked you.
You asked me about Moses, who is part or descendant of Adam, and Moses's mother, who is also a descendant of Adam, and whoever Moses's father was, who is also a descendant of Adam. I've seen on YouTube two
I would love to see
dark.
those genetics.
I've seen. Well, I mean, there's an argument because I've seen, just from observation, two dark almost blue. They were so dark. Give birth to a white baby. And no, she was not committing adultery.
So
And the
if she
baby
gave
comes
birth to a
out.
white baby, doesn't that mean the baby's
Yes.
albino?
How? If both of them are black, if the mom and the
Yeah,
father are black.
if both of them are black and they have a white baby, it can only mean the child's albino because both parents need to have the mutated allele for albinism.
So that's genetic.
Yes.
Okay. So I would say the
Okay.
same thing is the case for the same thing can happen in any setting.
Could
in
I
any
remind
culture.
you of the actual question, please? Because we're way out of the conversation by now. So the actual question was, when did Moses live on the earth?
I have a date, but
approximate.
I don't know.
By the way,
You don't know.
By the way,
Could have
Richard,
been yesterday.
I'm sorry if I'm derailing the conversation at all. I don't
Certainly
mean to.
wasn't yesterday.
Oh no, midnight. As far as I'm concerned, and keeping things interesting. So
Okay, that's good. I don't want to. Never mind. But yeah, go ahead.
In my
And the
opinion,
baby wasn't albino.
even albinos have a right to speak.
Well, thank you, Richard. I love you. Platonically, of course.
I identify as an albino.
Jill,
Okay, fine.
don't even joke
So
like
about-
that. Okay, there's a link. Hold on. Yeah, Richard even said before, it's funny until it's not.
No, what's wrong with that? But
It just gets
why
old.
can't I identify? Why are you discriminating? Why are you being a homophobe, racist?
And now you've officially taken too far, buddy. Buddy Pines, Mr. Incredible Boy. I don't know.
Okay,
just
well,
go ahead.
Richard wants to
So
know
mo-
when Moses existed. I don't know.
Yeah, most Christians think that Moses existed on the earth as an actual physical person, something between at least at least 6,000 to 3,000, something like that, somewhere in that range, right?
I guess you can. That's fine if that's what you want to. Lee, what are you getting at?
My point is, it was a very different time, and today's more progressive thoughts about things like skin color, it just wasn't the place and time where that happened. And
Are you familiar
we're
with the story
talking-
of
we're
Jacob
talking
and
about
Esau?
Asia here. What's that?
Are you familiar with the story of Jacob and Esau and the color that Jacob or Esau was compared to his own brother? He was ruddy red, right? These are fraternal twins, or what's a fraternal? I don't know. So yeah, that can happen. I think that can happen genetically.
It's either paternal or identical.
Oh, right.
Those are the two options.
Paternal. They were paternal.
Sorry,
I think.
mom was a medical professional. I know that's not your field. It's fine.
No,
But
paternal, right? Because one was born and then another one came after him, right?
right.
Or were they born at the same time? I don't remember the story. I have to go
Well,
back and look.
Esau. Okay, according to the story, Esau was almost drug out of the womb, having a hold of his brother's heel.
Okay, so Esau came first.
No, he had a hold of the heel of his brother. I'm sorry. Do I have the names backwards? I do have the names backwards. Esau was first, and then Jacob. Jacob was the heel. Means heel catcher.
Right. You know, he was grabbing on like, don't leave, don't leave. Yeah,
You're my
so
only friend in here. Don't leave the clubhouse. Yeah.
there were two different colors. One, the Bible just says that Esau had a color that was almost red,
Yes, ruddy. Yeah,
ruddy
that's
red,
the common
right?
term.
Which is a
That works.
darker type of skin, right?
Darker? No, it means redder.
Okay, as opposed to what? What color was Jacob?
Not that apparently, or else there's no comparative.
Right. Yeah. So they were different.
They
colors.
don't say. But it does say that Esau was more ruddy, more red. Yeah. Which is fine. I mean, I can live with that. I'm not albino, but I'm kind of a pink person. Like you see me in a photograph with other humans, even my own family, I look really pink. It's weird.
So you think he was just more like maybe a blushing type of pink or red?
I don't read it the same way that you do at all. I think that everything you're saying can be justified in church traditions and in your reading the Bible. I don't read it the same way. I don't think it means that at all.
Maybe he was Native American.
I don't think it means that at all.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, Native Americans would ruddy would be a good example of that. Would be Native Americans. Not that all of them are exactly the same, but they are reddish brownish. They are.
Yeah. And William Freeman, I think, is Native American, right? Right.
I don't know. I didn't think that William Freeman was even able to do anything but type in the side chat right now, and I didn't think he was on panel to defend himself.
I'm gonna call him Eagles Flies. That's your new name, William. Eagles Flies. Eagle Flies.
That's a horribly clumsy English attempt at an Indian sounding name that they would never use. If he were
Flies with eagles, much better. Flies
Eagle
with
Flies.
eagles. There you
No,
go.
Eagle Flies.
No, mine's better.
You know
Fuck off.
that problem with the word Beelzebub? That same problem that you just did? We have that same problem with Beelzebub. Like, how scary is it for something to be the Lord of the... Well, flies are annoying, and some of them are even biting, and they're kind of a pest. But to be Lord of the Flies is like being the Lord of a low, useless thing.
So it's really referring to birds, right?
And I think Beelzebub actually means the Lord of those that fly.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
much
the bird,
scarier
right?
thing, by the way. No, the intelligent beings that fly,
Oh,
not birds.
So that excludes Jill. Sorry, I had to.
yeah, I don't fly.
Mephistopheles is not your name.
So you think that's referring to flying demons?
Yes, exactly. I think he's the Lord
Wow.
of the flying demons. Yeah, which is a lot scarier than bugs.
Oh yeah.
Which gives,
Oh, yeah.
which gives a whole new meaning to Lord of the Flies.
No,
I think
that's
it's a better
what it meant.
translation.
Yeah, Beelzebub. In the movie, there was a movie
Lord
that
of
came out.
Flyers. You could say it that
There was
way.
a movie that came out back. You guys might remember, Left Behind, and the Antichrist.
It was trash. The movie was trash.
No, it wasn't trash. Your movies are trash. Our movies actually
for
correspond to
Christians.
something in history,
Okay, cool.
unlike your movies.
Specific to an
And
audience.
At the end of the movie, the Antichrist reveals who he really is, and he says Beelzebub, and then he turns into this flying demon, and he flies away. He flies away and starts burning people with his dragon breath.
Jill. I will give you that there was one series that actually did the Rapture really well. It was called The Leftovers. I love that series. I just never got a chance to watch the third season.
Where did that? Which channel was that on? HBO? What was that?
I don't remember. It was on some channel. It was very good. There was so much suspense in it. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's like I gotta watch that show again. It was so good. Like, holy shit.
William Freeman, if you made a comment and then you commented on your comment, and the original comment that you referred to was, quote, "It is symbolic of the evolution of tribal to the agricultural." And we were talking about Jacob and Esau. And that would mean that the tribal was represented by Esau, followed by the agricultural represented by Jacob. This is a very, and I'm not saying that's necessarily poor for any reason. I actually somewhat appreciate some of the insights of Jordan B. Peterson. This is very Jordan P. I can't even say it now, tongue twister. of you.
Sounded like Porky Pig for a second there.
No. He sounded like me.
See, but I'll just
Yeah,
quit
I
and
did
move
say
on
Porky
and
Pig.
assume people understand what I'm saying that are just struggling. I'm just not going to do that twice.
Hey, Tom.
Hey guys,
Peace and respect.
Thought I heard Tom.
I
Peace
guess
and
you guys
respect.
kept my seat
Talk,
warm
my
while I was
brother
gone.
from another mother. You're a brother.
I am a brother.
Yes.
I'm a backstabbing brother.
Okay, well then fuck you.
Welcome back, Todd.
Do you know Lucifer created you, Tom?
Oh,
According to Richard Madsen.
I mean, you created
How
yourself.
many times can you get that wrong?
No trade secrets.
But
please. No
Lucifer
trade
created
secrets.
humans.
We
He said he
spent,
created.
Jill, we spent 3 minutes. We spent 3 minutes at least talking about the false association
Satan.
that I
I'm
believe
sorry.
you have between. Yes, thank you. It's not
Satan
Lucifer.
created. So Ace believes that Satan is going to heaven, and we should love Satan. Richard believes that Satan created us. What's going on in
You
this
know what's a
world?
weird thing for Ace to say is
You
that
got it right. Thank you.
he's saying he acts like Lucifer hasn't been to like heaven. like there's a whole reason why he was cast down. It's not like the dude's never been, right? He used to be on God's payroll. Then one day he's like, you know what? I think I could do it better. Go fuck yourself. And he's trying to do it better.
What?
It's
That's
that
the
simple.
Gen Z version of the Bible,
Yeah,
ladies
right.
and gentlemen. That's the Gen Z translation. Go F yourself. I
mean,
got this.
ultimately, that's
Bro.
what the wilderness does. It doesn't give you shit back. You have to make the land work for yourself. It doesn't give you anything. That's why the
Speaking
wilderness
of
is
Ace,
related to
You know,
the demonics.
You know, I mentioned this in the happy chat yesterday, but I noticed P-Town was on Ace's stream yesterday, right? So
yes,
I go in.
yes.
So hold on. So I go in, right, talk to P-Town for a bit, and rather than Ace allowing me to stay on stream muted, he put me backstage. I don't know what I did to Ace. I don't know I don't know whether it's just me, but I don't think he likes me very much.
Yeah,
I don't know.
he doesn't really like you. He doesn't like you because you're albino. Go ahead.
Jill, what did I tell
Tell
you?
us why.
No.
Tell it. Report him to YouTube. Go ahead. We know that's your next move
You know what? Forget I brought it up.
because you can't defend your albinoism. You're just gonna use cancel culture. So go right ahead.
I'm gonna stop talking
But-
now.
Watch that talk. Watch that interaction last night with me, Ace, and P-Town. You probably want to review that. He was so upset with me. He
Who, Ace
changed
or
my
P-Town?
name. It was me.
Oh,
He
oh,
likes
Ace,
P-Town because P-Town he's gentle,
innocent and young,
Yeah, he's gentle.
a newly
But,
father, soft,
man,
malleable.
I brought up. I can't remember what I brought up. Yeah. It was the reconciliation. When the Bible says that heaven will be reconciled, I said, who in heaven needs to be reconciled? He said, God's enemies. I said, there are God's enemies in heaven. He said, you got me there. And then 2 seconds later, he changes my name to Kick Me Now.
Kick me now.
And then he says, good night, Jill. And he
Okay, Jill, you
P-Town is
you
my
are
witness.
easy. You are easy to hate. Me, I'm lovable, so I don't know what the fuck I did to Ace for him, for him to just be like, okay, I'm just gonna put you backstage rather than letting you stay unmuted.
Maybe he hears your Italian accent. He's like a fucking Italian. Got to get rid of him. He's like, god damn it.
It's your avatar he doesn't like. Change your avatar to the universe, and then he'll like you.
Well, why is he scared of his avatar?
Yeah, what the fuck does my avatar
Doesn't
have
he
to do with
think his
anything?
avatar is gonna go to heaven because
Well, yeah,
everything goes to
change it
heaven?
to universal reconciliation,
That's
and
a little
he'll
bullyish.
let you in.
I better stop that.
Yeah, I doubt it.
If there's such a symbol
But
for
I don't know.
universal
It's just so odd to me, right? Like, dude, do you not like me? Like, what the fuck did I do to you? I know I shouldn't give a shit. Or who gives a shit about what people think and all that? But I'm like, if I did something to you, at least tell me, so I can keep away from your channel.
He might have concluded that you're not going to add anything to the conversation.
Well, Jill, I wish he'd fucking use his big boy. So, okay, you know what? Let me dial that back because I don't want to insult him. I wish he would tell me using communication rather than having you assume things. You see, in order for humans to get along, it's called communication. If there's no communication between people, things break down. You should know this as a teacher.
Well, then again, getting kicked out of a room is pretty stated. Well, be gone.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
do you really need any more than that? Do you really have to dive into why he kicked you out? And he didn't want there. The man didn't want you there.
To be fair, he put me backstage. He didn't kick me out. I'm the one who left.
You're an atheist.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? When
It has everything to do with it.
Hold on.
Well, that is a fair excuse.
Hold on. I'm speaking here. He lets Pixie on. He lets Will Freeman on. He lets PJ on, if I remember correctly. He lets Atheist on and interact with him. So no, I don't think it's because I'm an atheist.
Well, I think he knows I think those people are pretending to be atheists, but
technically
you're a real atheist.
You're being contradictory because, like, it's not like he didn't let you on. He did let you on. He just removed you for a time being, I guess so.
Yeah, and when he has too many Christians in the room, he doesn't like
alleged
a
Christians.
lot of he doesn't like a lot of
I don't know.
people
It was just odd. It just
perhaps maybe the next time he's streaming, you should go to him and talk to him about it like a big boy. Like, hey, why did you put me backstage instead of talking to us about it? You know, you go face the man and your fears yourself.
Ooh.
Well played, Tog.
Of course, it's well played, bitch. You're like a fiddle. You're pretty easy,
dude.
Calling you out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for venting about it, Tog. I apologize.
That's right.
Please
Oh, I
forgive
love
me.
it when you apologize to me. Give me that
Okay,
power.
this is getting weird. Sorry, sorry, Ape.
Oh yeah, and there's an ape watching.
Ace will be live in about 20 minutes, and I'm gonna go there and hound him again. And this time, I'm not gonna hold back. Next time I'm on Aces, you guys are gonna see fireworks more so than Joe's ever brought to that
so
channel.
adorable. Like you think you think you always win, Jill.
You see what happened to Richard's channel after I destroyed his doctrine.
Dog wants to play Midnight like a fiddle. He's like, Jesus Christ. Oh, look, it's P-Town. Hey, buddy.
Welcome,
Yo,
P-Town.
Midnight.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Hey,
it
are
is
you Christian yet?
No, not yet. Probably never will. Probably going to burn in hell
I
for
was
all eternity.
asking.
You know what?
You were asking who?
Ape is he's away now.
I mean, he's literally right there. He answered. He talked
You
to.
asked me,
literally
what was the question?
I was asking if you're a Christian yet.
He's a theistic
Nope, not yet.
evolutionist.
Still working on it. Yeah, theistic.
Yeah,
I guess that's what we're going with now.
Yeah, he
I
take
don't know, I
tiny
thought it was
baby
more like
steps.
deism.
Baby steps.
Okay, so Ape is on his way to become a Christian. I'm gonna burn in hell for eternity unless unless Ace's theology is true and I'm saved no matter what. Though I feel like that's a straw man of his beliefs, but I don't know.
You might be reprobate.
Oh well.
Midnight.
I'd rather be a reprobate than be you.
It's really
Do that
weird.
in, like the style of Jeff Foxworthy. Like you might be a reprobate if one of those.
Yeah, right.
No, we don't
let
know
me
who the reprobates are.
Put my share on the screen. Okay, Sparkle. Did you know that even the letters in the Bible have meaning? Because they have pictures. They're a picture. That's how we get the lexicon. Have you heard this before?
That there's
Are you
also
talking
a
about
thing
Bible
called
code or something?
Pareidolia.
No, it's not complicated.
Hidden messages within the Bible.
Don't jump to any of the other crazy stuff. Okay, this is simple. Do you understand that like our letters are made up of ink on paper? They have an image. There's a lexicon.
Okay, are you going
Okay.
somewhere with this?
I am. I'm saying that there's an actual image associated with each letter in the Hebrew. Do you know what hand? A man praising on his knees with his hands in the air, a nail, and then a man praising with his hands in the air. Do you know what the word is?
Crucifixion.
It's Yahweh. Jehovah, the unpronounceable word of God.
Yahweh.
Yes. These are the Hebrews. That's their language. This is declaring the end from the beginning. This is the Alpha and the Omega. This is your Savior.
Well, technically, you have
Jesus
it wrong with
Christ.
the nail in the
Amen.
middle because it's actually a tent peg. So a nail
It
is
is a
actually
tent
more
peg.
inaccurate.
It is a nail, a tent peg.
It is a tent
whatever.
peg. And I don't know how you got four corners, like four corners of the earth, four corners of your continent, four corners of your house as a man kneeling. It's not a man kneeling, it's a house.
Look, man, it's the best I could do.
Well, it's just wrong.
Well,
I'm not
No,
picking
no,
on
no,
you,
no.
I'm
This
just
is the
saying.
hay. This is the hay. This is the,
So it's the
man
house of
praising.
nails.
This
The
isn't
man,
that.
You've
the
got
man,
You've
the
converted
man
me. I am
kneeling.
now a Christian.
Here, let me just
You
go
got
to the
Yod.
next.
The man
You got
kneeling
Yod right.
isn't.
Let me
Yeah,
go
the
to the
one
real
was the house.
stuff
The
here.
man kneeling is behold.
Here it
means
is.
behold. I
Hand.
remember that because of a Street Fighter.
It means behold. It means reveal. It also means the breath of God. It's the he. It's the essence of something.
So it's the House of Nails or Home Depot.
Home Depot.
Look, it's why I made it so simple just for you, Sparkle. It's hand, a man praising, nail, a man
Wow.
praising.
Wow.
Okay. This is what we call prophecy. See, it's predicting the future in advance.
Okay, but
You still need the Holy Spirit to see it.
Why is the arrow pointed to the left, though?
Oh, that was just a reminder
Which way
that,
you
that
read.
Hebrew goes from right to left. Yeah. Sorry, I just added that.
Yeah, behold
pretty
it
deep.
means like what you see around you, and the four corners or the four cardinal directions. This idea of a man kneeling, that's not behold anyway.
No, go back to this one.
I have a quick
You
question.
see my arrow on? Is my
Which
arrow showing on the screen?
translation-
This is the actual lexicon.
I have a quick
Yes,
question.
Well,
I
why
see
does that
it.
not look like the letter to the left? Why does it not at all look like the letter to the left?
All right, guys. I'm just gonna go ahead and bow out here. You guys have fun with the madness, and I will be mad watching.
Okay.
You gonna start your own stream, Todd?
I do have a quick question. Which translation of the Bible is the most accurate?
Actually,
Good
it's
night.
it's probably the Achaia or Aquila, depending on how you want to translate it, is the most direct, but it's in Greek.
Well, that doesn't really help me. I want to read it in English.
Well, you can read a word for word English translation from the Aquila.
Oh.
Which Achaia means eagle. It was a Greek man's name. He was but he had such respect for it that he refused to change absolutely anything from the most original text he could find.
I mean, like, if it's a genuine question or if you're just trying to,
I mean, it is a
let me
genuine
know.
question. I do
If it
want
is,
to.
I'll explain it to
He's
you.
trolling. Yeah.
But if it's not, then
Jill,
just tell me.
Jill, I'm fucking trolling. Fuck off with that shit.
He's trolling.
Okay? I'm asking a
word
genuine
for word.
question.
Okay, let
I
me
am
help
asking
you.
a
Let me help
genuine
you.
question.
Let me help you then. A word for word translation won't do you any justice. Okay. Although people will, like Richard, not Richard, but Ace will say that a literal translation is the best. No, it's not always the case, because sometimes they use words that actually are idioms. So to translate it from word to word would make it not, you wouldn't be actually communicating what the author was intending. So for instance, if I said it's raining cats and dogs, if you were to translate that in a word for word sense, you would not be rendering the author's intention of what the author is trying to communicate. So the best text have both a mixture of what we call a dynamic translation and a word for word. And that, I would say, that's the I don't want to say the ESV, but I don't think there is a best one because they pick and choose, when they want to you be dynamic and when they don't. But I think there's cases when they should be dynamic. For instance, if I said it's raining cats and dogs, I don't want a word for word in that sense. I want a dynamic translation. So I would read both. Read the New Living Translation.
It depends on what you're looking for. Yeah, New Living would be good for Midnight's about his level.
It would. I would read the New Living Translation. That was the first Bible I read from cover to cover.
But it works like
it's a dynamic translation.
Midnight. It works like this, though. It doesn't matter how much you study or how much you go into it or what version you're going to read, unless you're born again, unless you humble yourself like a little child.
That's
born again.
How do you expect someone to not come of knowledge through reading when the Bible says exactly the opposite, P-Town?
No, the Bible.
And by the way, Jill, you're very correct. Let me just say, I'm sorry. Jill, you're very correct that you have to understand the idioms of the time in order to understand a wooden translation. And I would give a real quick example of that. The reason that in our society we say that someone's an ass is because there was an expression that was derived from, which was the person brayed like an ass, and that came from the person. The person had the jawbone of an ass. So if you don't understand the idiom in the story of Samson, that to say that he had the jawbone of an ass is to say that people thought he was a fool.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean he killed people with animal parts.
And it makes it even more difficult because now you have people in the 1600s who are using their idioms to describe the idioms in Hebrew. So they're saying,
that's the problem with people referring to the Greek. Yeah.
Right. So they're saying, hey, it's raining cats and dogs. Well, we would say it's raining pots and pans. That's how we would say it's raining hard. So
yeah.
So that's why it gets kind of, and it's going to get even worse by the way, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to change the way we say things 1,000 years from now.
I was going to bring that up.
We're not going to say things the same way that they said it in 1611. So, but God is still faithful, and He's going to preserve His word over time. So it really doesn't matter. But if I were a beginner, I would start with a more dynamic translation, so that way you're not reading a bunch of 1611 idioms, like sailing a compass, for instance. What the hell does that mean? Compass. We know a compass to mean something that tells you the direction to go in: north, west, south, east. Is that all the directions? I know Doubting Thomas is listening. He's a teacher. But to them, it just meant a circular course. So when Paul sailed a compass, he sailed in a circular course. And we can see that in his writings. His trips were circular, right? Where the cities he visited. So that's what it meant to them in 1611. They would translate that as he sailed a compass, but that's not what the Hebrews would have said, right? That's not how the Hebrews would have described that same concept or act, and that's not how we would have described it today. So it depends. There is no best translation. Certainly, Queen James Bible, I would stay away from that. Like the Bible Matthew Vines reads, and Bibles that are trying to promote liberal ideology. I would stay away from all of those.
Hey, Jill. William Freeman might get saved here. We'll see. Where is William? Why isn't he in here?
Oh, he wants to see more of your PowerPoints. Okay, well, I'm leaving soon.
In consideration that Christians don't agree with each other by sect, and that all believe that they're right, and in light of there being several sects of Christianity, how can one say something like, I believe this person isn't saved?
Yeah, I completely, I almost completely agree with you. I didn't mean it literally with William. I can't remember what William's beliefs are.
William's an atheist.
I agree
now.
with you. I don't. Is he again?
No,
Yes. Yeah.
no. William,
No.
maybe more than either one of you guys, is struggling with God, the very definition of Israel. William might be more Israel than either one of you.
Oh, that's right. William has a real problem with perceived evil, just like all the other atheists. All right.
Well,
Struggling
the,
with God. Huh?
that
But
the
it's simple, though, if you-
The Old Testament God's acts described in the Bible, read in traditional Christian view, can be perceived easily as evil acts. And that's a really good argument, actually.
Indeed, it is so. Doesn't make him not God.
No, it just makes him an evil God. And why would you worship that? Aren't you immoral if you worship an evil God?
Oh boy.
And how is that? How would that be Jesus like? Do you think Jesus was worshiping an evil God? But Jesus agrees with all of the Old Testament, and in fact, is the completion of the law. Thereby, he can't argue with it, which leaves, to my mind, only one option: Christians are reading Old Testament wrong. Something that all the Jews say.
Not all of them.
Oh,
Just the
yes.
ones who reject Christ. Yeah.
No, just the ones who are Jews.
Who reject Christ. There were Jews who accepted
Now
Christ.
you're now you're talking about Messianic Jews, which is a
Right.
different sect that I didn't
Okay.
mention.
So there are Jews who accept Christ, true?
Yes, but they're not Jews; they're Messianic.
And they
Jews.
don't say and they don't say what those Jews who aren't Messianic say about the Old Testament. So
Of course not. It's a
okay,
different
Jews
sect.
never agreed on. They were never a monolith. Even in Jesus's day, they had disagreements. Some believed in resurrection, some did not. You had the Sadducees,
Why I said Jews?
Pharisees. They were all Jews. They had different sects. They always had
Yes.
different sects. So
Yes,
the fact
but
of the
all
matter
Jews
is
would agree with the statement I made.
no, they would not, because Messianic Jews do not agree with the statement that you're
Messianic
making.
Jews are not Jews.
Oh, is that right?
That's
They're
why
Jews
it's got
who
a
believe in
qualifier
Christ.
Messianic.
They're Jews who believe in Christ, and then there are Jews
So
who don't
you
believe in
recognize the difference.
There are Jews who
Good.
believe in Christ, and then there are Jews who don't believe in Christ. We just call them Messianic. That doesn't make them any less Jewish or any less a Jew, because they believe in Messiah, and they're not waiting for Messiah. There are Jews who are still wailing against a wall, a pagan wall, by the way, banging their head. Careful not to bang their
Okay,
heads
so the
against that wall.
differentiation here, and the switch that you're doing, is that you're going from genetic Jew to philosophical Jew.
No,
In-
it's
in your-
philosophical. No, it's
In
spiritual.
your definition, that's what you're doing.
No,
But I
it's
spoke
spiritual.
the word
They're both
Jew,
genetically Jew. They're both genetically Jew.
meaning traditional Jew,
Right,
and I think
right.
you know that.
Traditional in what sense? Traditional in that they were Abraham, sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
See, now you're back to genetics again, which I wasn't talking about.
Right. So I'm saying both can be part, and this is how it's always been. This is why I disagree with the dispensationalists. It's always been that they were of the same genetics. What separated the one from the other is that some trusted and believed in Yahweh, others did not. And you even had a split in the Jewish kingdom with the northern tribes and the southern tribes. So there has always been that tension. The tension is not genetic, it is belief. It is philosophy, you call it. That's true.
Jill,
I
you're
agree.
a child of God, and I love you that you're a child of God, and I would love to get along with you better. And I really need this clarification from you, and only you can give it, because only you know you. Okay, but
Yeah.
here's my choices in interactions with you. A, you're not smart enough to actually get what I'm saying, which you seem smart, so that doesn't seem like the likely answer, right? No, I'm serious. I'm not.
I know you're trying to be.
Because I'd love to get along with you better. I
Uh-huh.
really, really would. No kidding.
Okay. No, I'm
okay?
agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. So
can
I
I
must
finish
not
the
be
thought,
as I
please?
must be as smart as you are, because I'm agreeing. It is philosophical. Yes.
No, can
The
I
difference is
finish this
philosophical.
idea so we can actually settle something, please? Because I think it's
Yeah,
important.
no, I think it's settled. We agree.
No, I haven't even finished the thought yet.
Okay, I agree
Okay,
with what
so
you said so far. Go ahead.
so I think you're intelligent, and I think you're too intelligent to be misunderstanding what I'm saying. Now, the other option is you're
I just said I agree with
dishonest.
you, sir. I just said I agree
Well,
with
if
you.
you
It's
agree with me, then you're
philosophical.
admitting your own dishonesty.
No, I'm admitting that there are two types of Jews. You're trying to put the Jews who don't accept Christ in a separate category of Jew. I'm saying that they're of the same bloodline. One philosophically, we would say that's spiritual. We would say that there is God is behind this. One believes in Yahweh. In the Old Testament, that was the case, and some did not. And in the New Testament, there were Jews like Matthew, who's on your screen, who believed in Yahweh, that he was Messiah, that Jesus was Messiah. And then there were Jews who did not, who rejected him.
Of course.
They were both of the same lineage, even sometimes.
Of course.
So, okay. So why are you putting me in a separate category? Here's why you're doing that. Because you want to elevate the Jew that rejects Christ as the authority over the Jew
No.
who accepts him. That's why you
That's not
create
what
a
I said.
separate category. Well, this is just my opinion. If I'm
But sir, it's
wrong,
not what I said.
then just say I'm wrong. But this is my opinion. This is my assessment of why you're doing that, why you did that. Because you want to put them on a platform and say, well, the Jews say this. Well, then, and then those who are messianic, you'll say, oh, no, they're not really Jews. So they don't have any authority to say what the Old Testament actually
No,
renders.
I'm not committing a true Scotsman. I'm not.
Oh,
It's just
yeah,
I
you
wasn't
are. It's a
talking about.
classic True Scotsman.
No. Oh, okay. First of all, the Messianic Jews is a small minority of Jews. We agree. We don't agree.
It's always a minority. Yes, God always keeps
Thank
a
you.
remnant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when I made a general statement, which I
The
was
northern tribes
generalizing,
were the
which is
minority as well. The ones who went with
yes,
Yahweh were
that's
the
fine.
minority. Yeah.
That's fine. But when a person is making a generalization about a topic like Jewish people, which is not an ethnic group but a religious stance, a philosophical idea, right? When I said Jews, such as if I said rabbis, will recommend that you learn Hebrew and read it from the Hebrew so that you have better understanding because of the idioms and such that you were mentioning before. I was making a generalized statement. Now you layered on top of that Messianic Jews, which has a qualifier, Messianic, which means they're not traditional Jews and not the majority. So
Okay, so
actually,
you're
I
the
don't know
majority
why
rules.
you're
Gotcha.
arguing with me.
That's
I don't know.
the majority rules.
I don't know why you're pushing this onto me when I was making a hasty generalization, and you know that.
So you believe the majority rules.
No, I believe it was
So
the
then-
beginning of a conversation. We hadn't gotten to the
Okay.
Messianic Jews yet.
So why
That's
do
what I
you
think.
accept the majority's view? Because they came first?
No, it's just that the majority do say that you should read it in the
majority will.
Hebrew.
The Messianic Jews say that. So why should we accept the majority's understanding of these texts over the Messianic understanding?
Because they actually speak the language and they know
So do the
culture.
Messianic Jews. Again, you're making a false dichotomy. You're suggesting
Brother.
that only the Jews who reject Christ can speak Hebrew. That's ridiculous.
Brother, that's not what I said. What?
That's drawing what you're saying to its logical conclusion. We need
Sir,
to
no, it's
reject the
not.
Messianic. They're not the majority, or they're the minority. They don't, and you need to ask the Jew who rejects Christ because they actually speak Hebrew. Well, they both speak Hebrew. Now what? How do we determine
that's
which one we
fine.
accept? Okay,
But
so
you
how do we
understand that-
determine which one we should accept? Go ahead.
But that's not even what I was talking about. It's something that your mind put there.
Okay, how to answer the question? How do we determine which Jew we listen to? The Messianic Jew or the non-Messianic Jew? How do we determine that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, I'm asking a question. How do we determine which Jew has the right translation or understanding of the Torah? How do we determine that?
No, it's not. It's not you're making a false dichotomy that I did not
All right.
create.
I gotta run. I'm asking a simple question. If you don't want to answer it, just say I don't want to answer it.
You
because
know
it
the
reveals-
answer. The answer is both, i.e., neither. You know
Neither.
the answer.
Okay. All right. Here's what I would say. I would trust the Messianic Jew. I would trust Matthew because of the work of Christ. So when their Messiah comes and does what our Messiah did, I'll believe them. I gotta run. Thank you guys. Thank you, 8Man, for having me on. But they're still wailing at the wall, waiting for their Messiah. So ours is coming.
My
is risen.
Messiah is
Amen.
already here,
Amen,
and my
Peter.
Messiah is me.
You're a Nephilim.
I know. I know.
Wait, what's a Nephilim? Don't
your
say something
Messiah's
like that and
coming.
walk away. What do you think a Nephilim
No,
is?
I'm just kidding. I know you're not Nephilim.
Oh.
I don't even believe in Genesis 6 teaches that. But thanks for having me on, 8Man. And 8Man, I would like to take you from theistic evolution, which is a lie, to Christ. Okay. I don't know if that's a natural progression or not, but hopefully it is for you. A spiritual one, it can be.
Jill, you can't drop a bomb like that and expect us not to want to respond to you when you're about to leave.
Okay,
Come
what
on,
what do you want to respond to? I'll stay for 10 more minutes.
Is Ape still here?
Ape is not even listening.
I am here. I'm listening. Sorry.
Ape, you can be an evolutionist and still believe in Christ.
Oh no,
Yes.
I gotta leave because I gotta
Look,
leave.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing is impossible.
You can leave if you want to. You can leave your friends behind.
I will take
Your
it.
friends behind. There ain't no friends of mine. I don't know.
It's no
I honestly
wonder,
don't know
Doctor.
if I sang that well, but I don't care.
It's no wonder Dr. Josh likes you, P-Town. You're too nice.
Well, here's the deal, though, Jill. It's Christ first, and then these other things will take care of itself.
Right. So Christ will clean up that mess.
Oh, he'll clean it up. Yeah.
He'll clean it up. Okay. All right. Good. I'll accept that. I'll accept that.
Are you going over to Ace's channel?
No, actually, I'm going out to play basketball, which is what I do every Saturday. I'll try to get a good
Going out,
good
not
look.
going out to play. I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
the way you're talking, it just sounds like you're trying to find an excuse to leave.
You want
Am I
me
the
to
only one who
stay?
noticed
Yeah.
that? Please correct me if I'm wrong. But
Well, at my age,
Do you
we
start
really
pick
don't.
up games on Saturday with neighborhood kids to instill
Yeah.
a sense of
Well-
propriety and sportsmanship?
okay, if
Well,
that's
at our
cool, that's
age,
cool. That's good. That's
at our age, we consider playing basketball is playing what we used to call horse. That's what we. So
I understand the game horse. It's a scoring
Right.
method.
So when the 20-year-olds come, we have to pack up our bags and go.
Well, okay. If you're actually going to do that, cool. Get
So we
back
have to get there. We have
You
to
know,
get there
that's
before the
funny. I'm sorry,
before the
Jill.
20-year-olds arrive. We have to get there before they arrive because once they arrive, they're gonna just jump over us, and that'll be the.
When I've lived in neighborhoods, I've really had a lot of fun just bringing some soccer balls and maybe a basketball out to the local park and just providing toys for kids to play with, and having a little pickup game of football or whatever. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Good for you.
And it builds a sense of
Right.
community amongst the children other than just them being in school together,
If I had said something like that, William Freeman and Dowling Thomas would have clipped it, but I'll just leave it at that. You see,
What's wrong with what I said?
but I'll just leave it at that. Had Donald Trump had said something like that, it would be front page CNN. But Biden can molest his own daughter, and these perverts will still go out and vote for him. But I digress. God bless you guys.
Okay.
See you next time.
All right. See you later, buddy. Yeah, we'll keep working on that Christianity conversion. Though. I'm looking for the best possible answer to all my problems. Some people think that's Jesus. I don't know.
Your audio is very, very broken, Kev. But how we come to believe things is by what makes sense against our own experience, and we we use rationality that way every day, and that way everyone is a philosopher. So I think accepting what is the most likely answer against our own experience is what we always should do. So the right question isn't what is true. The right question is what is most likely true from where I am right now.
Yes,
I think that's the right question.
You might say truth is relative, which is different than truth being subjective. Right, Richard?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not, that's not subjectivity.
This,
Yes.
all of this, Ape, is heresy.
Why, thank
So-
you. Why, thank you. You know, I pride myself in being heretical every single day of my life. And that coming from you is the greatest compliment I've ever gotten. Thank you, P-Town. And I said that without stuttering. Yay!
I actually literally failed my philosophy of religion class. It's the most ridiculous class to fail. You know, I ended up dropping it before I failed it, right? You're allowed to do that for one class in college. And it was I got in an argument with her saying truth is relative. I was an atheist then, you know. I get where you're coming from, but that's just not the case. There's ultimate truth.
Okay, as I said, truth being relative is different than truth being subjective. There's a difference. But hey, you know, keep going.
Yes, relative to our present experience and wisdom and knowledge. That's how it's relative. It's just like if you're teaching a child math, specifically addition, right? You're teaching them that, and you make overall statements, you know, that are generally true in the most simplistic learning of mathematics. Well, they're true for that, but are they true forever in all mathematics? Well, no, actually, some of them won't be. But then you can't build that education. You can't build that theory in their mind if you gave them that from the start. You know, if you started immediately talking about set theory and how mathematics themselves don't work within mathematics eventually, then they're not going to understand even the basics. So in that way, the truth that math is dependable is it's true relatively for the beginning of teaching of math. Is it ultimately true? No, it's not.
Abe, God has a different way of doing things. It's not man's ways. His ways are higher than man's ways. He doesn't care how smart we think we are. It's not about logic and reason.
I will say this right now that I'm,
let me finish,
I'm stupid.
Midnight. I'm almost done with my sentence. Man wants to see. He wants proof before he believes. God says, no, believe first, and then it'll be given to you. It'll be revealed to you. That's God's, the way he wanted it. It was pleasing for him to have it done that way.
I mean, what about okay, go ahead, Richard.
Couldn't that just be taking advantage of personal biases and sunk cost fallacies?
Couldn't it just be God?
Couldn't it mean that your idea of God means that he uses sunk cost fallacy and personal biases?
Not entirely, because frankly, you don't have to have the answers to everything. You don't have to come to Christ having figured anything out. You don't have to change who you are. You can just confess things, you know, he already knows whatever answers you need.
All right, I do have a quick question for you after you're done.
So just because you get your answers after the fact, or your equations, or your math, or whatever you want to call it, Richard, I mean, it was God. God wants it not to be of us, not to be of our works. He doesn't want all the glory goes to him. This was the way that he wants it.
This just feels like the long way of saying I'm lazy and I really don't feel like knowing the truth, so I'm just going to accept whatever comes to mind. But what I wanted to ask you is that you said you said God shows you proof after belief. Did I get that correctly?
For me, I believe that, yes. I was the one I saw proof. Let me just clarify and shut up for a second. Okay, for me, proof was important. For other people, proof isn't important. They want more feeling-y kind of things, or everyone's different, right? Or even William. William doesn't necessarily want proof. William wants to discern how these God can do these evil things. It's more of a moral issue.
Okay,
And
can
what
I
I'm
get
saying
my
is
question?
everyone's different. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. If belief is required before before God reveals things to you, how come there are some people out there who truly believe, right? They do they truly believe, yet for some reason God never reveals himself to them. Like there are people out there who just truly believe, and they go out there, they search, they want God to speak to them, but all they get is silence. Does God just not give a fuck about those people who have who have truly tried to find him? Like
Well,
am I crazy here, Richard?
I want to answer it when he's done.
Okay.
God promises that he will reveal himself to you, that he will answer those questions that you need. But to really honestly answer your question, my guess is that they can't get over certain things that are prerequisites. Like for me, it took, even though I didn't grow up in a Christian home, but I did go to school, or sorry, go to church with neighbors, whatever. I never got over this idea that I had to pray to a man to go to the Father. Okay, I just skipped. I wanted to pray to God. It was never. I was never right with this idea that Christ, Jesus, Yeshua, I mean, he is the door, right? So it wasn't until I was almost graduating from college, maybe slightly after, when I just genuinely started praying to Jesus, and then things changed for me. So maybe what I'm trying to say is maybe there is something missing. They're still, even though they believe in God, it's not following the ways that God intended it to be done. You can only go to the Father through the Son. Hopefully that answered your question, Midnight. And that's just speculative.
Not satisfactory, but Richard, you wanted to answer it after P-Town.
Yeah, and then I got to go. I made a promise. I think you raise a good point, Midnight, and it's actually worse than what you already pronounced, and maybe you just didn't feel like taking the time to point out all of it. But the Bible also promises Christians that they're not going to twist their ankle, that their life is going to be preserved, that nothing is going to hurt them, that they could be in the middle of a war and no arrow is going to hit them. All kinds of promises like that. And not only do Christians not get actual healing, and we have no medical confirmation of any physical healing of anyone at any time. So we have no confirmation of that. The Christian somehow, in I think cognitive dissonance, separates that and says, okay, well, I don't get that. All the promises of the Bible that I believe are true, but some other Christian somewhere gets it. Well, we know of no such case. Which is, I mean, to me, your point just points out that I must be correct, that it's not for a general audience reading, that those promises are not made to any population.
This is heavy.
I mean, plainly, Christians die of cancer, yes. Car accidents, yes. Old age, yes. Diseases, yes. Murders, yes. The Bible promises the reader that none of that stuff will happen. That no harm will come near you.
Where are you getting that from?
Well, for one place, there's the arrow that flieth by day. It will not come into your literal translation would be house. It won't come into it won't come near you. And yet Christians do not have miracles happen to them. They pray with no result. And I don't see how the dissonance can maintain this long, but it seems to be able to.
Well, you made a lot of claims without backing it up with scripture. So, in
So
order
you're
to
saying that you're
digest it,
unfamiliar with the scripture, or that I need to quote it, or are you saying that I'm just pulling your leg and it's not in there?
wasn't claiming that about you at
One
all.
of those two. It's one of those
But
two.
what I was trying to describe is the situation. Because I mean, but I'm always willing to dive into the word, looking at it with you. So long as it
Look
doesn't
up
get
arrow
too.
that fly. Look up King James Version, arrow that flieth by day.
Okay, here. Yeah, just a minute here.
Those are some keywords particular to that verse.
Do you know what verse that is?
No, I'm not good at random numerical sequences and such. It's in
I copy
Psalms.
that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, my brain just doesn't remember those kinds of abstracts. They don't make sense.
I'm intrigued. That's why I was asking. Thank you. I'll try to look it up.
Sure. I will give the angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways. They will bear thee up in thy hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. In other words, twist your ankle. Well, if that's meant for a general audience, there should be no Christians dying of cancer. They're not even supposed to twist their ankle. But if there's an intended specific reader who those things won't happen to, well, now we're in reality. That's possible.
You're also quoting poetry that has a lot of deeper meanings than literal
Well, what do
meanings.
you think dash thy foot against a stone means poetically? I said twist your ankle. You don't think that's a good interpretation?
Well, right now I just pulled up your arrow one by day.
Yeah, the arrow by day, the something else that flieth by night. I can't remember what the weapon is. Fiery darts or something. Depends on which one you're reading. But you would agree with me that Christians die, and there's all these promises of preservation in the Bible.
Well, we are promised life after this. We are promised persecution, too.
Right? You promised persecution. That's true.
Yeah.
Or at least the reader is.
My hermeneutics aren't very positive when I read scripture.
What's the word hermeneutics mean? Do you mean hermeneutics or do you mean harmonizing things?
Yeah, I guess I thought hermeneutics like how you harmonize the scripture holistically. Like
Never used that. I've never heard that word used. That compilation word.
Maybe
used.
it's hermeneutics, but I just said hermeneutics. I think of it as being in harmony, though.
I think it is in harmony with itself, and that there are no actual contradictions within the text. There's only people with poor reading skills at a low level of reading and comprehension. See, you may not know this, P-Town, but I'm a freak, and I score in the highest possible percentile in reading comprehension and language skills.
Okay.
Like I outscore
Richard?
everybody you ever met.
Did you, I scored in the 99.9 percentile for pattern
So you're a
recognition
freak
in problem solving.
You're a freak too in pattern recognition and problem solving. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Is that mechanical?
I got that. I got that test though. I was like 7 and 8 years old.
It doesn't matter when you take it.
Yeah.
Richard.
Sir.
You're not a freak. Stop calling yourself that. That's all I wanted to say.
No, I'm literally a freak. If you're in the 1%, you're a freak.
Yeah, it was really weird. I was like
the word I would
right
use
at average
to describe
everything,
us,
and then
but yeah,
off the charts. It's weird.
And P-Town, those are spatial relationships you're referring to?
I don't actually know. All I saw was the test, like in a box of my parents.
Were they geometric interlocking shapes and gears and things like that?
I have no idea. It was just an IQ type test that they
Were you
performed.
there for your test?
I was a child. I don't even remember taking it.
Oh, you can't remember anymore. Okay.
Yeah, no, I just saw the test scores.
That's fine. That's
7
fine. I
years
get it.
ago.
Almost sound like an insult.
Well,
I just run down the logic of things. Were you there for your experience? You know, obviously he had to have been, and why he doesn't recall it, I don't know.
Sometimes tragic in life happens.
Yeah,
I was like 6
or
or
things just
7. I
become
don't remember taking
disinteresting,
a
I guess.
test. My parents weren't even interested. Like I never heard about it until I stumbled upon a copy of the results.
You
I
know,
was like, "What is
I
this?"
remember taking a
It's
few
a big
tests
deal.
while growing up. I don't know. It never occurred to me to ask. Never occurred to me to ask the score I got. Now I'm regretting that. You know what I mean? Because it would have been nice to know, but you know, I'm like,
Are you referring to
never
something
asked.
midnight that would have been recorded and be public record that you could look into?
I mean, I think so. It was part of you know, when I was like, when when I was like I think it was like 4th or 5th grade. I took a test, and you know, they gave me a test, but then they also gave me another test to determine which career I'd like. I don't know if those records are still public, or you know, if they're still, because those school districts just get rid of stuff after a while.
In some things, yes.
All right. Well, it's the weirdest fucking thing, right? A couple of years ago, back in like 2018, I had to take like a test for, for the commission. No, sorry, not the commission for the blind, for developmental disabilities or whatever, just to see if I qualified for housing. Now, obviously, I finally found an apartment, so I moved out. But that's besides the point. And the score I got for that test, I still find it hilarious. I don't know whether you and I talked about this before, like the score I actually got. I won't mention it on air, but it was just such a weird fucking score.
Yeah. So my overall point is that if a person doesn't understand idioms and uses a wooden literal reading, which the translators mostly went with literal wooden reading and not understanding the idioms, or at least if they did understand it, they didn't include it, maybe out of respect, who can tell? Respect for the text, fear God, and all that sort of thing. But if you don't understand what they're saying at the time, then you end up with atheistic arguments like, I don't care how strong Samson is, if he was carrying something that's only 2 feet long and bashing in heads, arrows and spears had already been invented, and out of 10,000 people, they would have taken him out. But actually that's a ridiculous argument, because that's not what the story's about. But there's Christians, and a large majority of them, that think this really strong guy was blessed by God, like physically strong guy, and he bashed a bunch of heads in with a piece of animal bone. But that's not what the story is whatsoever. In fact, the word slay there means to permanently change and transform. It doesn't mean necessarily to end a physical life. So it's like just, it could be, you could read that as repentance, right? And then the jawbone of an ass means to be thought a fool. Well, it happens all the time that people have said things to me, and I thought, well, that's stupid. That person's an idiot. And then I go and find out that they're right. And I change my mind about them. And I have been slain by the jawbone of an ass. And that's what that story means. And since he wasn't being violent and hurting people, even though he was thought a fool, there's no demand of Yahweh of physical violence there or taking of life. So the whole idea of the possibly malevolent demiurge in the Old Testament is just a Christian way of looking at it in their hatred and violence, but it doesn't work with the idioms of the time. Did that make sense to anybody but me?
Trying to follow, Richard. I just pulled up. I mean, when I pulled up your verse, though, it's when it comes to this arrow that flies by day, it's talking about you will not be afraid of the terror by night or of the arrow that flies by day.
Yeah, what's afraid mean?
Okay. It's be fearful.
Yeah, right. Now, why do we become fearful of things? Because we think we're in danger. So to be not afraid is to be reassured that you're protected. So it's saying, be reassured that you are protected from the arrow that flieth by day. That's exactly what I'd said. But does that happen with Christians? Take a look around you. It doesn't.
No, you go to the beginning of 91, it just says one who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will lodge in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say to the
Amen.
Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. For it is he who rescues you from the net of the trapper and from the deadly plague. He will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you may take refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and wall. I mean, we have wings, shield, wall, fortress.
Sure.
All these things is talking about something, most likely something spiritual.
Well,
right?
okay, let's say it is talking about something spiritual and not physical.
It's actually sheltering.
Yes, sheltering.
In the Most High.
Like
in
a
the Most
hen
High.
keeps her chicks under her wing. So does an eagle. And the idea of a shield and a buckler. These are all talking about protection. Now, do you think that your average Christian is either physically, and I mean any kind of majority of them at all, or if you know of a singular case, I'd love to hear of it, is protected either physically or spiritually? Or do you think that they sin and they get attacked by demons? And do you think that they die of physical deaths, of accidents and injuries and diseases? They're not protected in any way. This is just not true. I mean, you've heard that like staunch, serious preachers have sexual affairs in promiscuity and in breaking of the contract of marriage. You know this, right? So does that mean the Bible just doesn't apply to that guy that did that? It applies to everybody else because there's failings in everyone, spiritual and physical.
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if you take this spiritually or physically, I'm still correct. These things still happen to Christians, and there it is promised in the Bible that it won't happen.
I don't
So which
think
is
it
it?
promises that, Richard.
What do you don't think that's a promise? It doesn't say, I will guard you under my wing. I will put you behind my shield and you'll be fine. It doesn't say that because you just read it.
Well, I guess to the Christian, like in this case, there's a distinction between this and people who continually fail by sinning. I mean, God can be a fortress. He can take you under his wings. He can provide you that physical and spiritual
And how do you accept
strength
that
and protection, while at the
How do you
same
accept
time
that?
we can still fail and be sinful.
Oh, no, it's
And
fine. Just blame, just victim blame. But tell me, how does a person accept those gifts from God? How do they do that?
a gift is a gift. It's not something that you can earn. It's free, and
I didn't
you have
say
to
earn
accept
a gift. I said, how do they
I just
accept a
was
gift? Don't put
emphasizing.
words in my mouth.
Not trying to, just trying to answer the question fully. It's by faith in Christ we are given.
That's fine. Okay, now, is it true that there have been people who had faith in Christ and still suffered these slings and arrows? Is it true or not?
Yes.
Okay, so then you're going to have to either say A, they didn't really believe in Christ, or B, the Bible's wrong. Which is it?
again, it says, I will not be afraid of the arrows that fly.
Oh, you can
by
still
day.
die from the arrows. You just won't be afraid of them.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of protection
Sure.
is that? Well, God's promise is hollow. Again, that would make the Bible wrong. So tell me which one.
Well, let's face it that you are extrapolating, you are taking it beyond what it says.
No,
Though
it's
you're
necessary
following a logical
extrapolation. There's
flow.
nothing wrong with necessary extrapolation. Look,
It
either
is
the
when you're
promise is
changing the
there or
word of
not.
God.
Do you think what you just read was a promise? I'll
No, I
protect you
believe
from
it's
ABC.
it's poetry. It's talking
Okay, is it
about.
a poetic promise?
It doesn't use the word promise. It's poetry.
Doesn't use the word Trinity. Stop playing around. Is it a promise or not?
I don't see it as a promise. I mean,
Then what is it? Maybe God will do that? Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
you think the psalm is saying maybe I'll do this?
well, it's also in the first person. It's talking about, yourself, or he, as in referencing yourself. Let's see here. Oh, here's so that you do not strike your foot against a stone.
Sure.
Yeah. So a lot of what you brought up is actually in here. I think it even mentions.
No,
Did you mention
everything I
angels?
bring up that I say is in the Bible is actually in the Bible. I'm never going to be wrong about
I was
that.
specifically talking about the passage of Psalms 91. A lot of what you brought up happens to be in this specific chapter, in this specific
Not happens
psalm.
to be.
I wasn't sure because you mentioned a lot of things. It was just nice
Sure.
to know that a lot of them are here.
They're all there.
Hey, Richard.
Sir.
Where would be the best way to reach you? Like Google Chats or Discord?
My phone number is the best way.
Oh well, I'm not expecting you to put it in the private chat.
Do you have some way to take a note? Or are you really good at remembering numerical sequences?
I mean, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, 505 316 2355. 505 316 2355. Just call me. We'll talk.
Okay, I think I got it. 505-316-2355.
Correct.
Hey, my memory's getting better. Anyways, proceed. Sorry.
So either it's saying I'm going to do this thing for you, the reader, or it's not. It's obviously saying I'm going to do these things. And you put the qualifier.
I just read the whole. I just read the whole thing, and I can definitely. I just read the whole Psalm 91, and I agree with you. And I see, and
why
I
doesn't
see your
it
point,
happen?
and I will concede it.
Okay, so why doesn't it happen?
I do not know.
Okay. So my overall point in Psalm 91, now that I know it's Psalm 91, I'll forget in 5 minutes, but that's okay. My overall point in Psalm 91 is that the Lord or God is making a promise there of protection to the people, whether physical or spiritual, doesn't really matter. And the only thing that's required of them is their perception by God of righteousness through faith. That's all that's being required of them, is that they believe. Okay, yet there are true believers who believe they're true believers, and they suffer these same things. Physical and spiritual attacks in reality that destroy them, that break down their mental aptitude, that ruin their lives, that physically kill them. Christians die and suffer with these things all the time. So either A, they're not true believers. I don't know how the hell you're going to say that. Or B, the Bible is wrong. Or C, there's an intended reader somewhere. It's being promised to a person, not a group. Now, all these things are logically plausible. But I'll tell you what it can't be. It can't be that that is a promise from God to the right Christian denomination. That's not it. So if the Bible's
as a
telling the
Christian,
truth,
when we experience tribulation, when we experience bad things happening to us, even though we have faith, even though we pray and we have faith and we believe, genuinely believe that good things will happen or people will be healed. I've seen amazing things and amazing healings, but yes, a lot of the time it doesn't happen. We're supposed to endure just as Christ endured and abide in him. And that's it. I mean, it's not about our life now. We get to rejoice in our sufferings because we get to take part in his sufferings.
I thought the whole idea, see, that seems like antithetical to the whole idea that Jesus died so that we wouldn't have to suffer in hell, right? Jesus died for our sins to prevent our suffering, and yet, I don't know, that seems to be like completely contradicting that whole concept.
Well, it's mostly he died so that we can have eternal life. You know, that's
P-Town,
more.
I'm going to have to pick up this conversation with you some other time. Kevin, thanks for letting me on your channel. Thanks for the interactions. It was good to almost hear you, underground dogs. Peace to you all.
Bye, Richard.
Hey, thanks for coming, Richard. Much love, man. Always a pleasure. Underground dogs, are you able to? Did you test your mic? I didn't catch that. I might have missed it. No. Yeah, so I don't know. Like that's always my concept is like Jesus died so that people wouldn't have to suffer for their sins, right? Like that is like the fundamental thing.
Yeah, it's more of the atheist kind of perspective of looking at it, like looking at it from a negative side. I don't know how else to describe that. But here, look. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is it was a glorious thing. It's amazing. I mean, the thing that I can look at it from the perspective of when I was an atheist. You have, okay, so someone who's committing suicide because it's God himself, or is it child sacrifice because it's the Son of God? What's this whole ordeal about him suffering? Okay, who's righteous? This makes no sense. This isn't a righteous God wouldn't send someone who is righteous to suffer. None of this makes sense to the man, that we are, to the natural man, I guess is what the Bible would describe it as. But it is indeed the redemptive plan that was set up from the very beginning. And even here I have the word in the beginning, the first word in the Bible, and you can see it. I don't know if you are able to look or if you're still driving, eh?
No, I can see that. I can see the screen now.
So the same kind of thing that I did earlier when I first came on, this Beit Resh, these first two letters, this is a tent. It doesn't look like it because this is the second, the second generation, but it's a tent and then a head. So tent is a house, a head is like the continuation of the house. So these two letters are Bar, which means son. Here's God's letter, the first letter, the Aleph. It's where we get our A from. You can see it. Okay. The symbol is like an ox. It means strength. It means first. Okay. It means leader. It's God. So you have Son of God. Here's Sheen, teeth, which means destroy. Son of God, destroy. Here's Yod, hand. Then Tav, cross. Son of God, destroyed. Hand, cross. And it was just, it's there from the beginning. This is God's plan. This is the Creator Himself set it up. So it's there to be revealed to you for whoever wants to just humble themselves, become born again, and then whatever it is that you're looking for, and maybe like this type of stuff, like the thousands of little tiny codes.
What does it
that
mean
are
to
there.
humble yourself? Like I keep hearing Christians say that you need to humble yourself. I've been told this by so many Christians. Midnight, you need to humble yourself. I'm like, what does that mean?
Well, I'm saying it's to humble yourself like a child, to become a babe, become born again, to instead of being crafty and thinking that you have to figure it all out and checking every box, that wasn't God, the way that God intended for it to be revealed, the great mystery to be revealed. So I don't mean like how it's humble yourself in the sense of putting aside pride, but pride in your own wisdom. I don't know how else to say it. I'm just using the words that are in the Bible.
But it's also like a distrust in your own knowledge, right? Like you're supposed to distrust any knowledge outside of the word of the Bible.
But
no,
there's
it's
a
more.
problem. There's a problem with that because if you're distrusting anything, like, oh God, if you're distrusting everything, you know what? Never mind. I don't care.
It's more like, for me at least. Okay, I'll just tell you a story. It is, of course, the atheists go crazy because, like, oh, it's, P-Town converted because of his wife. But my wife put it the best way, and when we were writing letters back and forth to each other, and she literally said, I know you want reason, I know you want logic, and you want answers to everything, but I'm afraid I can't. I won't be able to give you that. Even if I could, or even if you could get those, I think that you'd actually be missing out. It's something that doesn't come from yourself. But then you receive something that makes you more of yourself, more of who you are to be. You, instead of being, whatever thing you think you are now, you become a child, a son of God. Someone, when God calls you His son, your Creator calls you. It's transforming, and then amazing things happen in time.
What type of amazing things?
Well, it depends. I mean, recently for me, I just quit drinking for no reason, but that's really surface level stuff. That's just something that I've always given to God. And if you guys know me in the past, I am not shy of drinking and letting everyone know it when I'm drinking, and I don't care.
So
anyway.
The people who stop drinking
but
without God, what about them?
This is the atheist, like just darts after darts after darts, seeing what will stick. And there's no point.
I mean, I'm just asking you questions, dude.
No, it wasn't the best example. But besides that, it changes your perspective on life. Instead of it being about right now, in the moment, this life, you have life eternal. You want to spend more time building for heavenly things, because you can't take anything with you of this world.
As in stop the Egyptians from
And
trying.
here's another thing. It's not like it's joy. you receive joy, which isn't like the same as just happiness. It's something that is just contentment.
Hey man, if this does it for you and makes you happy, who am I to judge? Right? Just don't be an asshole to others. Don't treat others like shit, and we're cool.
Is that Bro Joe?
Just drinking for no reason.
That is such a Bro Joe.
Oh, and by the way, you.
But I didn't say hi.
There's an echo, guys.
Oh,
Yeah, I hear the echo too.
Hello? Okay, it's gone. By the way, I think P-Town low-key insulted the the stream owner, the host. I say low-key.
I'm not easily insulted. Hopefully it's not popping.
I know. I'm just saying.
He's a liar.
No, I'm just saying. Look. I've seen some of your streams where you talk about your struggles, and it's commendable, right? You're struggling and you're doing what you need to do. It's commendable, and for what it's worth, coming from me, I'm proud of you. But to have Peter say, "Oh, I quit drinking because of God," it's like it feels insulting to you and the work you're going through. Just my take.
Well, I didn't know that, Ape, that you're struggling with anything. So had I known, I wouldn't have.
Oh, fair enough.
It was just a recent thing that I've noticed with me, and yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
I know nothing about what you're going through, Ape.
Yeah,
So
I'm sorry I got offended for you. Okay.
This has been a question for me though, like ongoing through this whole thing, because I've had a lot of people tell me that like if it's not like whatever, they say, oh, it's not religion, but you have to have like a spiritual experience in order for this to work. It's just never going to work without some type of spiritual awakening or something like that. So like, okay, so what is spiritual? Let's even take it to that level, and it's like, nope, nobody's got a different answer, in the recovery group than anybody I've talked to on YouTube. So,
well, I can summarize it for you. It's similar to if you're going to follow like the AA plan, you accept that you have a problem. That, let's say hypothetically, I don't know your situation. Let's say you're a drinker, so you accept that you're an alcoholic, and then you give up control. You gain control by giving up control, in essence. Typically, it's you. Even in those programs, they highly encourage that it's Christian based, because you fill the void with. And of course, I'm biased, but the essence of the way about it follows the same kind of thing, where you surrender.
Well, hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but is one of the tenets of AA that you need to believe in a higher power, no matter what that higher power is? It doesn't have to be God specifically. It could be Vishnu, or hell, even the universe, or I don't know, that frog over there. I don't know. I'm just
something.
Yeah, I feel like almost anything can be a power greater than yourself, and that's all it is. Power greater than yourself.
It's like it doesn't have to be God. It doesn't have to be.
But then throughout the program, there's other, because there's like a character there, because the power greater than yourself has to be an entity that is able to, you can ask it to remove your defects of character. What is that? That's a God, right? Like that's not.
How we doing, P-Town? Everybody, what's going on?
Brojo's here. Hey.
Welcome in, Brojo.
So, for you, P-Town, I guess for any Christian, what makes Christianity any better than any other philosophy, say Stoicism? Is it merely just, for me, it just comes down to afterlife. promise of a heaven, and judgment for evil. Thoughts?
Good question, Brojo.
Christianity is unique because God, it has an interpersonal relationship with us. He's
Islam
someone
is
who
unique.
Islam is not the same as Christianity in the sense that God is also a person. He has feelings, emotions, but also that there is indeed a way to become holy. That is by the blood of the unblemished Lamb, the Son of the only begotten of the Father. Excuse me. Gosh, I'm tired. It's completely unique in this sense. I mean, if you want to really get deep into the philosophy of ages, and you think really hard about things, how can man reconcile himself with the Almighty? How is that possible? Well, Christianity answers that. Islam will say, no, not even, we're minions, we're tiny. God is a spirit or something.
Well, the two questions come to mind.
God isn't happy or sad or jealous or no, he's just, mystical thing, and kind of what atheists envision God being. This is Christianity is something completely different.
But P-Town, the only reason we believe that there is this God that we need to be reconciled to, those ideas only come from what you're reading in the text. So from someone outside, how can we know that what makes Christianity different is that we're reconciling to this God, but we don't even know, how do we know this God is true, real, exists?
Yeah, I mean, and that is different for everyone. Like I said, first it is asking Christ to come into your life, being gifted with the Holy Spirit, and then whatever answers or whatever it takes for you, whatever you were asking, you're going to receive it abundantly. But everyone's different. For me, I wanted proof. There's so much proof that the Bible is divine and that Jesus is indeed the one that made the world and manifested in the world and died and rose again.
Would it be hard for you to believe that I received those things after I left Christianity?
Received what things?
The things I was asking for, you said that I would get abundantly in Christianity. What if I told you I got those things after I left Christianity?
Well, what are those
Ask
things?
you what things exactly? Yeah, what things?
What things?
Because it clearly wasn't the knowledge of the truth. That's what I was referring to.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know I don't have the knowledge of the truth?
Because I know that I have the ultimate truth.
How do you know you have the ultimate truth?
Because I
Peter,
have
you
proof.
make me laugh. You say humble yourself,
I've
but then
been
you say shit like that.
received proof.
Oh my
As
God.
far as I can define proof, yes. That's what I wanted.
How do you define truth?
How do I define
You can't
proof
handle the truth.
or truth? Sorry. I couldn't hear you, Brojo.
How do you define truth?
Truth? Just confirming. Is that what you said? Truth or proof? There's noise.
Truth with a T.
No, I mean, in this case, we're talking about what is ultimately right. What is,
I don't know.
Who made us, who we are, where we're going, why we're here. This is ultimate truth. It's all encompassing, The words in Hebrew, I believe, are like the first letter in the alphabet, the very middle letter in the alphabet, and the last. So it's cohesive. It's whole. Not taking things in partiality.
Do you find truth in Scripture?
For me, it was. It's demonstrated that the Bible is a integrated message system from outside of our time domain. Predicts the future in advance. It manifolds and folds together in the only way that ultimately God could be the author. Therefore, he, I mean,
You say it predicts the future. What does it predict? The near future?
I don't know, man. Sometimes, sure. I don't know when the near future. I don't know where you're going with that.
What's the Bible say about the future from here out?
I don't dabble in that.
You what?
I don't dabble in that. Eschatology. I'm just ready for it when it starts to unfold. I mean, I don't think that we are to predict the future. We are to be aware of what God foretold and what has happened, and then be able to reflect on Scripture and say, "Oh, hey, look, God did declare that first." What, Brojo?
Reflect on the past.
Reflect on things as they unfold, yes, or in a lot of cases, yeah, reflect on the past, yes, and then reflect on what's prior to that and declared before that through Scripture. I mean, yeah, this is what God did.
So maybe I'm not understanding here. If you can't, it sounds like you can't decipher what the Bible says about the future. Why would it matter what predictions it makes? Like,
Good question.
I just came in here with, remember, Sparkle, the arrow is because the letters go from right to left. Brojo, even the letters are prophetic in the Bible. The letters have meaning. They're symbols.
You say the Bible tells the future,
Man
but you
praising.
can't even give like a
I am right now. Hand, man praising, nail, man praising. These are the lexicons. These are the images. These are the letters for the word Yahweh. This is in a book. This is the Jews. This is the Israelites' book. Okay? This is prophecy. And our Redeemer and Savior was crucified on a cross where his hands were nailed. Simple.
Yahweh is Lord. Lord is Yahweh, the existing one. That's Yahweh. That's what Yahweh means. No?
Yahweh is Jehovah, translated as Lord in English.
Hook nail.
But there's when maybe this isn't enough proof for you or whoever. Not clearly, you can't see it unless you're gifted with the Holy Spirit. God added it that way. That's the way He ordained it. But I'm declaring it anyway. When you have enough of these,
you're declaring
it becomes beyond any reasonable doubt that Jesus Christ is indeed the Savior of the whole world for whoever wants to believe on Him.
I don't know
as
about
far
beyond.
as proof can be defined.
I don't know
Composite
about beyond
probabilities.
I think we have reasonable doubt.
And I would say it's absurd.
Okay. I have a dragon in my garage.
Demonstrate it.
Demonstrate rising from the dead.
Hold on, what's that thing? Rules for thee, but not for me. But in this case, burden of proof for thee, but not for me. Right, bro?
You have You have reasonable doubt that I have a dragon in my garage. It's quite reasonable. You're saying I don't have any. There's no reasonable doubt that one letter in a word means Jesus. That rose from the dead, crucified, and all this stuff. You don't think there's reasonable doubt there?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to you for a second, Brojo. What?
That's your fault.
Look, I mean, if you want to talk about the point I just brought up, you know, I showed the first word in the Bible and how it also is a little synopsis of the gospel.
You said it was beyond a
You have
reasonable
thousands
doubt.
of, it's the number of these.
You said it was beyond a reasonable doubt. That's all.
I wanted to say something real quick because I don't have a lot of time.
Go ahead, yeah.
And it's addressing to Brojo, because whenever an atheist or anyone else comes to ask us to show the demonstration of Christ's miracle, that's like asking for us to have a magician show us his trick. It would be impossible for us to show and demonstrate that trick that only he knows. It's not meant for us to have.
So have God the Father demonstrate that gift.
No, I'd say the best demonstration he gave us to give is our show of faith. And that's the only demonstration you get is the sign of Jonah. It's the same thing. The demonstration of faith.
You don't think it's reasonable when Pete Town makes a claim that there is no reasonable doubt that this one letter in Yahweh means Jesus crucified and died and rose from the dead? You don't think there's a reasonable doubt there? When someone says reasonable doubt? I mean, that's a bold claim.
You can have his doubt, but it's still a show of his faith.
I'll give him his faith.
That's all I wanted to say. Is that the only thing I think that we can do is just to show off our faith. There's nothing else because everything other than that you're performing works and doing miracle workings. The only one who says to do that is like the Antichrist. So whoever starts doing that, right? If they're doing it like in the name of God, then that's a weird one for them to claim to do miracles like that in the name of God and also be the Antichrist. So that's a weird one. Yet we see Christians doing that in falsehoods. And yet when they do those works, mostly they're just procuring just to get people to pay into their church, so they get survival skills, whatever, right? Because everyone does it. Everyone's trying to rip off someone else when they're not being genuine and honest. Their faith is diluting at that point. They're not trying to have that genuine faith. That's what I'm saying. When people do it by their show of works, it's not necessarily a good thing.
What is your definition of faith?
Faith?
Yeah.
Just
what's your
faith,
definition?
I guess I'd have to put it close to loyalty.
Loyalty?
I mean, I don't think loyalty and faith really have anything to do with each other. I mean, you can have faith that your friend is loyal to you, but what? That's a weird one. I never really heard that.
I take it on consideration like a marriage, so if you're faithful to your wife, you're faithful to your children, you're faithful to the marriage. So everything that's included with it, you have this idea of how it should be, and that's the faithfulness against all arts and all that. But I have to go. I'll talk to you guys later. Sorry.
Love you.
Short time.
I like to go on. I like to go on that more. Like, what does loyalty mean? Is loyal to one another, and then how do we, in matters of faith, how do you, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I always thought faith was something closer to trust, like, in that sense. Like, I have faith that I'm, gonna go out to start my car tomorrow and it's going to work or something like that, It's like I'm not 100% certain about that, I guess. Like, there's no way I could be, right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Trust and confidence, right?
I have faith that this stream has been going for 9 hours.
Oh shit, has it?
Yes.
I have evidence. I have the receipts.
9 hours and 3 minutes so far.
And 13 seconds, 14, 15. Okay, I'll stop counting.
It goes on and
breaking new records over here.
Right?
11. I'm at the.
Oh, it's heavy stuff,
17 hours a day to hang
Lots
on.
of talk
17
about.
hours. Some have done 24/7. So that's it on your
Long
way.
streams. What a shitty day outside. It's raining. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I'm
all
inside,
day.
warm and toasty.
Yeah, I have to go out later.
Well, use an umbrella.
Hoodie, come on, hoodie.
Hoodie.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing here. I was just out all night and that stuff, and it was crazy. Should have just left. No, but then I would probably wouldn't have this 9-hour stream.
You're getting off work and I started working. That's crazy.
Yes. Matthew 18, 3-4. And said, Verily I say unto you, except ye be converted, and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child, the same is greater in the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 11:25. At that time Jesus answered and said, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. Well, you know what? I'm not wise and I'm not prudent, so screw you, P-Town. P-Town.
Apparently not a babe either.
I mean, I'm 39, so of course I'm not a babe. And I'm not even sure how you become a child spiritually, so don't even say that. Which
What
I'm
things
going
are
to
hidden
go
from?
into, but go ahead, sorry.
What things have been hidden from the wise and prudent?
Well, the greatest mystery would be Christ.
That makes no sense to me.
Christ, yeah. Christ and the cross. It was established before it ever happened. Right in front of their eyes and hid. I mean, God's amazing and humorous about it. He even kind of mocks us. He's got this sense of humor. I'll show you if you want. I don't have to show you.
Well, we're all here, so.
Even in the letters, guys, it's amazing. Every jot and tittle. Sorry, I have to find the slides here.
So, William was not kidding that you make PowerPoints, was he?
I just did because I'm doing a sermon or whatever on Sunday. So here you have the A, okay, the Aleph, okay.
What's Aleph?
Aleph. It's where we get our alphabet. Aleph, Beit. Those are the first two letters in Hebrew. Here's the Aleph. It's supposed to be an ox with its horns.
Okay.
Okay. Then you have a Beit, which is a tent. It doesn't look like a tent in this one, right? But if you go back, this is where we get it from. So you get AB, Ab. The diminutive form is Abba, and that's the word for father. So like what you have is the leader of the house. So the ox head. Here, I'll just go forward here. Ox head, and then tent. It's from right to left. So even the pictures have meaning, and when you put the pictures together, you can get the essence of a word. Okay. Do the same thing. Do the same thing for sun. Okay. You have Beit, Resh. So tent, head, which is continuation of the house, the head of the house. Okay. Let me show you. Check this out. Remember Barabbas? What is that? Bar, son, Abba, father, son of the father. Can you imagine a crowd of people literally chanting? Barabbas is right there with Jesus, and this mob are chanting, "Release the son of the father." God is hilarious.
I could imagine it might be a pretty intense experience, but I mean that doesn't necessarily make it like rational, right? Like,
what I'm saying is, even in the humor, it's prophetic. He had the people chanting, not even knowing that they're asking Pontius Pilate to crucify the actual only begotten Son of the Father. and they're chanting, "Release, Son of the Father, release Barabbas." God is
So
amazing.
Jesus and Barabbas were both sons of a father.
Barabbas'
Congratulations.
name in early Hebrew means son of father.
Presumably, every son has a father. I mean, biologically speaking, right? I mean,
I think you guys, it's amazing to me how you guys
Everybody's a
completely
Barabbas.
missing my points in all of these. But even that, God says would happen. I mean, it's only by faith. You know, we're gifted with the Holy Spirit. I'm just declaring these things because even though I know I'm going to fail, I'm still supposed to. I hope you guys, hope you guys get saved one day.
well, yeah, I mean, I appreciate, I genuinely, I'm trying to understand what's compelling, this. Obviously, this is compelling for you, so I mean, I don't want to just poke holes in everything, here, but it's a
Yeah, I
few
mean, like I
unbelievers
said,
here.
everyone receives in abundance. I mean, whoever's been given, more will be given to them. Okay, and so, if you become born again, ape, whatever it is, your hang-ups or your reasons to run away from God you'll be given what you need. I don't know how else to say it. For me, it was.
Okay.
For me, it was, I wanted what I would define as significant evidence to believe. That was important to me. That was the most important thing beyond anything else. I can see the significance in this type of stuff. And this is just looking at the letters. This isn't even looking at the sounds of the letters. This isn't even looking at the words yet. I mean, the Bible is so majestic and poetic and intrinsically divine. It's amazing.
Why don't you tell us how you really feel, P-Town? I'm sorry, bad joke, but it's like you were talking about how such a wonderful book.
What methodology do we use to determine? What methodology can we use? I'm always wondering, what methodology can we use to determine that a book is divine or comes from God?
Well, you have these little prophetic types, and it's hard for me to call them little, but a lot of them are very significant and specific. Sometimes they're stretched. Like in this case, it's just a joke. It's like God it's a thing that happened. Okay, it's still there. So for me, what I do is I ascribe a value to these instances. Okay, let's say with Yahweh Wahweh or Yahweh, okay, with the nail revealed, or hand revealed, nail revealed. Like it's not proof of anything, but it does have a value it has meaning. And when it comes to composite probabilities, what you do is you just simply multiply, these thousands of quote unquote coincidences or prophecies. You can't denounce them entirely because they're there. And in this way, you can get a mathematical probability of what is more likely and less likely true. I do it for a living. So I might be speaking Chinese to some of you, but like if you give me the data, I can forecast the likelihood that you'll make payments on your loans and specific loans, and I can, create an algorithm that would gather different
underwriter.
Yeah, more like the guy who, but I can underwrite, but also the guy who actually can build the computer programs that do it. So it's like this. Like you don't want to bet against this, you guys. This is the real deal. This is, especially when it's eternal life.
Ah, Pascal's wager.
So
You know,
Whatever,
you're gonna
man,
love
whatever.
that. You're gonna love that.
that is Pascal's wager, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
fine,
so
dude.
I have to, I want to kind of maybe ask, like, how much time roughly would you say you've devoted to studying? You've spent so far, like, studying in your faith.
Probably, my guess would be like 1,100 hours. If I was to
Okay.
put a number on that.
And how much time have you devoted to studying other faiths?
0.
You don't need to. You don't need to. So this
Wow, I was
suggestion,
right.
yeah. No, you don't need to once you realize what's true. And then it's quick. You can quickly when I do look at the other ones, you can quickly decipher that it's just a load of nonsense.
B-Town, I love you. You simultaneously talk about humbling oneself, but you're coming on here. am I the only one who sees it, or am
Not
I
at
going
all.
crazy? Okay.
When
I
you
just
keep
wanted to
taking
make.
that out of context, I mean, it's
Okay, yeah, it's
like a child being born again. That's
God.
okay. You keep
Kind of
using
goes
the word
back to what I was asking when I first came in here. I mean, for me, it does come down to the afterlife. It comes down to the promise of heaven for you, right? That this needs to be true because you want heaven to be true.
No, I don't. I think that's what you're coming in with, Rojo.
That's what I'm hearing.
It seems to be your distinction between whatever you think you have and Christianity, and
Well, I think that's the only
not coming
difference.
from that point.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, like, what's the difference with other philosophies? I'm not saying there's nothing bad with certain teachings of Christianity, some teachings of Jesus. It's the miracles and the afterlife that I always, I hold issue with. And I think that's the only really difference. I mean, you could find a lot of peace and contentment and all other things in the other philosophies. Not even necessarily religious, no?
I don't know. I mean, I did. I had a Buddhist monk meditation thing. I mean, you can look. I mean, I definitely looked at a bunch of other stuff before I became a Christian, and all of it pales in comparison. Like I said, I mean, everyone's different, and it's ultimately by faith. That's what's pleasing to God. That's the way that He designed it, and it is what it is.
Well, great. I'm glad to hear that you acknowledge that everyone is different. Everyone has a different perspective. Not necessarily wrong, I guess. I mean, if God designed it that way, then, hey, welcome to pantheism.
Yeah, I don't think I'm whatever that is. I'm
Well,
tired,
you don't
guys.
think that maybe that you were kind of designed to gravitate towards a certain religious faith, like, and other people were maybe designed to gravitate towards others, so that it is designed to be that way, right?
Well, in a way, we're all designed to gravitate towards this Christ. That's my perspective.
I mean, gravitate towards doesn't exactly mean believing it. Like, yeah, you could be gravitated towards because you're curious. Like, this seems curious. Let's learn more about this Jesus. Oh, okay. Well, this is X, Y, and Z. I don't believe it. Moving on. But some people are drawn to it, and once they study it or whatever, believe it. Like P-Town is one of those people who have believed it, which is fine, cool. I'm happy for you. Yay, get those cookies in the end. Tough crowd. Hello.
Hello. Welcome, Doubting Thomas.
Like, does
Yeah,
anyone
well,
have
I
anything
mean,
to say to what I just said?
Yo. Yep.
I was waiting to see. I didn't know if P-Town wanted to respond, but I was going. I was going to say yes. I agree with you.
Why, thank you.
Morning, all.
Morning.
It is morning.
Where are you at again, Trusty?
San Francisco Bay Area.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
How's it doing over there, man? I heard it's not too good in San Fran.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty right now. It gave us a
Stay
little
safe.
bit of a break right this moment, but it's supposed to be just severe all weekend. It was, man, I think like 60-mile-an-hour winds or something.
That sounds about right because I had it last night when I got home. I'm like, what, 70 miles from you, Trusty?
Yeah, just about that.
I was more thinking about how San Fran is just like New York turning into a shithole.
Oh, it's not that bad. The reports are greatly exaggerated. I've been down there recently, and I mean, it could use some work, but in like one of the most populated areas, densely populated areas or whatever. Like, what do you expect? What do you get?
Well, do you have rows of tents happening in the streets?
Oh, well, we got a little bit of that, scattered all around California. It's not really, I mean, I guess there's a bit more in San Francisco and Oakland and stuff like that, but there's a big homeless problem out here. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're all over here too.
Yeah.
In Sacramento, they think they estimated. Oh gosh, I forgot what they said. We're talking about thousands of homeless over here, and it keeps growing every day.
What's the biggest church in that area?
Oh, gosh, I honestly wouldn't know. We've got several around here though. My community is extremely religious. We got a church like on literally every corner in my neighborhood.
Are they out there helping the homeless, feeding the hungry, bring them into the church basement?
Yeah, they do some charity. We have a big Salvation Army, station down here, whatever they call them. I don't know. I guess it's technically a church too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not they're not housing everybody though. I mean, it's not a permanent solution.
No.
What I understand is the government is also trying to have the church to stop helping the homeless, and that's just not right.
That's crazy. I say we convert all these commercial buildings that are like, since that market is kind of falling, crashing, convert these buildings into some kind of shelters, halfway houses or permanent housing. I know there's a cost to converting them, but you already have the structure.
And
Maybe
what
you
about
can
all these vacant buildings and offices and stores? Or some Walgreens are closing down.
Those commercial buildings, every floor you can have a communal kitchen and say even some bathrooms with some privacy, and then just a bunch of like dorms. I don't know. Make the offices like bedrooms.
I don't know if you guys know about the Arco Arena over here in Sacramento area, That's been vacant ever since the Kings moved downtown. Why can't they use that big ass building?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, we have the space. There's plenty of property. There's resources. We've even got vacant homes and apartments. There's just no incentive for them to house people, especially when a lot of them aren't employable. That's a big part of the problem. Like how to make them productive. It's just
There's no
it's
incentive.
What's that?
There's no incentive.
I think the government would rather just exterminate and start all over.
I think there's a big
I
incentive
mean,
that you're overlooking.
What's that?
Churches don't pay taxes.
yep, that's a big fuck you to everybody else.
Wait. So you're saying the churches take over the properties, turn them into like communities for the homeless, and then they've got those properties tax free? Is that what you're saying?
Would that be the Christian thing to do?
Yeah, I mean it could be. Yeah.
Or the human thing to do.
Yeah, but not all humans are tax exempt.
Not all humans are humans, apparently.
Well, everybody pays taxes to an extent, right?
Apparently I owe taxes and I can't figure out why.
Except the churches.
Shouldn't have signed your name.
Right?
Those guys are such a pain. Every year, I swear, I pay more and more, and my freaking bill to them gets higher and higher, and I don't understand how it works out. It's like, how is it that the more money I make, the more you're taking off the top, and then you still say I owe you money at the end of the gig every time? One time I got a tax return, and they said I owed it back to them, and ever since I've never gotten a tax return after that.
Sometimes it's child support. You have to claim your child, but it seems like the mother's always claims it.
Oh, don't get me started on taxes.
Yeah. Anyways, Abe,
so
thanks for
can't
having
worms.
me. Anyways, Abe, thanks for having me on. I'm gonna go. Brojo, always a pleasure. Hopefully you're streaming later. If not, then
No, I will. No, I have to work later. So.
well, fair enough. Well, bye.
Thank you for coming, Midnight.
Unless it's late.
Well, we have it.
Let me turn you on to a channel.
Yeah, what's up?
Hold on, let me find it first. Let me get a link for you.
Did you get a copyright strike last night, Brojo?
I got a it was going to block part of it because of 2 videos I played.
Oh,
Can you believe that fucking Bill Riley thing? I played 1.5 minutes of that Bill Riley. We'll do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live. And I got a copyright for that. I'm like, what do I have to do? Shorten it now? It's like I was like, how do I get a copyright on this?
It's not on YouTube.
It is on YouTube, and I used it as in my video as an intro. I didn't know it was copyright.
That's strange.
It's just a soundbite, like it's like taking a clip, from fucking 30 years ago, whatever it is. I decided just to, unlisted video anyway.
Yeah, I thought that was fair use.
Yeah. It just gets annoying.
Why can't people use copyright watermarks to let us know not to be infringing in their rights or whatever?
Channel.
What's the channel called? Are we going to share it?
Freedom. Yeah, I'm looking for the, because I think you recently changed the name of it. I'm sorry. Freedom. I think it's Freedom Law School. Freedom Law School, I think is it. Let me see. I think that's it. Yes. Live free now. There you go. This will pique your interest. There you go. Let me put that right in your comment section and do with it as you may.
Sorry, I'm back here doing the dance.
Yeah, by law, 98% of Americans are not required to file and pay federal income tax.
Oh, I've heard that. So it's not something where they're going to try to get you to pay for a thing, right? It's not a fucking scam, is it? Have you actually like looked into it?
I said, go listen to it, and he answers questions if you want. You know, of course, there's always a paid program you can upgrade to. Of course, everyone has that thing, but there's plenty of good free info there. Everybody's watching it now.
Shit, I'm just trying to load it up. I guess I can save that for later. Just wanted to pull it up while I was in the comments. Okay, there we go.
All goes by definition of income. And he gets into definition of income, and there's 3 different meanings for it, according to tax law. And none of those apply for 98% of Americans.
All right, I got it up in the tab now. James Apperson, good to see you, buddy. Going on over 9.5 hours now. So you think wasn't Jesus like really against taxes? Wasn't that a thing in the Bible? Am I remember that correctly?
Well, they accused. I think they were accusing Jesus of being against Caesar and not paying taxes, and he said, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's. Give to God what is God's." Because he said it's his picture on the his picture is on the money. They were looking at his picture on the money, and it said, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar." Yeah. But well, you know, I can't give to George Washington what is George Washington's because he's dead, or Lincoln, or Maybe the queen. Well, if you have the king, see, you have the king on your currency, so you have to give to the king. What is the king's?
How does this video only have 24 likes? That's crazy.
Yeah, the video won't let me play.
Well, anyway, guys.
See, I believe our rights come from God, not from government. Hi, I am Peymon Motede, the president of Freedom Law School, which I created in 1996. Are you tired of not being able to pay the increasing cost of food, rent, and groceries? You want to be able to give yourself 10, 20, 30% or more immediate pay raise? Are you tired of the corrupt federal government, the DOJ, FBI, all its crooks taking away your freedoms? You want to restore freedom and breathe free in this free country once again? You can. I will show how 98% of you can legally and safely stop paying federal income taxes by following the law on U.S. government's official legal websites. Yes.
I am intrigued. And
Good.
yeah, that's another good Bible story.
Good.
Sacrifice of Abe's son, James Apperson says, if I can show the comment, yeah, there it is. It's important to always obey the murderous
Well,
voices in our head, you know.
Oh, that's just blasphemy and nonsense.
Blasphemer. Tax
Well, I'm gonna
evader.
throw.
All right. So do you think this is legit? You gotta go.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw in the towel unless you guys want to talk about some of the things I brought up, but I think I'm all pooped out.
It's nice meeting
Yeah,
you.
it has been a long one. It was good talking
Good
to
to
you,
see you again.
B-Town. Yeah, I hope we weren't too rough with you.
Just hope you
He likes
guys.
I'll keep trying to believe. You know, I can't force it to happen. I just gotta keep. I just gotta keep listening to videos and talking to Christians. Maybe one day.
Yeah, it's just by faith. All right.
God's choice.
All right. I hope you have a good day, buddy.
You take care, buddy.
Yes, Cat. Jesus is. I mean, okay, a little bit. It's still going on. Gee, I don't think Jesus has anything to do with it. Well, maybe a little bit. We're trying to find out how to evade the federal income tax right now. Is it real?
Hey, Trustee A, I'm going to bail out as well. You take care of you, okay?
All right, buddy. Have a good day. Don't work too hard.
Never will, never do.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh man, I find it funny. I really find it funny.
Let's start from the 1040 U.S. individual income tax return form of the IRS. This is not a 50 states, U.S. individual. This is, as you will see, a District of Columbia individual income tax return. Wait, okay? Let's look at the instructions of the 1040 booklet that the IRS puts out at irs.gov. On page 8, about filing requirements, IRS says that these rules apply to all U.S. citizens, yes, regardless of where they live and resident aliens. But these U.S. citizens are the D.C. citizens, not the 50 state citizens. Yes, this little land on the right, tiny spot, that's the only people by law who are required to file income tax. You're going to see the proof for yourself just now. We're going to go to the website of the Lawyers of Congress, their website.
Wait, so he's saying that if you're not a citizen of DC, you don't have to pay it? Is that true?
That is his saying. I'm not going to say it's true or false. I don't want to. You know. You can look at these codes for yourself. USC code.
I don't think anybody would pay their fucking taxes.
No, it's not true. It's because
US
people
code
are
health.gov.
intimidated. People are intimidated, or there is they think the agents are going to come knocking on the door or something. For the average citizen, this ain't happening.
Yeah, G-Man.
It's not happening.
I like that guy's. I like that guy's hair. It makes me want to believe everything he says.
You only let's say this. You only commit a fraud or a false statement if you actually sign something stating that is true, and then later find out it isn't. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You have to knowingly. You have to have like that prove the intent, right?
He said, go ask your congressman for the law that states that you have to file a 1040 or an income tax. Find the law that says you have to do this. Look for yourself. What? I mean, we always ask ourselves, why do we believe certain things, right? So why do we believe these things? Is it because it's something we're told, fear, It's all a paper game. Once you realize, because that's part of the red pill, right? The matrix, right? When you realize it's all a paper game, whew,
Showing me police radio codes. I even looked that up. 1040.
rock, paper, scissors. I was just thinking about rock, paper, scissors for some reason. I think a paper game. I think that's the way we deal with it, right? Rock, by force. We're going to enforce this paper with a rock, or we're going to, cut this paper in half by some other means. I don't know. It's just weird thinking. Maybe I'm just stoned.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting, but then just paper covers rock, right? So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, cover up the lies with paper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most of the taxes, Well, most taxes are paid, believe it or not, they're paid by the rich, most of your taxes. Lower income, lower half of the population pay zero. I mean, we're talking about like income tax, 0 to none. And then everything else, you know, we all pay in taxes to some degree, right? You pay a tax. Get this shit. Get this shit. All right. For most, you know, if you go to a job and get a paycheck, you're taxed. Your tax is taken out. All right. And you'll, if you're lucky, you'll get some of that back if you know how to do it. And then you're taxed. And then you go to the store and go buy something. You're taxed again. You're double taxed.
Yeah, but I mean, allegedly, all that tax goes towards like different into different resources or stuff that you use, right? Like, ideally,
But you're double taxed. They'll say, "Oh, this part is ours." The government will say, "This part is ours." And you can have a little bit back, and then with the rest, go buy something and get taxed again. Yeah,
now certain things, what about these things? There's like, you know, tax deductible or tax write-offs or whatever. Like, I guess if you can keep track of all this stuff, figure it all out. Like, there's certain items, you know, whether or services that you can get it back at the end of the year if you save all your receipts and all of that stuff, right? But it's like you have to be a math whiz or hire an accountant, and, you know, I don't know, keep a paper trail for every, you know, every dollar you spend or whatever.
That's why I think everybody should start a small business somehow, because you can write off so much stuff. If you want to file your taxes, then go ahead. If you don't have a small business, get one, and you can start writing off deductions. You're allowed. Your business is a business. Most businesses, you know, fail, right? But most businesses will have a lot of their upfront expenses in the first few years, so they are not expected to turn a profit. So you can have a whole bunch of write-offs. This is what businesses do, and then they change their names, and then change a different business, or they change the name, and then, you know, they're filed under a different name, doing business as. You know, there's all these things that, you know, average people complain about. They complain about businesses not paying their taxes. They do. They play a large part of it. It's the businesses that are paying them, right? Their profits from their stuff. But people really complain about the individuals, and that's what I'm talking about. If we're going to talk about individuals, then start a business. Do what other people are doing. And it's not that hard. Really isn't. If you want to go that route, or become an independent contractor. But yeah, just throw some ideas out there.
Yeah, it's a lot of investment, though. I mean, you gotta know you're really gonna be comfortable in that whatever you're choosing there. You know, if you're gonna go out and get licensed and, you know, start. I mean, it's a big step to make for some people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, depends what kind of business you want to get into.
I thought about trying to open my own security firm. It's not, you know, it's not that difficult. There's, you know, but you need to. There's some schooling involved, so I do that. But I guess that's pretty much true in most businesses, you know. Or you gotta have a partner.
Yeah. Dio Sam says his income is poverty level. I'm not required to file. No, you're not. But I still pay. Well, applicable taxes. Well, you're paying applicable taxes where you're buying stuff. Yeah. But just think about this: the stuff you're buying, the rent you're paying. If you just said, I have a small business operating out of my home, do anything. Simple. Make it simple, right? If you want to, get some money back. Yeah. Well, part of my space is for business purposes. That means part of my electric is for business purposes. Part of my cell phone is for business. And these are write-offs.
I think
With
I
that, I'm
should
outta
be
here.
able to do some of those.
Yeah.
Oh, you
yeah.
gotta take off?
Yeah, I gotta take. Well, yeah, it's raining here, and it's gonna just dampen the things I need to get done.
Got you. Yeah. As fascinating as the whole tax conversation is. Plus, I'm coming up on 10 hours. But yeah, thank you for coming, man. It was nice chatting with you, brother.
Yeah, go listen to it. Go listen to that. Check out his channel, and it can send you down some deep rabbit holes, but there might be good rabbit holes.
Yeah, I know those guys from the TurboTax. They keep bugging me, so probably have to go get that done soon.
All right, later, Kev.
Have a good day, brother. Going on 10 hours, probably gonna wrap it up here. It's been a good run. I'll go get some sleep. And then, I've got, a fair amount of housework to do, shit to do around here. I got the day off. And I'll go to the Buddhist meeting over at the Gilman tomorrow morning. That's always fun. Sitting here smoking my second to last cigarette. Contemplating life, the universe, and everything. No, really, my mind has been really stuck on a couple of very specific things, and I'm trying to divert my attention, distract myself. Part of that escapism comes in doing these streams. But then I get to interact with other people, so it's actually not really escapism, because I find another source of connection. And so yeah, it's a thing to do. Thing to do on a Friday night, Saturday morning. We'll put that in the bucket for later. It's a good night. We had a lot of people over. A lot of people came by, hung out, and it's a good run. We'll just end the stream where we started off the stream. Soothing sounds of Shani crying. Just want to get a good round, even number. Say I stream for 10 hours, The Layman Seminary is live. How to interpret 1 John Part 5. # free grace. Oh, yeah, I'm told I'm supposed to put hashtags on my videos and they'll get more views. I think that's what that guy was saying. Dum 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 dum. Oh, I didn't press the button. I'm like, what am I sitting here waiting for? It was my fault. All right, we're gonna load this thing up and get out of here. Much love, everybody. Be well. Stay trusty. Have a wonderful day. Either that or this thing will go completely trash box on me. I'll sit here watching this thing spiral out for the next 4 minutes. Are you talking to me? That's not even the right video. Damn it. Shit. All system failure to launch. We have a failure to launch. That wasn't even the right one. You know what? Fuck it. Not even going to worry about it. Do the hard stop. Bye-bye. No, wait for it. Wait for it. I I never did find that song I was going to play. You have time? Oh, all right. D grape? Oh, I'm getting distracted right now. Just play a song, any song. I was. Oh my. I was gifted a channel membership for Hive Size Channel. Thank you. Thank you. You get demonetized? Oh yeah, we're not monetized.
Yo, man, don't pay no attention to him, man. He kind of weird, you know. Dell made a pack to be well natural. Back from the wishing well to sell actual. Fun from the fungus.
I don't know who gifted me that subscription. I'll have to go look at it. It's awesome. The membership. Is it a membership? Okay, now we're there. We're getting there. Thank you for coming. Everybody in chat. We had all our friends were here. It's such a good night. Gaming with Silver Wolf, James Apperson, Geo Sam, The Bro Joe Show, Doubting Thomas, Cat Cienfuegos, Geo Sam, P Town, this one guy, Spooky Bedhair,
Boogeyman Productions, and Dale, the funky Homo sapien from Hieroglyphics. Street.
and we made it. Everybody else that I missed, much love. All right, see you next time.